A strange voice echoed in Yang Yi's mind, calm, cold, and without emotion. Welcome to the National Maritime Survival Game. From this moment forward, your life will be spent adrift at sea. To ensure a somewhat fair start, all participants will be cured of any existing illnesses or disabilities. Whether you rise as a legend or fall as a nameless corpse, whether you command your own fate or grovel beneath another's shadow, it all depends on your choices. The ocean is vast and full of opportunity, but beware, never let the black fog engulf you. It moves at 10 knots. Keep sailing, or perish. Yang Yi jerked awake. Dust clouded his lungs as he coughed violently, sitting up from a creaky, decrepit bed. His surroundings were dim and narrow, a weather-worn cabin, cracked wood panels, rusted hinges, and stale air. He blinked. Across the room, slumped at a table, was a human skeleton. What remained of its skull was shattered, and a rusty flintlock pistol still rested in its hand. What the hell is this? Yang Yi muttered. But there was no fear in his voice, only awe. He stared at his hands. They weren't trembling. They weren't weak. He stood up. He stood. For the first time in years, Yang Yi was no longer bedridden. Diagnosed with multiple sclerosis at 12, he'd spent most of his life trapped in his body, incurable, degenerating slowly. By 20, he was paralyzed, surviving through sheer will and live-streaming horror games using only his voice. Now, he was whole. What the voice said, it's true, he whispered, stepping to the window. Outside, endless ocean. The waves glittered under a pale sky. The world had changed. The voice returned. You are all at sea, each of you separated by more than 500 nautical miles. Land does not exist. Near you should be a sailing log. It is your guide, your lifeline. It allows limited communication and much more. Discover its functions. Further instructions will be issued later. Then, silence. Yang Yi glanced down. A palm-sized book lay nearby, its leather cover pulsing faintly like it was breathing. He picked it up. The first page lit up with glowing rules. Scroll Maritime Survival Rules. No one can board your ship without permission. Your belongings are safe unless you die. Every ship has grappling hooks. Use them to retrieve floating items. Upgrade your ship continuously to ensure survival. Beware the black fog at night. Enter it, and you die. The sailing log is soulbound and can be read telepathically. At sea, you will never be truly alone. Yang Yi's fingers tightened around the log. A game system? He flipped the page again. Person standing, player status, Yang Yi. Health, restored. Strength, 3, 0/50. Spirit, 7+1, 0/8000. Agility, 4, 0/100. Constitution, 3, 0/50. Perception, 5, 0/200. Sanity, 100/100. Energy, 100/100. Vitality, 100/100. DNA talent, steel will. Sanity will never drop below 1. Immune to suicidal effects. Gain a +1 bonus to spirit. When sanity falls below 50, enter a frenzy state. Yang Yi let out a breath. Alright, not a bad starting point. He flipped to the next section, chat channels. Global, regional, private. The world chat was buzzing. Where the hell am I? I was mid-shower and now I'm on a ship. To whoever took me, my dad's a general. Anyone got a phone signal? Wait, my broken legs healed. I'm not dreaming. I can feel hunger and pain. The chat scrolled rapidly, full of panic and absurdity. Yang Yi read in silence, gathering information. You only got 10 free messages per day, after which each cost 100 shell coins, a currency he clearly didn't have. Soon, more useful info trickled in. Anyone else got a manual with 7 rules. Looking for allies. Anyone near 42 degrees lat. Distance is too far. Can't group up unless we know coordinates. Ships are different. I found gear in mine. A new message blinked with an equipment scan. Hammer and wrench item, bloodstained harpoon. Type, relic. Quality, good. Effect, deals slight damage to abyssal monsters, may provoke them. Warning, using relics may lower sanity. The world chat exploded again. Abyssal monsters? There are sea creatures. All I got is bread and a bottle of water. How do I level up my ship? Someone shared their vessel's stats. Ship, Ironhead, level 1. Durability, 5000/5000. Capacity, 8000. Speed, 5 knots. Skills. Full fire, cannons fire at 200% rate for 15 minutes. Triple whale spear, piercing harpoon attack. What? Cannons at level 1? That's so unfair. My boat is barely 10 meters. You think cannons matter? The black fog moves at 10 knots. His ship is slower. Then came a system alert. Announcement, all starting conditions are uniquely balanced. No rerolls. No complaints. Yang Yi closed the log and turned his attention to the skeleton. In its bony hand, a rusted flintlock pistol. Pistol item, water-soaked rusty flintlock. Type, relic. Quality, excellent. Description, deals moderate damage to abyssal monsters. 10% chance to fire. Ammo, none needed. 1 shot per minute. Cursed, weapon is soaked, rusted, and whispering. An excellent relic? At the very start, Yang Yi narrowed his eyes. This wasn't a lucky drop. This was a warning. He found a stained piece of parchment beneath the skeleton's elbow. Supplies are gone. Caught a grouper today. Lasted 2 days. Found an antique gun. Odd sounds. Valuable? Why is something like that in the sea? A giant bloodstain ended the message. Yang Yi closed the note and stepped outside the captain's quarters, flintlock in hand. The salty breeze greeted him. His ship creaked beneath his feet. A new life had begun, and the sea dark, vast, and unknowable waited. Open book Nightmare's Awakening. Ship name, Nightmare Level 1. Durability, 300/300. Capacity, 400 units. Speed, 40 knots. Skills. Nightmare, sleeping aboard this ship induces disturbing dreams, reducing energy recovery by 75%. Angler's Curse, this vessel is cursed. Normal fish cannot be caught. Description, after drifting aimlessly through cursed waters for centuries, the Nightmare has finally chosen its new master. Yang Yi finished reading the ship's information. His brows furrowed. A ghost ship. The hull was wrapped in barnacles and slimy seaweed, as if it had been rotting on the ocean for decades. The deck was slick with moisture, and every step echoed with a long-forgotten creak. Yang Yi had played his fair share of horror games. In atmospheres like this, something usually jumped out. But after carefully checking every corner of the deck and cabin, there were no creatures lurking, no sudden attack. He exhaled, relieved. Not having to start with a boss fight? That was already a blessing. The ship was roughly 12 meters long. Yang Yi mentally mapped its layout. The helm sat atop a raised platform near the bow, providing full visibility. Directly behind it was the captain's cabin, housing a bed, shelves, and simple furniture. The midship deck featured a tall mast, though its sails hung in tatters. At the stern, he found the cargo hold dark, musty, and completely empty aside from the foul stench of decay. No food. No supplies. But what did he expect? A ship abandoned at sea for centuries shouldn't have bread and rations. He returned to his sailing log, scrolling through the world chat to see how others were doing. Most people were flexing their ships. Swift Wind Level 1. Durability, 800/800. Capacity, 500. Speed, 70 knots. Skill, Breaking Waves, doubles ship speed for 5 minutes. Description, you won't even have time to breathe. That's the fastest ship so far. Others posted more modest stats. Ships with 30 to 40 knot speeds were common. Big ships boasted better durability and storage, but lagged in speed. Then came something peculiar. Cherry Level 1. Durability, 1000/1000. Capacity, 1000. Speed, 35 knots. Skill, Blessed Light, a cherry blossom tree emits a mysterious light that alters the attributes of the crew. May trigger evolution. Description, pray your crew remains human. The chat fell silent. Then erupted. Dude, are you evolving or mutating? Cherry, don't come near me. If you evolve into something with claws, I'm out. Another message popped up, complete with a screenshot. Ironhead Level 1. A massive steel warship, outfitted with 20 cannons per side. Speed, a laughable 5 knots. Haha, you'll die before you reach anything. Try outrunning the black fog with those legs of lead. Insults flooded in. The system censored most of them. Yang Yi smiled faintly and finally typed his first message. Count me in. Then he continued browsing and found something far more useful. Anyone try fishing yet? Catching stuff makes me feel sane again. I fished up a bottle of mineral water. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. Fresh water? That would be a godsend. He glanced at the fishing rod lying on deck, half covered in slime. Name, barnacle-covered moldy fishing rod. Type, tool. Quality, good. Description, unpredictable results. Lower chance of catching normal fish, slightly higher chance of reeling in unknown items. Unknown items, that could mean anything. He stored the rod for later use. Before he began fishing, he decided to set sail. Without a target, Yang Yi chose to move forward at full speed. A dark, ominous fog loomed on the horizon, likely the black fog mentioned by the system. Navigating was surprisingly easy. The ship responded to thought. A simple grip on the helm, and it moved like magic. Yang Yi smiled. Feels like I'm playing Sea of Survival. Along the way, floating debris passed his ship, logs, ropes, sacks. Yang Yi deployed the grappling hook, dragging items aboard. +1 rotten wood. +1 rotten wood. +1 tattered cloth. +1 rotten wood. It felt like a real-time version of Gold Miner. Materials went straight to the cargo hold, visible through the logbook. Conversion rates were low. About 1 out of every 10 rotten logs became usable lumber. Wood resource summary after 3 hours. Lumber, 5. Fabric, 3. Not efficient, but it was a start. He checked the upgrade requirements for his ship. Nightmare upgrade, level 2 requirements. Lumber, 200. Fabric, 100. Captain's remains, 1. Captain's remains. Yang Yi's eyes flicked toward the skeleton in the cabin. So that's why the body is still there. Collecting that much material would take at least a week, assuming he didn't die first. Curious, Yang Yi checked what others needed for their upgrades. Ordinary ships had it easy, 100 lumber and 50 fabric, no creepy ingredients. Then came a complaint from the Ironhead's owner. My ship needs steel to upgrade? Where do I even find that? Bro, you're in the ocean. Good luck mining steel. I just fished up a unit of steel. I'm a god. The world chat exploded again. Selling steel? Accepting little brothers as payment. Focus on surviving first, Iron Boy. Cherry, I swear if I find you. Yang Yi shut the log with a sigh. Special ships have better skills, but upgrading them is a nightmare, pun intended. He returned to the deck, picked up the moldy fishing rod, and cast his line into the endless sea. Let's see what kind of horrors the deep had in store.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Today's weather, the sky is clear. Not a cloud in sight. Perfect weather for fishing. Location, Sea of Origins. Remaining daylight, 5 hours. Temperature, 12-20 degrees C. Wind strength, level 1. Yang Yi took a deep breath and checked his status. Sanity, 100/100. Energy, 90/100. He used the simple crafting function in the logbook to create a basic spear with 5 pieces of wood, just in case. He secured the flintlock pistol at his waist. That way, if he caught something big later, he could subdue it by force. As the logbook said, bait would improve efficiency but wasn't a strictly necessary requirement for fishing. All preparations were complete. Now, let's fish. Yang Yi cast the line. The hook traced an arc as it landed in the sea. He wasn't very skilled at fishing, however, he had plenty of time to learn. After 15 minutes, the float remained motionless. Yang Yi opened the global chat channel to see what other fishermen had caught, to set his expectations. Did you guys know I had a bite? 100 cm. A photo of a large bass accompanied the message. Who asked you? I caught a big one too. How big? Huge. Couldn't even reel it in. Then why say anything at all? Yang Yi scrolled up and finally found an interesting message. Be careful when fishing. If something seems off, cut the line immediately. There's no penalty as long as you don't lose the rod. The line regenerates infinitely. What did you catch? It looked like a person. I cut it right away. A mermaid, perhaps? You released your wife. That thing was definitely strange. You can tell by looking at my rod. Name, refined carbon fiber fishing rod. Type, tool. Grade, premium. Description, an excellent fishing rod that can be passed down to your grandchildren. Increases fishing efficiency, reduces energy consumption, and slightly raises the chance of catching something unusual. Nice rod? Mine's just a standard one. Be grateful? I'm a seasoned fisherman, and I don't even have a rod yet. I'm still using a grappling hook. A basic fishing rod needs 10 pieces of wood to craft. Quit being jealous. Check out my boat. Name, Fisherman's Boat, Level 1, Durability 345/400, Capacity 500 units, Speed 25 knots. Skill, none. Description, it's not sturdy and lacks skills, but it makes you look like a real fisherman. Seeing the small boat with a speed of 25 knots, half the people stopped being envious. Why is your boat's durability down? I just pulled up a 3-meter great white shark, it nearly swallowed me. Now, I cut the line on anything big. You never know who's going to eat whom. Yang Yi kept scrolling and discovered that fishing here could yield not just fish but also other strange items, including treasure chests, freshwater, and more. I caught a treasure chest. A treasure chest? What's inside? Secret. You guys are catching fish, and I haven't seen a single one yet. All I've caught are socks, a farmer's punch, and even a balloon. A farmer's punch. Is this balloon legit? It better not be used. Yang Yi was prepared if something unusual surfaced, he would cut the line. A few minutes later, the float finally started to move as if something was biting. Yang Yi held his breath, focusing intently. He had a spear and a pistol on hand, so as long as it was a fish, it would be fine. The float sank. Now, Yang Yi yanked the rod, his eyes fixed on the deep blue sea. He didn't see any large shadows, and with a quick pull, the catch was hauled out of the water effortlessly, offering little resistance. What he pulled up was a small fish, about the width of his thumb. It was about 3 centimeters long, streamlined like an ordinary sardine. However, it was odd. It sported 4 long legs, about 5 centimeters each, on its sides. Is this a fish? Yang Yi was shocked, locking eyes with the strange creature that was standing upright in front of him. You discovered a strange fish. Sanity decreased by 2 points. A beat after, the fish used its long legs to try and escape back into the sea, but Yang Yi quickly struck it dead with his spear. Name, long-legged sardine. Type, food. Description, a species from the abyss. It's said that eating it regularly can give you long legs. Edible, non-toxic, and delicious, but consuming it requires courage as it might lower sanity. Yang Yi picked up the fish, which weighed less than 100 grams. Its 4 pale, long legs were already broken. With a structure identical to human legs, they felt springy to the touch. Can this be eaten? Yang Yi recalled the ship's skill curse of the angler, you will not catch normal fish. He used the logbook to take a picture of the fish and shared it on the global channel. Has anyone else caught a fish like this? A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Whoa, what is that thing? Mental pollution? Sanity-8. You call that a fish? Why did you hurt my eyes? Sanity-10. Blocked. Blocked. Never want to see it again. Yang Yi was instantly blocked by over 1 billion people, all of whom lost some sanity. However, someone sent him a private message. Is the sea around you black? Leave quickly, or you might get attacked by some unspeakable creatures. Yang Yi glanced at the bright blue sea beneath his boat, feeling somewhat speechless. No, my ship is a ghost ship. Wow, impressive. Let's be friends. Captain Suda of the Swift Wind sent a friend request. Yang Yi accepted. Making friends didn't cost anything. You shouldn't post pictures like that again. My sanity is down to 54. Any lower, and I'll go mad. Got it. Yang Yi also realized the seriousness of the situation, but for the sake of food and water, he had to keep fishing. You caught a long-legged sardine. You caught a long-legged sardine. You caught a long-legged sardine with a missing leg. Shit. Your sanity decreased by 1. Yang Yi felt like the system gave him an abnormal ship on purpose. Fishing these godforsaken creatures would have already driven other people mad. After 3 hours, he had only caught a total of 8 long-legged sardines, and hadn't seen a drop of fresh water. Where's that farmer's punch everyone mentioned? Without food, a person can survive for over a week. Without water, a person will die in 3 to 5 days, unless they drink their own urine. Yang Yi simply didn't want to reach that point. And so, with a newfound resolve, he grabbed a long-legged sardine to use as bait and began his next round of fishing. After over an hour of fishing, the sky began to darken. The first night was approaching. Yang Yi's stomach growled, and the long-legged sardines scattered nearby started to look appetizing. However, eating them would likely cost him some sanity. Unless it were absolutely necessary, he wouldn't eat them. Besides, there was no stove on the ship, so he'd have to eat them raw. Nah. Just then, the bobber started to twitch, and Yang Yi's spirits lifted. With a strong pull, he reeled in a black fish. This time, the fish didn't have long legs. Instead, it was covered in spikes, and its slimy, swollen body oozed black, foul-smelling pus as it hit the deck. This fish is disgusting. Your sanity decreases by 2. Before Yang Yi could even stab it with his spear, the fish died on its own. Name: cystic spiny pufferfish. Type: food. Description: a deep-sea fish whose bodily fluids are highly toxic. No one would eat this unless they have a death wish. Poisonous. Yang Yi didn't dare touch it directly, so he skewered it with his spear and tossed it into the ship's hold. He also made sure to stab it a few more times until the tip of the spear was coated in black, turning it into a poisonous wooden spear. The sky was getting darker, with less than an hour left before nightfall. The system had emphasized that night would be dangerous, so Yang Yi didn't plan on fishing after dark. But just as he was putting away his fishing rod and preparing to head to the captain's quarters, a peculiar object floated by on the sea. It was a chest, to be precise, a treasure chest about the size of a briefcase drifting past the side of the nightmare ship. Yang Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately went to the helm, turning the ship around to chase after the chest. This was an opportunity that couldn't be missed. He maneuvered the ship's grappling hook to snatch the chest. It almost seemed alive, as it was slippery and constantly dodged his attempts. After much effort, he finally managed to grab it and rushed into the hold to inspect it. Name: waterlogged rotten wood chest. Type: treasure chest. Description: this may not be the kind of treasure chest you were hoping for. Yang Yi was cautious, holding his flintlock pistol in one hand and using his spear to pry open the chest. Inside was a severed head. It was bald and sported grayish-blue skin, seemingly covered in a layer of slime. As soon as the chest opened, the head reacted, its murky eyes opening as it spoke. Good evening. Could I trouble you for a few minutes to introduce you to the all-knowing and all-powerful Lord? You cannot comprehend its words. Your sanity decreases by 5. Yang Yi's scalp tingled, his body trembling slightly. Good evening. Could I? In the next moment, the head leaped out, revealing its true form, a squid with a human head. It lunged at Yang Yi, extending his massive writhing tentacles, and revealed a beak-like mouth filled with sharp teeth, ready to bite him. But before it could, it was met with a bang. The gun didn't misfire this time. The gunshot rang out, muffled and heavy, like the growl of a monster. The squid exploded into pieces, reduced to a heap of flesh. Hearing the strange gunshot, your sanity decreases by 3. Yang Yi felt a surge of frustration and nausea but quickly checked his status. Sanity, 88/100. Energy, 62/100. Health, 100/100. It seemed that losing sanity could mess with one's mind. Fortunately, Yang Yi's mental strength was incredibly high, his willpower as tough as steel. He quickly regained his composure and examined the remains of the creature. Name: human-headed octopus. Type: food/material. Description: a deep-sea species. Do not attempt to understand its words, they are merely a distraction to catch you off guard. But if you do understand it, well, good luck. Edible, can be used as material, mildly toxic. Eating it temporarily increases strength by +1, constitution by +1, spirit -1, sanity-20. Note: cannot exceed the mortal limit for attributes, which is 10. This thing still had some value. Yang Yi gathered the pieces of flesh and continued to inspect the inside of the chest. There were some corroded coins, one of which he took out. It had a shell engraved on one side and a cartoonish octopus head on the other. You've obtained 100 shell coins. Aside from these, the chest was empty. What about the freshwater? Shell coins couldn't be drunk? Night was falling fast. Yang Yi tossed the captain's remains into the hold and returned to the captain's quarters. He had no intention of fishing or catching anything during the night. The system had warned that the night would be dangerous, and he didn't want to take unnecessary risks right at the start. As for water, he would try again tomorrow. Food-wise, he didn't mind eating the long-legged sardines if it came down to it. To survive, Yang Yi was willing to eat some strange things, as long as they provided protein and energy. He had never been one to give up easily. Not before, and certainly not now. He lied on the old, musty bed, tossing and turning. It was damp and smelt of mildew, making it uncomfortable. He had no other choice. Night had fully fallen. Only the faint light of the moon shone through. Apart from the sound of the waves and the wind, there was nothing else. Yang Yi wasn't sleepy, so he opened the world channel. Grappling hooks can catch treasure chests, he posted. This information wasn't really that valuable, as anyone who saw a treasure chest would surely try to catch it. But sharing it could earn him goodwill and more information. It's true. I also caught a wooden resource chest and got 1 unit of steel, 20 units of wood, and 20 units of cloth. Wow, you're close to upgrading your ship, lucky you. Haha. I caught a bronze equipment chest and got a treasure. Name, a blood-stained pearl necklace. Type, relic. Quality, good. Description, it was once a bride's dowry, her soul is still searching for it. Wearing it increases agility +1, spirit -1, and lowers sanity cap by 5. I don't think that's really a treasure. You're just jealous. It's so dark, my ship doesn't have lights, I probably need to upgrade it. No blankets either, I'm freezing. I can't sleep. Have you noticed the waves getting bigger on the surface? The rougher the waves, the more expensive the fish. Let's go fishing, brothers. Night fishing +1, +2, +10086. Has anyone else heard singing? It's really beautiful. No, don't scare me. Where would the singing be coming from in the middle of the ocean? I see her, it's a beautiful woman singing. So sexy. She's waving at me. Dude, check your sanity? That's a siren, oh crap. She's so beautiful, she's swimming towards me. Bro, get into the captain's quarters and lock the door. It's over, he's already been charmed. Dude, are you still there? It's late, don't scare us like this. Hello. No more messages came from that user. Yang Yi frowned. The system's warnings were not baseless. He listened closely, but heard no singing. He got up and cautiously opened the door to the captain's quarters. The door of this ghost ship was old and decayed, with a broken lock that was just for show. He cracked the door open and carefully observed the outside, bathed by the moonlight. After a few minutes, as there were no signs of movement, he dashed out, heading to the bow of the ship, and adjusted the speed to 10 knots. Slowing down the speed could reduce the chance of encountering monsters. If something were to happen while he was asleep, he would be defenseless. But staying in place wasn't a good option either. Yang Yi believed that a speed of 10 knots was just right. It kept a safe distance from the black fog behind him. After setting everything up, he returned to the captain's quarters, placing the flintlock pistol on the bedside table and leaning the spear against the wall. He watched the chat channel for a while longer before finally drifting off to sleep with faint whispers echoing in his ears. His brow furrowed, and sweat beaded on his forehead. Was he trapped in a nightmare? The first night at sea was destined to be sleepless. Yang Yi didn't know how long he had been lying there before finally drifting off to sleep. He tossed, turned, and had cold sweat constantly breaking out on his forehead. He was having a nightmare. At the same time, in the hold of the nightmare ship, the captain's skeletal remains suddenly stirred. The bones began to tremble, and a ghostly fire ignited within the shattered skull. Creak, creak. The bones scraped and rattled against each other as the skeleton stood up. It walked out of the hold, slowly making its way towards the captain's quarters at the bow of the ship, gently pushing the door open. Inside, Yang Yi was still deep in sleep, occasionally turning over. The skeleton stared at Yang Yi for a long time before its gaze was drawn to a barnacle-encrusted fishing rod nearby. It walked over and picked up said fishing rod. Without lingering, it exited the room and headed to the relatively spacious middle deck, where it began to fish. Several minutes later, something bit the hook. A pale, swollen hand reached out from the sea and grabbed the fishing line. Yang Yi was still having a nightmare. He suddenly woke up, clutching his abdomen. After confirming there was no injury, he let out a long sigh of relief. Just moments ago, he had dreamt of a bloated corpse silently pushing open the door and walking in. The dream was overly vivid, as if he had actually seen it with his own eyes. He remembered the sound of the corpse moving. Squish, squish. It was like a wet mop slapping against the floor. By the time Yang Yi woke up, the corpse was right in front of him. Without hesitation, he grabbed the flintlock pistol by his bedside and fired at the corpse. Click. The gun misfired. In the next moment, the corpse pinned him down on the bed, leaving him utterly helpless as it disemboweled him, spilling his hot, red organs onto the floor. You experienced death, slaughtered and devoured, losing 15 points of sanity. Phew, it was just a dream? Yang Yi let out a sigh of relief. But suddenly, he noticed the door to the captain's quarters was actually open. He quickly grabbed the flintlock pistol. Was it the wind? No, it couldn't be. There hasn't been much wind at sea today. Squish, squish. The familiar footsteps approached. A bloated corpse appeared at the doorway. It looked like it had been soaking in the sea for a long time, swollen and rotten, still wearing tattered sailor clothes covered in seaweed. At that moment, it fixed its pale, lifeless eyes on Yang Yi. FXXK. Seeing an abomination, you lose 5 points of sanity. Yang Yi cursed, immediately firing his gun. Click. The gun jammed. It seemed the corpse still retained some intelligence, for it grinned. A crab crawled out of its almost toothless mouth. This scene was eerily similar to the nightmare, so Yang Yi was somewhat prepared. As the gun misfired, he immediately hurled the flintlock pistol like a rock, striking the corpse's head. Taking advantage of the moment the corpse was hit, Yang Yi grabbed a nearby spear and charged at it, driving it into the corpse's neck. He wasn't trying to kill it, he was just desperate to escape the captain's quarters. Only by getting out of this narrow space and onto the deck would he have a chance to fight the corpse. With considerable force and weight, Yang Yi barely squeezed past the bloated corpse. The stench of decay almost made him vomit. The nauseating stench causes you to lose 5 points of sanity. Yang Yi wasn't strong enough to knock the corpse down, so overpowering it in a direct fight was impossible. He bolted to the deck at the bow. Here, he had enough space to maneuver and evade the corpse. Yang Yi looked back. Sure enough, the bloated corpse was slow and clumsy, not at all a match for Yang Yi in terms of speed. I can win. Yang Yi grew excited. Adrenaline coursed through his veins, his breathing quickening. There was a raised platform at the bow with a ship's wheel on it. All he had to do was imitate the ancient sages, using the large wheel as cover and running circles round it to dodge the corpse's pursuit. In the meantime, he started counting down in his mind. 48. 47. The wooden spear had pierced through the corpse's neck, but it chased after Yang Yi as if nothing had happened. 3. 2. Yang Yi stopped circling, broke away from the corpse, and dashed back to the captain's quarters. He picked up the flintlock pistol at the door, aimed it at the corpse, and held his breath to steady his aim. The target was big and close, there was no way he could miss unless the gun misfired again. Bang! The gunshot was deafening, akin to a sharp wail that made one nauseous. The eerie gunshot causes you to lose 2 points of sanity. The shot was slightly off, but it still hit. The corpse's head partially shattered, black pus splattering on the floor, and it toppled forwards, struggling to stay upright. I won. Yang Yi's tense nerves slightly relaxed. He walked towards the corpse, intending to retrieve the spear. However, at that moment, the corpse, which he thought to be dead, suddenly moved again. Even with most of its head shattered, it could move. A pale hand clamped onto Yang Yi's ankle, the grip so strong it dug into his flesh. It left deep marks. Damn, it's not dead yet. Yang Yi immediately reacted, his eyes flashing with ferocity. He picked up the spear and stabbed it into the corpse again. This time, the spear went straight through the gaping wound in the corpse's skull. After the strike, the corpse's grip gradually weakened. It seemed effective. Yet for some reason, just before the corpse died, it turned its head to look at Yang Yi, its eyes filled with malice. Then, its abdomen began to swell rapidly. Self-destruction? Yang Yi realized it immediately and instinctively threw himself backwards. With a dull thud, putrid flesh and shattered bones sprayed everywhere, like a rain of blood. The corpse had exploded, making quite a mess. Fortunately, the corpse was lying face down, so most of the explosion's force was directed at the deck. Yang Yi had dodged in time, mostly avoiding the flying bones and flesh. His foot was still unlucky enough to get injured. It throbbed in pain as 2 teeth had pierced through his shoe and stabbed right into it. His forearm was also grazed by a stray bone shard, although the wound was shallow. As for the falling chunks of flesh, they had lost their lethal force, merely splattering Yang Yi and making him nauseous. The disgusting body parts make you nauseous, causing you to lose 2 points of sanity. Yang Yi struggled to his feet, prying the corpse's hand off his ankle and checking his status. Status, injured. The human diagram shows yellow marks on the left foot and forearm. Sanity, 55/100. Energy, 40/100. Health, 91/100. He removed his left shoe, grimacing as he pulled out the teeth embedded in his foot. Thankfully, the force hadn't been as strong as a bullet. After piercing his shoe, it only barely broke the skin. Otherwise, it could have been deadly. Yang Yi painfully stood up and looked at the corpse, then gasped. On the deck, only a broken skeleton remained. The entire spine was missing, likely blasted into the sea. As for the ribs, they were lodged into the deck like arrows, buried deep in the wood. The explosion was powerful, but Yang Yi had been in the direction with the least force. If he had been hit by one of those rib-like arrows, he wouldn't be alive. At the same time, new information about the corpse appeared in the log. Name, drowned revenant. Description, a person who drowned at sea, driven by resentment towards the living, rises again as a monster. Can be used in the monster vending machine. Monster vending machine? What is that? Yang Yi was confused. But as he calmed down, he realized another troubling detail. He had noticed the drowned revenant just before it entered the captain's quarters. But what had opened the door to the captain's quarters? Before the drowned revenant appeared, the door to the captain's quarters was already open? The thought sent chills down his spine as he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder. Something had stabbed him. There's still something on the ship. Although Yang Yi realized this, it was too late. A fishing rod stabbed his left shoulder, piercing deep into the flesh. He immediately started running forwards while glancing back, his right hand clutching the fresh wound. In front of him was a skeleton with half of its skull missing, and within it burned a ghastly green soul fire. It was the captain's skeleton. He was alive and was holding a fishing rod, its tip stained red with Yang Yi's blood. The skeleton looked at Yang Yi, its jaw moving up and down as if mocking him. You damned backstabber. Yang Yi cursed, his eyes blazing with fury. Ambushed by the dead, your sanity decreases by 10. With sanity below 50, you enter a madness state, becoming immune to most mental debuffs. Strength +2, agility +1, constitution +1, spirit -2. You feel no pain, do not tire, and are fearless until your sanity recovers. Mental debuffs include charm, mind control, fear, despair, etc. Note, when energy is depleted, vitality will be consumed instead. The maximum attributes in a berserk state are capped at 10, not exceeding the mortal limit. Yang Yi raised his gun and fired at the skeleton. Click. The gun misfired. The skeleton, holding the fishing rod like a spear, charged forwards. Even if Yang Yi felt no pain, his injured foot still affected his movement to some extent. Fighting the skeleton whilst hurt and circling around it was too risky. One careless move, and he could be impaled by the 2-meter-long weapon. After a brief consideration, Yang Yi changed his tactics. Instead of retreating, he advanced directly towards the skeleton. He threw the spear in his hand, and as it hit the skeleton squarely and lodged in its bones, it momentarily stiffened its movements. Seizing the opportunity, he approached the skeleton and engaged in close combat. He still had a weapon in hand, a blunt one at that. As long as he gripped the flintlock's barrel, the gun would turn into a short hammer, exceptionally effective against skeletons. He raised the flintlock high, aiming to smash the skeleton's cracked skull, targeting its soul fire. The skeleton reacted swiftly, immediately reaching out to block him. It seemed to fear the gun, abandoning the fishing rod to try and grab it. Naturally, Yang Yi wouldn't let that happen. The two began to grapple over the gun. The skeleton's strength was slightly lower than Yang Yi's in his madness state, probably around 4. But amidst the struggle, Yang Yi couldn't find the opportunity to launch an effective attack. If the gun accidentally fired and hit himself, he'd die of shame instead. He needed a plan. Even in the current state, Yang Yi remained clear-headed and quickly came up with an idea. The skeleton wanted the flintlock? Then let it have it? After wrestling for a while longer, he suddenly pulled the trigger. Click. The gun misfired again. He decisively abandoned it. Sure enough, most of the skeleton's attention was focused on the flintlock. Yang Yi successfully broke free from the struggle and ran towards the cabin. By the time the skeleton caught up, it only saw a dim figure. It was Yang Yi, in the darkness, holding an unidentified mass of flesh and frantically devouring it. The skeleton pulled the trigger, but the gun didn't react. From the bow to the stern, it was just over 10 meters. Both had run there, so the flintlock was still cooling. A gun that can't fire is no different from a hammer? Yang Yi charged forwards, his mouth covered in black, sticky liquid, his eyes bloodshot. You consumed a human-headed octopus. Strength +1, Constitution +1, Spirit -1, Sanity -20, lasting 1 minute. Thus, Yang Yi's strength increased from 3 to 6 points, doubling entirely. Madness +2. He discovered that the strength in the stats wasn't linear but exponential. This meant that being 2 points stronger allowed him to crush his opponent with ease. Yang Yi closed in. The skeleton hadn't yet reacted, seemingly still puzzled as to why the gun wouldn't fire. In the next second, Yang Yi tackled the skeleton to the ground, violently ripping off 2 of its arm bones, flinging them aside. Yang Yi didn't relent, thrusting his right hand into the crack in the skeleton's skull, reaching for the soul fire within. At this point, the skeleton finally showed some fear, its jaw clattering as if begging for mercy. It was too late, it had no means to resist. Yang Yi grasped the soul fire. It wasn't hot, but rather warm. The skeleton's reaction was intense. Its whole body trembled and scattered, becoming a pile of ordinary bones as the soul fire extinguished. Was the skeleton dead for sure? Not necessarily. After being tricked by the drowned revenant, Yang Yi became much more cautious. He grabbed the skeleton's skull and placed it on the ship's railing. He strongly suspected the skeleton wasn't dead, even though he could now view its information. Name, the captain's remains. Description, he was once a captain who loved fishing until he caught. Can be used in the monster vending machine. 2 minutes later, as expected, the eerie green light reappeared inside the skull. Without hesitation, Yang Yi fired the gun. Bang! Flames erupted, the gunshot shrill. The skull was blasted into fragments by the flintlock. The gunshot is strange, your sanity decreases by 1. Looks like subduing or killing monsters allows you to obtain their information. But what exactly was this monster vending machine? Yang Yi had never seen it, and there wasn't one on the ship. To be safe, it was best if he kept the monster's corpses. Yang Yi threw them into the cabin and took the skeleton's arm and thigh bones. After all, there might still be headless skeleton soldiers. Yang Yi had seen them in games before. It was better to separate some parts of the body. Having learned his lesson, Yang Yi seemed to have grown 100 times more vigilant. After simply treating his wounds with some cloth, he returned to the captain's cabin. At the same time, he checked his own status. Name, Yang Yi. Status, injured. On the humanoid diagram, both legs and the left shoulder are yellow. Sanity, 24/100. Energy, 21/100. Vitality, 82/100. No wonder he was exhausted, his energy was so low. Yang Yi opened the world chat channel and typed a line casually. Remember to lock your doors when you sleep tonight. Someone quickly responded. Boss, what happened? Did you encounter a siren? Whoa, did you kill it? Is it hard to fight? Does it drop loot? Yang Yi replied in a bad mood. No, just pure torment. He ignored the rest of the replies, closed the world channel, lied down on the bed, and placed the skeleton's thigh bone under the mattress as a pillow. At the same time, he kept the gun within arm's reach. Last night was too dangerous. Any mistake could have led to his doom. Tomorrow, he He planned to set up some sound traps to serve as an early warning. If he could detect things beforehand, many dangers could be avoided. As he pondered, he tried to fall asleep. But until dawn came, he didn't manage to rest. Notes. Brook, simply right arrow curving left. Yang Yi barely slept in the latter half of the night. When daylight broke, he decided to get up, tossing the rotten bones he'd been using as a makeshift pillow under the bed. After all this time, the captain's skeleton should be truly dead. Yang Yi seemed like a different person. His face was pale, with deep, dark circles under his bloodshot eyes. As soon as he stepped out of the captain's cabin, he noticed something new on the deck. A statue? It was a cartoonish octopus monster with wings on its back, crouching on a stone. What is this? He wondered aloud, and then a notification popped up in his log. Last night, 13,000 people successfully defeated monsters, with one person even achieving an impressive double kill. Based on your achievements, the system will reward you with a special talent. Additionally, the monster vending machine is now available. You can insert monster corpses or body parts into the machine to receive rewards. The bodies will be automatically collected. Be careful, don't throw in garbage or live creatures, or you'll anger the machine. The world chat immediately exploded with excitement. There are monsters in this world? What do they look like? Has anyone seen one? Free me, I'll give you anything you want. There's a talent reward? I missed out. A skeleton monster knocked on my door last night, but I didn't open it. If I had known, I would have taken the risk. If you had opened it, you might have been dead. Monster vending machine? Did anyone find this thing? I found mine on the deck. It's a giant cat face, pretty cute, actually. Mine's in the cabin, looks like a cartoon robot. Mine's a clown, freaked me out. It's in the captain's room. Are they all different for everyone? Yang Yi turned to look at his own vending machine, a cartoonish octopus monster with a wide-open mouth and tentacles around its lips, seemingly begging to be fed. Reward issued, you have obtained the talent? Unlock conditions, attempts, 0/3. What is this? It needed to be unlocked? Yang Yi checked the world chat again. Others were also asking about the talents that required unlocking. Each person's unlocking condition was different, with some requiring thousands and others a few dozen. He only needed 3 attempts, which was one of the lowest. Soon, someone figured out the unlocking conditions, which were usually simple tasks. My unlock condition is walking. I need to walk 100,000 steps. So frustrating. That's nothing. Mine is to breathe 3 million times, totally random. At least you have a goal. Mine is 0/100 with no clue what to do. Maybe you just need to survive 100 days. This system. If you don't want to give us talents, just don't give them. Yang Yi glanced at his 0/3, shook his head, and decided to leave it to fate. He walked into the cabin, intending to trade the monster corpses for vending prizes. The captain's skeleton couldn't be used since it was unique, so he only took the severed hand of the drowned revenant and tossed it into the octopus vending machine. 1. As soon as he did, the machine's eyes lit up with a red glow, and the tentacles around its mouth started to change colors. Yang Yi turned the dial on its chest, hearing the sound of vending balls clashing inside. The atmosphere was intense. Such dark humor. Yang Yi commented. Soon, a glowing orb rolled out. When Yang Yi picked it up, it transformed into a bottle of eerie blue liquid. Name, Resentment of the Drowned. Type, Consumable. Quality, Good. Description, Upon consumption, sanity -20. For 1 minute, you will be perceived as a drowned revenant and will not be attacked by lower-level monsters. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. This could be a useful tool for survival. In similar games, such items would be quite valuable. The world chat was also buzzing, with people showing off their vending rewards. I got a token. Name, Palebone Token. Type, Relic. Quality, Excellent. Description, Summons a skeleton to fight for you for 15 minutes. After that, it will lose control and turn on the summoner. Upon death, its body will disappear. Cooldown, 24 hours. Make sure you can defeat the skeleton before using it. That's strong? Sell it to me, I'll pay $1 billion. $1 billion is useless here, we need shell coins, and there's no trading system unless we meet up in person. How about my dagger? Name, Serrated Dagger. Type, Treasure. Quality, Excellent. Description, a short, sharp dagger with a comfortable grip, capable of causing minor damage regardless of its length. Its only downside is that it's short. Alright, we get it, your knife is short. I wouldn't buy that weapon, too embarrassing. Many people showed off their vending prizes, most being good quality and not excellent. Overall, relics were more effective than treasures, but they often came with sanity loss risks and potential side effects. Yang Yi's rusty flintlock could deal moderate harm, whereas most excellent weapons could only cause minor damage. His weapon was far superior, despite its limitations: a single shot per minute, potential misfires, and sanity reduction. It seemed like a balancing mechanism. Yang Yi shifted his focus and gulped down half a long-legged sardine. He was starving, and after last night's ordeal, his concerns had significantly diminished. To survive, these things didn't matter. Eating the long-legged sardine has reduced your sanity by 2 points. The fish had started to go bad but hadn't yet rotted. It provided some energy and a small amount of water. After finishing the sardine, Yang Yi felt somewhat satiated and checked his status. After resting overnight, his energy and sanity had gone up, but due to nightmares and insomnia, the recovery was minimal. The wounds hadn't healed well, and he wasn't sure if they were infected either. Name, Yang Yi. Status, injured. The human figure diagram shows the wounded areas in yellow. Sanity, 74/100. Energy, 52/100. Vitality, 83/100. He headed to the cabin. Today's top priority was to make noise traps. These monsters weren't very intelligent, so the traps didn't need to be too hidden. He just needed to use basic crafting skills to create some long ropes, drill big holes in thin wooden pieces, and string them together. The wooden pieces were easy to obtain and could be shaped into any cubic form, with one unit roughly equal to a cubic decimeter of wood. After stringing the wooden pieces together and tying knots to separate them, he hung them in the passageway in front of the captain's cabin and on the door. Yang Yi tested it. The sound difference between wind movement and a person bumping into it was quite noticeable, providing some level of early warning. By the time he finished, the morning had passed, and the wood and fabric he had previously salvaged were all used up. Yang Yi wasn't in a hurry to gather more resources. The immediate concern was freshwater. He needed to fish more and keep an eye out for floating supplies, hoping to find a treasure chest. As he was thinking this, Yang Yi suddenly felt something was wrong. His body felt hot, his face was burning, and his stomach ached. He immediately became alert and checked his status again. Name, Yang Yi. Status, injured/infected with corpse poison, mild/food poisoning, mild, diarrhea. The entire body has turned yellow, with the wounded areas in a darker shade. Damn it. The worst case scenario had happened. He was infected with corpse poison from the drowned revenant. Out here on the open sea, he had no medicine. Notes. The name has changed as per the raw text, only for Yang Yi, simply right arrow curving left. Today's weather, sunny day, perfect for fishing and casting nets. Location, Sea of Origin. Daylight remaining, 8 hours. Temperature, 15-25 degrees C. Wind strength, level 1. Yang Yi was desperately fishing. He urgently needed not only freshwater but also medical supplies, both of which could be obtained through fishing. Yang Yi checked the World Channel and found that someone had previously caught a bandage of common quality, which had rapid healing and anti-inflammatory effects. Although the bandage wouldn't significantly help his current injuries, other medical supplies had to exist as well. He had to make the most of his time fishing. You fished up a piece of rotten wood. You fished up a long-legged sardine. You fished up a long-legged sardine. You fished up a piece of rotten cloth. FXXK. Yang Yi cursed as he grabbed a long-legged sardine, bit off its head, and swallowed it whole. He recalled that a survival expert once mentioned that everything except the head was edible. Yang Yi was starving, so he ate the fish as soon as he caught it. As for the fact that eating raw long-legged sardines would reduce his sanity, that was the least of his concerns at the moment. He was on the brink of starvation. How could he be fussy? When you're desperate from hunger, anything goes. After eating a few, Yang Yi made a new discovery. Sanity reduction from eating the same type of fish repeatedly seemed to decrease over time. Initially, eating a long-legged sardine would lower his sanity by 2 points, but now it mostly dropped by 1. It seemed that after eating enough of these fish, he'd eventually get used to it and stop losing any sanity. Moreover, his mental experience points were rapidly increasing. The growth of his mental state seemed to be related to the stimuli that reduced his sanity. After 2 more hours of fishing, Yang Yi's condition worsened. His wounds became unbearably itchy, but he resisted scratching to avoid further infection. Meanwhile, due to diarrhea, he had lost a significant amount of water and electrolytes. Adding to that, his fever had caused his vision to blur, leaving him feeling increasingly dizzy and lightheaded. Status, injured/infected with corpse poison, moderate, fever/food poisoning, mild, diarrhea. Just a little longer, I have to catch some life-saving medicine. Yang Yi forced himself to continue fishing, finally pulling up something he hadn't seen before. You fished up an eyeball fish. It was a fish with a single eye, about the size of a fist, which blinked occasionally. Name, eyeball fish. Description, it is a type of fish that comes from the abyss. Despite its eerie appearance, it tastes sweet. It replenishes vitamins, electrolytes, and water. Without hesitation, Yang Yi bit into it, causing black fluid to squirt out. The eyeball fish trembled slightly in his hand. Your sanity decreased by 2. Creepiness aside, the fish tasted far better than the sardines. The flesh inside was slightly sweet, and Yang Yi devoured it completely. After the delicious 1 meal, Yang Yi felt refreshed. His diarrhea nearly stopped, but the corpse poison infection persisted. Could it be that fishing wouldn't yield any antidotes for the poison? Impossible? A fisherman can catch anything? But even after fishing all night, Yang Yi hadn't caught medical supplies. He did, however, catch a bottle of freshwater. His total haul was eyeball fish x2, long-legged sardine x8, wood x10, cloth x9, cystic pufferfish x1, freshwater 1.5 liter. Everything else Yang Yi caught had already been consumed. The 1.5 L of freshwater, equivalent to 1 unit, could be stored in the cabin, but required a container when taken out. The cabin wasn't a physical concept. It stored resources like wood, cloth, freshwater, and steel as invisible data that could be retrieved when needed. Yang Yi, parched, had already downed 1/3 of a bottle of water. He had to conserve what remained, as it was a rare resource. During nightfall, Yang Yi didn't dare linger on the deck. He ended his fishing session and returned to the captain's cabin. As usual, he simply placed the flintlock gun by his side and lay down on the bed to sleep. The fever and infected wounds tormented him relentlessly. It was destined to be another sleepless night, especially with the gnarly nightmares. Unable to sleep, Yang Yi opened the chat channel, still bustling despite the time. However, those who paid close attention would notice the channel no longer displayed the same number of online users as before. The dead don't speak, they vanish without a trace. I just made 2 spears. If a skeleton dares to come tonight, I'll make it explode into coins. Bro, have you ever played games before? Don't you know skeletons have natural resistance to piercing? You'd be better off punching it. Taking orders for steel, I still need 982 units. DM me for details. Ironhead, you're still alive. Hell yeah, even if you all die, I won't. How do you outrun the black mist with a speed of only 5 knots? Give me steel, and I'll tell you. Screw you, I don't want to know. At the rear of all the vessels, an ironclad warship was desperately fleeing. Not far behind it, the black mist advanced at 10 knots. The sea beneath was teeming with fish, all fleeing from the black mist in terror. A chubby Chinese man stood on the bridge, unshaven, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth and his hand on the ship's wheel. 2. Despite his arrogant and carefree attitude in chat, he truthfully was scared to death. Any slight misstep could cost him his life. Chattering nonsense was one of the few ways he could relieve his stress. His ship was well supplied, with unlimited ammo and incredible durability. The only drawback was its slow speed, making it likely to be overtaken by the black mist. Unfortunately, he had started the game close to it. He luckily had a giant whaling harpoon on board, a weapon designed to pierce and lodge into massive marine creatures, making it difficult to remove. He was now on the lookout for his next target, a fast-swimming, large creature to hitch a ride with and boost his ship's speed. Damn it, can't these stupid fish last a bit longer? They have such poor stamina. He grumbled as he retracted the harpoon and aimed at his next target, trying to pick a fast and big one. This method had allowed him to survive this far, but left him with only 3 hours of sleep. The rest of the time was spent searching for targets. After all, these giant fish also bled, tired out, and eventually died. As for any creature foolish enough to attack his ship, he would teach them what firepower suppression and civilized cannons meant. The following day, Yang Yi woke up with difficulty, his head throbbing. He wasn't sure when he had fallen asleep, but he knew he had dreamt of ominous things that left him nauseous. This ship was in worse shape than he had anticipated. Without other means to restore his energy, his efficiency in the game would drop significantly with every passing second. Even if he had rested the entire night, his energy had only recovered by 30 points. Meanwhile, the corpse poison infection had worsened. His wounds were no longer itchy but had a faint stabbing pain, which was not a good sign. Moreover, they emitted a nauseating stench, like the odor of a long-dead fish, or the smell of the drowned revenant. Human immunity was no match for this type of poison. His attributes, including strength, agility, and constitution, had all decreased by 2, placing him in a weakened state. But Yang Yi did not despair. He had experienced worse, being bedridden for 5 years. He stepped out of the captain's cabin, entered the ship's hold, and ate 2 eyeball fish and several long-legged sardines for breakfast before resuming his fishing. Luck was on his side that day 3, as his first catch was an eyeball fish. You fished up an eyeball fish. You fished up a long-legged sardine. You fished up a piece of rotten wood. You fished up. Suddenly, Yang Yi's vision went black, and he collapsed onto the deck, falling unconscious. Notes. You will never catch me eating one of those cyclops-type of creatures. Simply right arrow curving left. Oh la la, simply right arrow curving left. Luck. Simply right arrow curving left. System notification. Congratulations to all players for surviving the 5th day. The trading system is now officially open. Please refer to the log for details. A strange voice echoed in Yang Yi's mind as he slowly regained consciousness. 5th. Have I been unconscious for more than 2 days? Yang Yi felt as if his limbs were filled with lead. His entire body was cold, his lips were cracked, and his throat was on fire. He immediately checked his status. Status, severe injury/corpse poison infection, severe, his entire body has turned red. Sanity, 100/100. Energy, 23/100. Health, 14/100, below 100, injured, below 50, moderately injured, below 30, severely injured, below 10, critical condition, in critical condition, further attacks may lead to instant death. Yang Yi was already on the brink of death. Struggling to get up, he felt a dire need for water. He decided to eat something to replenish his fluids and then check the trading channel to see if he could buy any life-saving medicine. But just as he rose, he noticed a ship docked alongside him. It was a pirate ship, flying a skull flag, over 20 meters long, with 2 grappling hooks securing it to his ship, the Nightmare. A narrow wooden plank had been placed between the 2 ships, forming a makeshift bridge. Not good. Yang Yi was instantly alert, but it was too late. An arrow flew towards him, striking his left arm with such force that it pierced straight through. That one hit reduced Yang Yi's health by 9 points, pushing him into a critical state. He immediately collapsed, hiding below the ship's railing. Moments later, he heard movement on the wooden plank between the 2 ships. Someone was crossing it. They were likely coming to confirm whether Yang Yi was dead or alive. The arrow hadn't been fatal, as it missed all vital organs. But Yang Yi had fallen quickly, so the assailant might not have seen clearly. Due to certain rules, the intruder couldn't directly board the nightmare. So, they had been waiting for Yang Yi, the ship's owner, to show up so they could kill him and claim the ship. Yang Yi quickly pieced together what had happened, his eyes gleaming with resolve. If you want to kill me, then you must be prepared to be killed, without any complaints. He made up his mind. Although his left arm was injured, it wasn't too painful. His right arm was still functional, allowing him to aim and pull the trigger. So, he gripped the flintlock pistol, secretly disabling the landing restrictions. He was quite certain the assailant didn't have powerful cannons, otherwise, they would have already blown the ship to pieces. As the man boarded the ship, the first thing he noticed was a body lying on the deck. The body looked ghastly, with bloodshot eyes and pale skin, exuding a nauseating stench of decay, caused by the corpse poison. What was even more terrifying was that this corpse was holding a large-caliber flintlock pistol, its black barrel aimed directly at him. Don't move. If you try to draw your bow or make any aggressive moves, I'll blow your head off right now, Yang Yi threatened, slowly sitting up from the ground. The intruder, now staring down the barrel of the gun, dared not make a move. In reality, Yang Yi was also hesitant to fire. After all, the gun was most threatening when it wasn't fired. If he pulled the trigger, two things could happen, a misfire or a gunshot. If it misfired, Yang Yi would be as good as dead. If the gun fired, the intruder would likely be blasted to pieces by the powerful flintlock. Drop your weapons on the ground, and don't make any sudden movements. Yang Yi's voice was low and hoarse, yet full of authority. The intruder hesitated, unsure whether to comply. Yang Yi, seemingly unbothered, stood up, a strong stench of decay wafting from his body, making anyone around him nauseous. His left arm still had an arrow lodged in it, but he acted as if nothing were wrong. Without blinking, he reached into his clothes with his left hand and pulled out a large eyeball, taking a bite. The eyeball quivered, as if pleading for mercy. But Yang Yi was too thirsty to care, devouring it in 3 bites. Black, sticky liquid dripped from his mouth. The intruder was paralyzed with fear. Due to the shock, your sanity has decreased by 10 points. Looking down, he noticed some rotten, long-legged sardines on the deck, along with a bloated, rotting pufferfish, and several decapitated sardine heads. You have encountered some unidentified creatures with signs of consumption. Your sanity has decreased by 7 points. Realizing this was a ghost ship, the intruder nearly lost his mind. With a scream, he threw down his weapon and fled. Yang Yi aimed carefully, waiting until the man had taken a few steps before pulling the trigger. Click! The gun misfired, making only a small sound. The intruder, with his back to Yang Yi, didn't even notice. Yang Yi quickly picked up the bow and arrows the intruder had dropped. Name: Pirate Longbow. Type: Treasure. Quality: Fine. Description: Slightly increases archery accuracy and reduces the strength needed to draw the string. A pirate's good companion. Without hesitation, Yang Yi dipped an arrowhead into the bloated pufferfish and then drew the bow. Whoosh! The arrow flew. Yang Yi was too weak to fully draw the bowstring, and his aim was poor. But the ships were only 3 or 4 meters apart, so he still managed to hit the target, striking the intruder in the thigh, though the wound was shallow. In truth, Yang Yi had aimed for his chest. But hitting something was good enough. The intruder pulled out the arrow and continued to flee towards the ship's bow, trying to escape. Yang Yi had no intention of giving chase. Instead, he lay back down. He was in terrible shape. If the intruder had counterattacked, things could have gone very badly. Fortunately, the intruder was too terrified, and he quickly boarded his ship and sailed away. Only when the sound of the departing ship faded did Yang Yi force himself to get up. He now looked like a zombie, and in fact, he was indeed at risk of turning into one. He didn't feel any pain, his wounds weren't bleeding, but he was dizzy, and his body felt sluggish. He entered the cabin, drank some water, and simply consumed all the eyeball fruit he had, regaining a bit of strength before looking out at the sea. The other ship was already a black dot on the horizon. Yang Yi steered the nightmare to follow from a distance. He was waiting for the poison to take effect. After all, the bloated pufferfish was highly toxic, likely contaminated by the abyss. Pufferfish toxin was notoriously lethal. After about 15 minutes, he caught up with the ship. Then, he used grappling hooks to secure the other ship, and after approaching, he laid down the wooden plank again. It must be said that Yang Yi was in such poor condition that just moving the plank required several rests. Once aboard the pirate ship, Yang Yi, holding his flintlock pistol, cautiously approached the deck. The intruder appeared dead, lying motionless on the ground. However, it could have been a trick, meant to lower Yang Yi's guard. He might have had an antidote. Yang Yi remained vigilant, keeping a safe distance of 4 or 5 meters before aiming at the man's head and pulling the trigger. Click! Another misfire. The weapon was truly unreliable. But Yang Yi was patient. A minute later, bang! The intruder's head exploded into a mess. Only then did Yang Yi cautiously approach. Once bitten, twice shy. After being deceived by the drowned, Yang Yi had become much more cautious. He searched the intruder's body and found a glowing orb. You have obtained seashell coins 400. This was probably the intruder's money. The pirate outfit he wore was also a valuable item. Name: bloodstained luxurious pirate outfit. Type: relic. Quality: fine. Description: this outfit belonged to a self-important fool. Agility +1, wearing it will cause a gradual decrease in sanity, though those with a spirit of 8 or higher can resist this effect. The intruder likely had low sanity, and may have even gone mad. Yang Yi kept the outfit, intending to loot the pirate ship. But then he noticed, the conditions to unlock his mysterious skill had changed from 0/3 to 1/3. Could it be that killing people is the key to unlocking it? He wasn't sure, as he didn't know exactly when the progress had changed. It was the first time he killed someone, yet he didn't feel much psychological burden. It might have been due to his high spirit and high tolerance. He changed into the pirate outfit and headed towards the pirate ship's cabin. Your outfit feels chilly, your sanity decreases by 5. As for the debuff of continuously losing sanity, Yang Yi, with his high spirit, could almost ignore it. He entered the cabin and immediately received information about the ship. It was special. Pirate ship, level 1, durability 1000/1000, capacity 800 units, speed 45 knots. Ship abilities. Extra claws. This ship has 2 claws on each side, which can grab objects or even other ships. Pirate assault, increases speed by 25% for 15 minutes. Description: the skull flag is the soul of this ship. Strive to become the pirate king. 1. Wanting to take advantage of this opportunity, Yang Yi tried to switch ships, but after searching the logs for a long time, he couldn't find the relevant function. It seemed that ships couldn't be switched. In truth, Yang Yi had no intention of switching. The ship was good, with 4 additional claws that, if used skillfully, could greatly improve the efficiency of resource acquisition, but it simply couldn't compare to the nightmare. The premonition effect the nightmare had was much rarer than claws. Yang Yi searched all the rooms in the cabin and unexpectedly found a female corpse. She was completely naked and had likely suffered considerable abuse before her death. One of her plump thighs was missing, and clear strangulation bruises marked her neck. The bloodstains were also fresh, indicating she had died not long before. So, Yang Yi was probably intended to be the second victim. The first one was already dead. You are thinking about the missing thigh, your sanity decreases by 2. Yang Yi frowned. The sanity level of the ship's previous owner was probably even lower than Yang Yi had imagined, and their mental state was quite worrying. He started to examine the supplies he found. This included 2 hard loaves of black bread, enough to provide 2 days of calories, 5 liters of fresh water, 125 units of wood, and 98 units of cloth. System notice: you have successfully occupied an ownerless ship. You can choose to dismantle the ship, and the materials will be transferred to your cabin. Ensure your ship has enough capacity. Otherwise, the excess materials will sink into the sea. By dismantling, you will receive 100 units of wood, 50 units of cloth, and a blueprint for the pirate ship. Blueprints are only obtained by dismantling special ships. Each ship can only be modified once using a blueprint, so choose wisely. This prompt only appears when you first occupy a ship. No wonder this ship had so much wood, the previous owner must have dismantled an ordinary ship. He checked the nightmare and saw its capacity was small, only 400 units. Capacity, 25/400. Wood 14, cloth 10, freshwater *1L, less than 1L is counted as 1L. Only materials took up ship capacity. Other items, like weapons, could be placed wherever, even on the deck. As for whether the ship would be overloaded with too many items, that was something to test further ahead. Yang Yi quickly calculated. After dismantling the ship, he would have just enough space for all the materials, which in turn would be enough to upgrade his ship to level 2. It was quite a find. He searched again and, after confirming nothing valuable remained, returned to the nightmare, now holding a dozen simple arrows. Then, using the log, Yang Yi confirmed the dismantling of the pirate ship. Immediately, the ship broke down into pieces right before his eyes and was absorbed into the nightmare's cabin. He now had enough resources to upgrade his ship to level 2. But before that, he had something more urgent to do: purchase medical supplies through the trading system. If he upgraded the ship and ended up without the right amount of resources to buy medicine, he'd be in trouble. Yang Yi immediately opened the chat channel and started looking. Selling first aid bandages, 10 shell coins, 5 left. Name: first aid bandage. Type: consumable. Quality: common. Description: clean bandages that are good for stopping bleeding and preventing wound infection. Rum can also be used as a disinfectant, 30 shell coins a bottle, only 1 left. Selling balloons, you know what they're for. Yang Yi quickly browsed. The trading system was just starting, and most people had limited shell coins, so prices were unstandardized, with everyone setting prices based on their own judgment. Bartering was common, and some people didn't even accept shell coins, preferring to trade goods directly for security. Few people were selling resources. Currently, wood and cloth were considered the hard currency in trading, more popular than shell coins. Selling salt, 100 shell coins per pack. Name: sacred salt. Type: consumable. Quality: good. Description: can remove minor curses and, when sprinkled, ward off evil. Of course, you can also eat it. This wasn't what he needed either. He continued to scroll and finally found what he had been looking for, a high-quality item. Limited time sale of holy water, DM for details. Name: holy water. Type: consumable. Quality: high. Description: blessed pure water, can be taken internally, used externally, or thrown as a weapon. When facing demonic entities, you can never have too much holy water. It can heal various poisons and curses, speed up wound healing, and slightly restore energy. That was it? Yang Yi checked the items he could use for trade. These included the Wraith's Resentment, a pirate longbow, a rusted flintlock pistol, a blood-stained pirate outfit, a barnacle-covered fishing rod, the pirate ship blueprint, various resources, and 500 shell coins. If possible, he wanted to keep the weapons, pirate outfit, fishing rod, and enough resources to upgrade his ship to level 2. The pirate ship blueprint could be traded, but it was likely very valuable and not suitable for sale right now. After some thought, Yang Yi sent a private message to the seller, before adding a friend. Everyone was anonymous by default, players could choose to display their real name or ship name. Yang Yi, how much? A minute later, the other party replied, seemingly busy with many people contacting them. Anonymous, I need a lot of cloth, as well as survival items, equipment, freshwater, and food. Any of these will do. Yang Yi frowned. Having the power to set the price actually put him in a passive position. If he offered too little, the seller might think he was messing around. If he offered too much, he would take a big loss. But with his life on the line, Yang Yi didn't have time to haggle and immediately offered the highest price he was willing to accept. Yang Yi, Wraith's Resentment, check the attributes yourself. It's a high-quality survival item. Plus 400 shell coins, 30 units of wood, 58 units of cloth, 1 loaf of black bread, and 4 liters of freshwater. He attached the attributes of Wraith's Resentment. After sending it, he waited for a response. This time, the reply came quickly, just 10 seconds later. Are you seriously injured? Yang Yi frowned after reading the message. It seemed that the high price he offered had alerted the seller that he was in urgent need of medical supplies. If the seller tried to raise the price, Yang Yi wouldn't hesitate to find another one. After all, holy water wasn't unique. Fortunately, the situation didn't turn out that way. Instead, a friend request arrived. Captain of the Radiant Goddess, Zhou Dai, requests to add you as a friend. Yang Yi immediately accepted, and several messages followed. You've offered a fair price, others were just messing around. I'll sell it to you. You seem quite injured, so 1 bottle might not be enough, so I'll give you 2 bottles as a welcome gift. My ship can produce holy water, so we can work together long-term, hehe. May the radiance bless you. Yang Yi was stunned after reading the message. He hadn't expected the trade to go so smoothly. It seemed the seller also greatly needed survival items like Wraith's Resentment, which could save lives when facing demonic entities. Moreover, she wasn't a profiteering merchant, on the contrary, she seemed a bit kind-hearted. On the other side, aboard the Radiant Goddess, it was a pure white, 3-mast ship made of sturdy white oak, looking incredibly sacred. Captain Zhou Dai had golden hair, blue eyes, and a tall, voluptuous figure. She had a delicate Asian face, so was probably of mixed race. She was in a special room on the ship called the Prayer Chamber, where a statue of the Radiant Goddess was located. Currently, the ship was only level 1, and the Prayer Chamber could only produce holy water. However, Zhou Dai had a significant problem. Sea spirits frequently visited the Radiant Goddess, especially at night. As a result, she could only hide in the chamber. So, life-saving items like Wraith's Resentment were something she could never have too many of. As long as it gave her time, not much was needed, just enough to hide in the prayer chamber. Notes. Can't be more of a one-piece reference than this simply right arrow curving left. The trade was almost complete. All that was left was to confirm the details in the log and throw the traded items into the monster vending machine. Next, they would get transported to the other party's ship. There was no need to worry about the other party breaching the contract. The vending machine guaranteed the trade's completion. Yang Yi threw in the agreed-upon trade items. As for the materials, the system directly deducted them from the ship's hold. Before long, the octopus vending machine spat out 2 bottles of holy water. These were pure, colorless liquids contained in reagent bottles. Yang Yi opened one bottle, sniffed it, and found no smell. He then drank it in one gulp. Immediately, he felt as if his body was on fire, a scorching pain searing through him, even emitting a burnt smell. At the same time, his mental state improved significantly, and he felt refreshed. It's effective. Yang Yi was overflowing with joy and checked his status. The corpse poison infection had downgraded to moderate, and his health began to slowly recover. He drank the second bottle to consolidate the treatment. Afterwards, he spent 50 shell coins to buy 5 emergency bandages. These seemed to be made of cloth, and since Yang Yi didn't have the recipe, he had to buy them. He pulled out the arrow from his left arm, the intense pain making him grit his teeth. But the pain was a good sign. It indicated the corpse poison had lessened. After cleaning the wound with a small amount of fresh water, Yang Yi bandaged himself and then checked his status panel again. Name, Yang Yi. Status, injured/corpse poison infection, mild, improving. A human figure appears, colored light yellow, with the wounded areas slightly darker. Sanity, 93/100. Energy, 35/100. Health, 19/100, slowly recovering. He exhaled deeply. Finally, he was alive again. The remaining materials could be used to upgrade the nightmare. Materials are sufficient. Do you want to upgrade? He decisively chose to upgrade and clicked to confirm. The nightmare emitted a queer green light, as if ghosts were floating around the ship, and the hull began to expand. Upgrade complete. The nightmare has been upgraded to a Tier 3 ship. You can check the specific changes in the ship interface. Sailing announcement, the number of Tier 3 ships has exceeded 10,000. A new change will occur. In 3 days, an unprecedented storm will hit the sea area. Please prepare accordingly. As soon as the announcement was made, the chat channel exploded. 10,000 tier 3 ships. Damn, I'm still short of 8 pieces of wood. Anyone selling wood? Guys, can anyone explain? I'm in the game world now, but it's still so competitive. Buying wood and cloth at high prices, message me if you're selling. A wave of upgrading swept through the channel, and the prices of wood and cloth skyrocketed. However, those who suffered the most were those with special ships that required additional materials to upgrade. Ironhead, trading fish meat for steel. Message me if you're interested. Fresh fish is available in large quantities. Don't buy from him, his fish has a gunpowder taste, it's disgusting. I only guarantee it's freshly killed and sold. Anyone got a low-tier wind essence? Price is negotiable. The speaker was from the Swift Wind, and Yang Yi had him as a friend, so the channel was no longer anonymous. Organic cucumbers, organic cabbage, organic apples, and organic bananas rich in vitamins and water. You know the deal. Also buying seeds at high prices. 1. Where did you get vegetables and fruits? Can your ship grow crops? Smart guess, you got it. He then attached his ship's information. Farmer, Tier 1, durability, 600/600, capacity, 1000 units, speed, 25 knots. Ship skill, efficient planting, the ship has farmland. The harvest time varies depending on the seeds. Description, farmer? No, now you're called dad. Yang Yi was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected a ship that could grow crops. This really was incredible wealth. Every special ship had its own unique advantages. Yang Yi glanced at the blueprint in his hand. This thing must be a treasure. Name, pirate ship blueprint. Type, blueprint. Quality, special. Description, it can transform your ship into a pirate ship, giving it greater speed, more grappling hooks, and even cannons. Yang Yi hadn't seen any cannons on the pirate ship yet, so they were probably something that could only be added after upgrading. And as he suspected, using the blueprint didn't consume materials. This meant using the blueprint on a high-tier plank ship would result in significant savings. For example, a Tier 3 plank ship using the blueprint would turn into a Tier 3 special ship, saving a lot of upgrade materials. The higher the tier, the more you'd save, so this blueprint wouldn't lose its value even in the later stages. He then checked his ship interface. Nightmare, Tier 3, durability, 600/600, capacity, 1000 units, speed, 50 knots. Ship skills, Nightmare, sleep quality on the ship is extremely poor, causing nightmares, with energy recovery efficiency reduced by 75%. The Angler's Curse, normal fish are rare on this ship, but the chances of encountering abnormal things are increased. Description, the ship has grown bigger, but it can't change its dilapidated state. The ship's durability had doubled, but it was still low and couldn't withstand much damage. The ship's length had increased to around 30 meters, with a skull chained to the bow, likely the remains of the previous captain. There was also a new expandable room in the cabin with 3 upgrade options. Extra cargo hold, increases ship capacity by 100%, requires 300 units of wood. Ancient War Room, provides 2 waterlogged cannons for attack, requires 200 units of wood, 10 units of steel, and 10 units of sulfur. Great Statue, can intimidate passing ships, causing panic, requires 300 units of wood, 300 units of cloth, and the corpse of an otherworldly creature. After some thought, Yang Yi decided to aim for the Ancient War Room. Nothing made him feel safer than cannons. Naval combat was impossible without cannons. His current supplies were as follows. Capacity, 102/1000. Wood x39, cloth x58, fresh water x5L. Steel and sulfur were likely advanced resources that he hadn't encountered yet. The upgrade interface for Tier 3 ships wasn't available yet, probably because it required completing the expansion first. After sorting everything out, Yang Yi started fishing. He still needed to prepare more food. Behind the Nightmare, several nautical miles away, there was a unique ship, about 20 meters long, with a massive crystal ball over 3 meters in diameter on it. Astrologer, Tier 1, durability, 500/500, capacity, 800 units, speed, 50 knots. Ship skills, astrology, displays the sea chart for 1 nautical mile around, showing ship names. Scrying, displays an image of a selected ship on the sea chart, but cannot view islands. Limited to 1 target per day. Description, just because you can see the map doesn't mean you're cheating. The captain was a beautiful woman with black hair and brown skin, her eyes a rare red color. She had noticed the Nightmare earlier. After all, it was unusual for 2 ships to be neck and neck. Later, there was a change. The pirate ship's icon suddenly disappeared from the sea chart. Was it taken down? The woman stared at the crystal ball, now the size of a palm, which displayed a sea chart of the surrounding area, including ship names. She manipulated it and used the scrying skill to view the Nightmare's image. She saw Yang Yi on the ship, fishing. A long-legged sardine was caught, and before it could hit the deck, it went straight into Yang Yi's mouth. The woman's red eyes widened in shock, filled with disbelief. Not long after, he caught an eyeball, which was also eaten. Finally, a bloated puffer fish was caught, which Yang Yi discarded in disgust. But when the woman saw this highly toxic fish, her eyes lit up. How did he catch these treasures? She wondered with envy. She didn't lose any sanity but became even more curious because she had a special talent. Talent, which is bloodline, you crave knowledge. Your red eyes are your mark and your curse. Spirit +2. You have a much higher resistance to strange creatures and phenomena. But remember, those who touch the forbidden will be hunted by the holy light and burned by sacred fire. Notes. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots continued, each sounding slightly different. Yang Yi was practicing his shooting skills. Since the flintlock rifle was unreliable, he needed to improve his accuracy to make up for its shortcomings. A piece of wood was hanging from the stern of the ship, and Yang Yi stood at the bow, taking shots at it. There was a minute between each shot, and even if the gun misfired, it didn't matter, it was just practice. Beside him, a fishing rod was set up, and he occasionally glanced at the sea to check if he'd caught anything. By the end of the morning, he had only hit the target a dozen times. He was still far from being a sharpshooter. Yang Yi ate a long-legged sardine. By now, he had gotten used to it and found the sardine's taste to be quite good, especially its 4 long legs, which were crispy and tasted like chicken. One more day, and the storm the system warned about would arrive. Yang Yi had stored 10 eyeball fish, 1 loaf of black bread, 6 liters of fresh water, and a dozen long-legged sardines. During this time, he had even caught a big fish, half a meter long. Name, red-lipped eel. Type, food. Description, a top-quality fiery red lip, but unfortunately, it's on a fish. Want to have a passionate kiss with it? Abyssal species, edible, non-toxic, with tender fish lips. When this fish first appeared, it gave him quite a scare. Eating this fish raw would mean biting into those fiery red lips, something Yang Yi found a bit hard to stomach, unless he was really starving. Looking at the fish's stark cherry-colored lips, Yang Yi remembered the nightmare he had the previous night. The memory was still freshly ingrained in his mind. In the dream, a red-eyed woman pointed a gun at his head. Those vibrant eyes filled him with dread. You feel a chill in your heart. Sanity decreases by 8. The gun in the woman's hand was one Yang Yi recognized it was his own flintlock rifle, though how it ended up in her hands, he didn't know. Just thinking about it gave him chills. Because of this, Yang Yi hadn't slept well again, and now he was sporting thick, dark circles under his eyes. Fortunately, the corpse poison in his body had been cured, his wounds were nearly healed, and his health was at 76. However, his energy recovery was too slow. After a night's sleep, he only recovered about 30 energy points, which severely limited his daytime activities. This couldn't go on. He needed to find a way to quickly recover his energy to offset this drawback. Holy water, for example, could restore energy, but it was too expensive and not that effective. As he pondered, he suddenly received an anonymous message. Look to the upper right, there's an island there. Who are you? Yang Yi replied, but there was no further response. In this world, to contact someone privately, you at least need to know their ship's name. If it wasn't a special ship, you'd also need to know the person's name. But Yang Yi had never revealed his information. How did this person know? Could it be a cheat? After thinking for a while, he came to 2 conclusions. The other person might have a special skill that allowed them to see him, learn his ship's name, and they were not far away. This was a special mission given by the system. He didn't see any suspicious ships. To the upper right, there was indeed an island. It wasn't large, with some green patches that likely indicated trees. These trees could probably be cut down for wood, and the island might have other resources. If he had discovered the island on his own, he would probably have landed to check it out. But now that someone had tipped him off, he was more uncertain. In the end, Yang Yi decided to sail around it to observe. If there were no signs of other ships or players, he would find a suitable spot to land. The weapon in his hand gave him confidence. At this stage, almost no players had guns, at least none had mentioned it in the chat. As the ship approached, Yang Yi got a clear view. It was a tropical island, about 3 kilometers in diameter, not very large. The edge was a golden beach, with some crabs and shells scattered around, good old protein sources in Yang Yi's eyes. But what attracted him the most were the coconut trees. The tallest tree had a bronze chest hanging from it. Moreover, there were no signs that any players had landed. The coconuts were untouched. After some hesitation, Yang Yi decided to go ashore. He chose a suitable spot to anchor the ship and then disembarked. The moment his feet touched the ground, Yang Yi felt as if he had been away from the land for ages, even though he had only been a few days at sea. He gathered some food from the beach, such as green crabs, clams, and scallops. Name, green crab. Type, food. Description, a common crab, pure and natural, with tender meat. Name, clam. Type, ingredient. Description, a common shellfish, edible, and can be made into delicious clam soup. Name, scallop. Type, food. Description, if you had garlic and vermicelli, roasting a few would be unforgettable. Yang Yi collected a bunch and tossed them into the ship's hold, planning to eat them later. Then, for the main event, a bunch of lush, green coconut trees. These trees were generally 7 or 8 meters tall, with the tallest one being over 10 meters, bearing heavy coconuts. They were a vital source of freshwater, easy to store, and the coconut meat provided dietary fiber. They tasted good, and were treasures he couldn't pass up. But Yang Yi wasn't skilled at climbing trees. There was the danger of slipping and breaking a leg or even his spine. Without a way to heal, it was too risky. Using a gun to shoot down the coconuts was convenient but too noisy. If there were any monsters on the island, that would be bad. As he walked around the trees, some stones of varying sizes caught his attention. Name, stone. Type, resource. Description: can be collected as stone material for crafting. If it's a large stone, you'd better prepare a pickaxe. Yang Yi picked up a bunch of medium-sized stones and placed them on the shore. Then, he returned to the nightmare, adjusted its position, and used the grappling hook to pull the stones onto the ship. After 2 trips, he had collected 25 units of stone. Crafting a simple stone axe required 5 units of stone and 5 units of wood. It was one of the basic crafting functions in the log, which could be used to make basic tools like fishing rods, spears, shovels, arrows, etc. The quality was probably poor, as the items didn't even display attributes, making them inferior to ordinary equipment. He took a stone axe ashore and headed towards the tallest coconut tree. It had more than 10 large coconuts and a bronze chest hanging from it. It was the first tree he planned to tackle. The ship's log offered many convenient features, but outside of it, the world was practically indistinguishable from reality. For example, chopping down trees required both strength and skill, especially when using a stone axe that wasn't very sharp and caused a jarring impact. After cutting down the largest coconut tree, Yang Yi's energy dropped by 13 points, leaving him with just 30 points. With full energy, he could at most chop down about 5 trees. Any more, and it would be too much. When energy fell below 30, there would be the risk of fainting. Once the tree fell, Yang Yi immediately began collecting coconuts. As he picked one up, a smile spread across his face. Name: Vitality Coconut. Type: Food. Description: a rare and special coconut rich in vitamins and minerals. The coconut water inside can speed up energy recovery. Without hesitation, Yang Yi split one open and drank it, gaining an energy recovery buff. It was exactly what Yang Yi desperately needed, making the trip a great success. He then opened the bronze chest, and several glowing orbs immediately fell out, transforming into 3 items upon contact. Name: Vitality Coconut Juice Recipe. Type: Recipe. Quality: Good. Description: after use, you'll obtain the recipe for Vitality Coconut Juice. Requires a reagent bottle, salt, and Vitality Coconut. Name: Edible Sea Salt, 500G. Type: Food. Description: a seasoning that enhances flavor and replenishes salt. Name: Reagent Stand. Type: Tool. Quality: Good. Description: an essential tool for making various reagents. Can be fused with crystals. It provides reagent bottles, which disappear after the reagent is consumed. The chest not only contained the recipe but also the other 2 materials needed to create it. Overjoyed, Yang Yi immediately learned the recipe and began preparing Vitality Coconut Juice. Required materials: Vitality Coconut X1, Salt 10G. Essential tool: Reagent Stand. Yang Yi made a bottle. Name: Vitality Coconut Juice. Type: Consumable. Quality: Good. Description: a drink that invigorates. Restores 10 energy and increases energy recovery speed by 50% for 8 hours. Effects can only occur once every 24 hours. Yang Yi smiled and turned his gaze towards the coastline, eyeing the plentiful coconuts, while twirling the axe in his hand. Whenever his energy neared 30, he would lie on the beach to rest and continue chopping once he recovered. By dusk, he had chopped down 4 trees, collecting 38 vitality coconuts and 43 units of wood, all of which he transported back to the nightmare. He didn't plan to leave yet, deciding instead to spend the night on the ship and continue chopping the next day. But before boarding, he made a new discovery. A luminous trail on the beach, about 100 meters from Yang Yi, caught his attention. As the sky darkened, it emitted a faint glow, which was how he had noticed it. The trail led inland, the glowing substance appearing to be some kind of biological mucus, reeking of a foul stench. He took a few steps along the trail towards the island's interior. Without the interference of waves, it was more distinct and easier to follow. From its shape, it resembled the trail left by a snake-like being slithering across the ground. Yang Yi estimated its size by measuring with his hand. It was at least half a meter thick, indicating a sizable creature. Not spending the night ashore was definitely the right decision. Yang Yi changed his mind, deciding not to stay by the shore and instead moving further away, suspecting there was some large creature on the island. He gripped his flintlock gun tightly, scanning his surroundings with caution as he backed away. 1. Only after boarding the nightmare did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Sitting in the captain's cabin, Yang Yi contemplated his next move and ultimately decided he needed to gather more vitality coconuts, despite the risks. These were rare items that could mitigate the nightmare's drawbacks, so he simply couldn't let them slip away. Future islands might not have such coconuts. He steered the nightmare away from the island, anchoring about 20 nautical miles offshore. At this distance, the island was no longer visible. Any land-dwelling creature, even if it could swim, wouldn't bother coming this far to eat his meager flesh. Wouldn't the fish in the sea be more appealing? He drank a bottle of vitality coconut juice, ate a few scallops and half a red-lipped eel. Before falling asleep, he lay down holding his flintlock gun, resting it under the bed with his finger off the trigger. This was Yang Yi's latest tactic for the quickest possible reaction to shoot any monster entering through the door. He soon drifted into sleep, descending into a nightmare. In the middle of the night, the melodious singing of a woman echoed outside the ship, ethereal and haunting, like a heavenly voice. But this was the sea. Where would a woman's singing come from? Groggily, Yang Yi sat up, his eyes unfocused, drawn in by the enchanting song, losing control. A dazed expression spread across his face as he looked towards the cabin door. Standing there was a humanoid creature, half human, half fish, eerily similar to the legendary mermaids, with golden hair and a seductive figure. She was soaking wet, as if she had just bathed, with her chest modestly covered by 2 large shells. Her waist was slender, and from her navel downward, scales began to appear, with a fishtail in place of legs. Such creatures were often called mermaids. But at sea, they went by another name, siren, the nightmare and dream of sailors. The siren sang, smiling seductively at Yang Yi, flaunting her charm. The sound trap at the door was also triggered, producing a jingling noise. But Yang Yi was already under her control, rendering the trap useless. With a look of infatuation, he walked towards the siren, holding the flintlock gun in his hand. The enchanting song has charmed you, causing you to lose control of your body. Sanity decreased by 10. You saw an incredibly beautiful woman, and your mind was captivated. Sanity decreased by 7. About 50 nautical miles away, a ship was quietly following the astrologer. Captain Sunna sat in the captain's cabin, writing something in a small notebook. He can eat strange foods without showing any reaction, and even kiss a red-lipped eel without hesitation. More importantly, he doesn't seem to be going mad at all. It's unbelievable. The notebook was titled Observational Diary of XX, as she didn't know Yang Yi's real name yet. It contained personal information about Yang Yi, including how long he slept, when he woke up, what he caught, and what he ate. Her actions were like those of a stalker. In a normal society, she would undoubtedly be classified as a dangerous person and would be detained for re-education. Isn't he afraid at all? Sunna pondered, biting her pen cap. The information about the island was something she provided, just to see how Yang Yi would react. But at that moment, the nightmare suddenly started moving on the chart, heading full speed towards the island. Something strange was definitely happening. Sunna had been spying on Yang Yi for days, using the astrologer's surveillance skill, knowing him to be a cautious person who wouldn't take risks at night, let alone land on the island at night. She immediately activated the surveillance skill to track the ship. Is that a siren? Sunna gasped, her eyes filled with a mix of excitement and amazement. Notes. Yang Yi had a nightmare. In his dream, he was enjoying an intimate moment with 3 alluring, seductive women, feeling utterly blissful. But suddenly, the scene changed dramatically. One of the women turned violent and bit down on his right arm, tearing off a piece of flesh and chewing it slowly, her mouth covered in blood. Yang Yi was stunned, looking at her in disbelief, only to realize she wasn't human but a mermaid, or perhaps a siren. She smiled sweetly, as if praising the taste of his flesh, her eyes filled with affection. 1. Yang Yi woke up in excruciating pain, finding himself completely naked, lying on a slippery floor. The place was dimly lit, like a cave, with glowing, foul-smelling mucus covering the walls and floor. His body was also coated in a thick layer of the substance. One whiff was enough to clear his head and make him forget about food for 3 days. He immediately looked at his right arm. Thankfully, it was intact. The pain came from a woman who was biting down on his arm with her sharp teeth, causing him to grimace in agony. Let go? Are you a dog? Why are you biting me? Yang Yi shouted angrily. Hearing his voice, the woman finally let go, leaving 2 deep rows of teeth marks on his shoulder. Awake now? I thought you'd never wake up. The woman complained, her crimson eyes dripping with seductive allure. I'm sitting up, aren't I? What do you think? Yang Yi retorted, rubbing his arm, clearly still in pain. He studied the woman. She had a typical Asian face, quite pretty, with a slender frame that seemed slightly malnourished, her skin a healthy tan. She was tied up in some weird seaweed, with marks on the floor showing the effort it took for her to crawl over. Who are you? Yang Yi asked, his head throbbing. You were under a siren's spell. I saved your life. She reminded him. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi quickly checked his activity log. It was filled with warnings of enchantment. His sanity was also at a precarious level, 51/100. Those sirens kept you alive for 3 days without eating you, even fattening you up? It's a miracle. The woman continued, looking at Yang Yi. Yang Yi started to understand. I was captured by sirens, and 3 days have passed. Exactly. More than one siren. Yes, there were 3 of them. They seem to be communal creatures, using their songs to enchant men, who then become both their mates and their food. Yang Yi glanced down at his body, realizing he was stark naked, and suddenly felt a chill. Not far away were his pirate clothes and a rusty flintlock pistol. They are mythical creatures for us, but in this world, they exist, with behaviors similar to the legends. The woman continued, apparently very interested in the creatures. Yang Yi, however, felt a surge of fear and quickly put on his pirate clothes, grabbing the flintlock pistol from the ground. Wearing the blood-stained pirate clothes, a strange chill runs through your body, sanity decreases by 1. His sanity was now exactly at 50, any lower, and he'd enter a state of madness. This mucus is disgusting. Any idea why sirens secrete it? In the sea, many soft-bodied or scaleless creatures secrete mucus to protect themselves, so it's normal for sirens to have mucus too. Also, this one glows in the dark, attracting prey, similar to the lantern of an anglerfish, and helps them display their alluring bodies to complete the hunting process. The woman began explaining the logic behind it, mixing in her personal views as she noticed Yang Yi's confusion. You're a player, right? Why are you here? Yang Yi suddenly asked. There was something off about this woman. Everything about her felt strange, especially those bright red eyes that sent chills down his spine, identical to the ones he saw in his nightmare. This made Yang Yi extremely cautious, although she seemed to have no ill intentions and appeared to be trying to help him. My name is Sunna, I'm a passing player who was unfortunately captured by the sirens and kept as emergency food. But didn't you say that sirens target men? How did you get caught? Yang Yi asked. Sunna had her explanation ready. She wasn't planning to tell the truth, instead pointing to a corner. I wasn't alone. My companion was already eaten by the sirens. But for some reason, they didn't eat you, Sunna explained. Yang Yi looked in the direction she indicated. There lay a half-eaten male corpse, already decaying, with an open abdomen and missing internal organs. The face was twisted in agony, the limbs incomplete, clearly tortured before death. Near the corpse were scattered human bones, gnawed clean, a testament to the siren's brutality. But did Sunna really know that man? Not at all. She was just using the corpse to fabricate a lie, making her capture seem more reasonable. In reality, Sunna had come alone, tailing Yang Yi and the sirens. She was so fascinated by them that she didn't notice two sneaking up behind her. She originally thought there was only one siren. As for the corpse, it was already there when Yang Yi arrived. After Yang Yi showed up, the man seemed to lose his value and was eaten by the sirens, so Sunna had no idea who the poor guy was or where he had come from. After hearing Sunna's story, Yang Yi partially believed her but remained on guard. You said 3 days had passed, but why don't I feel hungry? Yang Yi asked. He checked his status and found that, aside from low sanity, everything else was nearly full. Sunna then pointed to another corner. There was a large sailfish, a fierce marine creature with an upper jaw as sharp as a spear. It was dead, with bite marks on its body. It seemed that during his unconsciousness, Yang Yi had survived by being fed the sailfish. But what about water? Don't I need to drink water? Yang Yi had no memory of the past 3 days, feeling dazed and unreal. Meanwhile, Sunna was getting anxious. Can you untie me first? In half an hour, the sirens will be back. I don't want to miss this chance. Sunna urged. So far, she was still bound, only able to move like a caterpillar. She had observed the sirens for 3 days, figured out their habits, and then crawled over to try and wake Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi's gaze was complicated. The woman was smart and seemed to have no ill intentions. But the more she appeared harmless, the more wary Yang Yi became, sensing something unusual about her. She was too calm. If someone else were tied up, with their life hanging by a thread, could they really speak so smoothly? And she had appeared in his nightmare? The nightmare foretold this woman would point a gun at his head, intending to kill him. For this reason, Yang Yi was conflicted, unsure whether to save her. But he couldn't bring himself to kill a woman who seemed to have some goodwill towards him. After thinking for a while, Yang Yi finally made a decision. He felt the woman was hiding something from him, so he decided to test her, regardless of the outcome. Yang Yi's gaze turned cold as he pointed the dark muzzle of the gun at her, threatening her. Woman, give me 3 reasons not to kill you. Sunna's pupils contracted sharply, as if she couldn't understand Yang Yi's thought process. What are you talking about? Did the sirens eat your brain? I have a gun in my hand. Yang Yi replied with a smile, waving the gun like a rogue. He raised a finger on his other hand, reminding her. That's your first sentence. You have 2 more, so make them count. The black muzzle of the gun was silent, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. After a dozen seconds, Sunna's face showed some panic, a mix of regret and frustration. She spoke quickly. I can give you all the resources and equipment I have, including the food on my ship. Yang Yi shook his head. Not enough. If I kill you, all of that will naturally be mine. Sunna's breathing quickened, her eyes darting around. After a dozen more seconds, she revealed her secret. I can give you my navigational chart, so you can sail more safely. Navigational chart. My ship is called the Astrologer, it can chart the nearby seas. So that's it. Yang Yi's smile was chilling. You lured me here, didn't you? He calmly reached into the inner pocket of his pirate shirt and pulled out a blueprint. You probably haven't seen this before, right? This is a ship blueprint. You can get it by killing the owner of a special ship and dismantling it. So, tell me, why shouldn't I just kill you and take your ship's abilities for myself? Sunna's face turned pale. This was the first time she had heard of a ship blueprint, and she knew Yang Yi wasn't lying. That pirate ship had indeed been taken down by him. Finally, she showed a look of resentment. Her face was no longer calm, and she spat venomously at Yang Yi. You're greedy, despicable, and shameless. Go ahead, shoot me. I'll curse you from the depths of hell. With that, she closed her eyes, waiting for Yang Yi to pull the trigger. You've got some guts. Fine, I'll grant your wish, Yang Yi replied coldly. Sunna trembled slightly, but after waiting for a long time, she neither felt pain nor heard a gunshot. She opened her eyes to see Yang Yi approaching with a sharp, broken bone he had found in the pile of skeletons. Hand over half of your ship's supplies and provide a month's worth of sea charts, and I'll save you, Yang Yi said seriously. Sunna's expression first showed surprise, then turned to anger. She realized Yang Yi was deliberately trying to deceive her. Furious and humiliated, she snapped, what if I refuse? I have a gun, you don't have a choice. Yang Yi shook the gun again, taking on the stance of a victor. Sunna, powerless in the situation, had no choice but to comply. Notes. Sunna had no choice but to agree to Yang Yi's conditions, but she didn't mind at all. She only had 8 units of wood, 5 units of cloth, and 4 liters of fresh water on her ship. Giving half to Yang Yi was insignificant to her. Her ship, the astrologer, was unique and didn't require wood or cloth for upgrades. Instead, it needed 100 crystals and 50 units of steel. Since wood and cloth were of little use to her, she had already traded them for food and water. Of course, she wouldn't tell Yang Yi she was actually quite poor. In fact, she was curious to see what kind of expression he would have when he found out. Unaware of this, Yang Yi thought he had extorted a good deal from her and even felt a twinge of guilt. He used a broken bone to cut the seaweed binding Sunna, setting her free. However, Sunna had been tied up for too long and hadn't eaten for days, making her extremely weak. She couldn't stand up right away, but what she did next left Yang Yi speechless. "What are you doing?" Yang Yi asked, bewildered. Sunna was using her hands to gather the sticky slime on the ground into a small mound, then opened her mouth and swallowed it. The slime smelled foul, but Sunna explained indifferently, "I'm thirsty. This slime secreted by the sirens can provide me with water and salt, along with some nutrients." Her face wrinkled in disgust, clearly not enjoying the taste, but she forced herself to keep it down. "Aren't you afraid it might be poisonous?" Yang Yi asked. "Nope. You've been eating it for 3 days and haven't been poisoned." Yang Yi had nothing to say, only thinking the woman before him might not be entirely normal. After replenishing her fluids, Sunna looked much better. She took out a small knife from inside her clothing, crouched down next to the giant sailfish's corpse, and cut off a few slices of fresh fish meat, chewing and swallowing them. The knife she used was a piece of equipment. Name, witch's dagger. Type, artifact. Quality, good. Description, a dagger favored by witches, with many functions, including gutting your enemies. It can deal slight damage to demonic creatures. As Sunna gradually recovered, Yang Yi began to survey the cave. It wasn't large, with only one passage leading outside. The sounds of rain and wind could be heard from that direction. Inside the cave was a water pool that seemed bottomless, likely connected to the sea. Yang Yi checked the male corpse lying nearby. It seemed to have been dead for some time, and a quick search revealed nothing valuable on it. "Do the sirens usually come back through the pool or the cave entrance?" Yang Yi asked Sunna. "Either is possible," she replied. "Do they act together?" "No," Sunna said, having observed these sirens for 3 days. "They usually move in 2 groups. The larger one acts alone, while the 2 smaller ones, about 1.4 meters long, usually stay together." "Is that so? And does the bigger one or the smaller ones usually return first?" "It varies, but the time between their returns isn't long, around 15 minutes or so." Yang Yi nodded, getting a good sense of the situation. If all 3 sirens acted together, the best plan would be to run, as fighting all 3 head-on was too risky. But if there were only 2, there might be a chance. "Can you handle one?" Yang Yi asked. "If it's one of the smaller ones, I should be able to. I've fought them before." Sunna's voice came from behind him. Having replenished her salt and water and eaten some fish, she was gradually regaining her strength. It was clear her physical condition was quite good, perhaps even better than Yang Yi's. The main weapon of the sirens is their singing, but their songs don't affect women. Also, their upper body strength isn't very strong, about the same as the average woman's, probably around a strength level of 4, similar to mine. In a land battle, you only need to avoid their claws and teeth. Sunna explained further. She had a few shallow cuts on her body, likely from the sirens. "I didn't know there were 3 of them, otherwise, I wouldn't have been captured. You have a gun, so it should be easy for you to deal with them. Just block your ears and shoot quickly." Sunna didn't know Yang Yi's gun could misfire, so she thought it would be simple. Yang Yi didn't plan to explain this weakness, as exposing it would go against his nature. He began to check his attribute panel. Name, Yang Yi. Status, healthy, a human figure in a large shape, all green. Strength, 3, 49/50. Spirit, 7 + 1, 892/8000, talent bonus. Agility, 4 + 1, 69/100, pirate outfit bonus. Constitution, 4, 4/100. Perception, 5, 32/200. Sanity, 50/100. Energy, 92/100. Vitality, 99/100. Lost 1 point after being bitten by Sunna. He had figured out how to increase each attribute. Physical exercise could improve strength, constitution, and agility. Healing from injuries could give an additional boost to constitution. Large fluctuations in sanity, especially if recovered, could significantly increase spirit experience. Activities like fishing, shooting, and grappling could raise the perception of experience. The growth methods were very realistic. Considering what Sunna had said about sirens not being very strong on land and not always moving together, Yang Yi figured that if he could quickly raise his strength to 4, combined with his frenzy talent, +2, he could overpower them. The main thing to watch out for were their tails, which probably packed a powerful punch. He'd have to be careful not to get hit in a vital spot. After figuring this out, Yang Yi immediately got to work. He thought it would be easy to gain that last point of experience. Glancing around, he searched the cave for something heavy to use for training. But at first glance, he didn't see anything suitable. The cave was mostly empty, with just stone walls and light bones scattered around. However, Yang Yi was resourceful and quickly came up with other options. For instance, he could use Sunna for strength training by lifting her, or the giant sailfish carcass, which looked like it had the right weight, or even the male corpse on the ground. Considering all options, Yang Yi decided the male corpse was the best choice. The sailfish didn't offer good leverage, and lifting Sunna might lead to a bite in retaliation. But the corpse wouldn't resist or take a chomp. Even though the corpse's arms were mostly gone, its weight was just right, and its head and neck were still intact, making it easy to grip. So, Yang Yi grabbed the male corpse by the neck and started doing overhead presses with it. Are you insane? Sunna asked, shocked by his bizarre behavior. Tell me, how much sanity do you have left? Don't worry, my sanity is a solid 50. 50. Sunna stared at Yang Yi in disbelief. Sanity drops usually affected mental state, even if it wasn't below 50. But Yang Yi seemed utterly unconcerned about his sanity, or perhaps, he was always in a slightly deranged state. Sunna's gaze on Yang Yi became increasingly intense, as if she were observing a rare specimen. Unaware of this, Yang Yi continued his corpse lifts. Unfortunately, just as he was completing his 9th rap, he heard the sound of something slithering from the passage outside the cave. It seemed like only one creature was approaching. It's back? Quickly, stuff these in your ears. Sunna handed Yang Yi 2 chunks of fish meat she had just cut from the tuna. But Yang Yi shook his head. No need, I have my own method. He turned to face the incoming sea monster. The siren was about 2 meters long, with most of her fishtail dragging on the ground, supporting her body. When the siren returned and saw the 2 people in front of her, she froze, particularly when she noticed Yang Yi holding a corpse by the neck. However, she reacted quickly, and a melodious song soon rang out. You hear a beautiful and captivating melody. Enchanted by it, you fall into a state of charm, losing 5 points of sanity. Yang Yi suddenly stopped moving, dropped the corpse, and let his hands hang limply by his sides. It's over, this fool got charmed again. Sunna gripped her dagger tightly, ready for a fight to the death. She figured this time, the siren wouldn't spare her and would probably keep her as emergency rations. A drop of cold sweat rolled down her forehead. Yang Yi, seemingly deeply enchanted by the siren, began walking towards her in a daze, swaying as he went. The siren was incredibly beautiful, with golden wavy hair, delicate and captivating features, and a heavenly voice. Her skin glowed like white porcelain, and she had a voluptuous and tall, sexy figure. In contrast, she also had a set of sharp teeth capable of crushing skulls, claws sharp enough to tear open a belly, and a fishtail strong enough to break human bones. Yang Yi was utterly mesmerized, approaching the siren as if seeking a hug, nestling into her arms. The siren, apparently fond of her prey, momentarily abandoned her attack. Her gaze softened, and though she opened her mouth several times, she couldn't bring herself to bite Yang Yi. Sorry, but we're not the same species, Yang Yi said softly while in her embrace. Sanity below 50. You enter a state of madness, strength +2, agility +1, constitution +1, spirit -2, immune to most mental abnormalities. Before the siren could realize something was wrong. Boom! The gunshot was deafening, reverberating through the entire cave. This time, the flintlock gun didn't disappoint, firing successfully on the first try. The sharp half of a broken bone that was tucked into his back waistband didn't seem necessary anymore. You can resist the charm? Then what was that earlier, when you followed her willingly? Sunna's crimson eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. Your gun has a strange sound to it. How did it reduce my sanity by 1 point? Only 1 point. Yang Yi immediately caught the key detail. The woman definitely wasn't normal. Even with a spirit stat as high as 8, Yang Yi lost 3 sanity points the first time he heard the gunshot? Yang Yi didn't bother explaining. He stepped back, watching as the headless body of the siren slowly slumped to the ground, twitching continuously. Thick, dark red fluid and bits of flesh splattered all over Yang Yi. Sunna immediately ran over and, after examining the siren's body, showed a hint of regret in her eyes. Your gun is too powerful. Could you avoid shooting the head next time? I'd like to have a complete siren's head. She pulled out a bottle from somewhere and began collecting the siren's blood, brain tissue, and surface mucus. What are you doing? I killed this siren, so the spoils belong to me. Yang Yi frowned and quickly picked up a piece of flesh, stuffing it into his pocket to remind Sunna. After all, the vending machine only needed a small amount of tissue, and the system would recover the monster's corpse afterwards, preventing the possibility of using the same corpse multiple times. Hearing this, Sunna paused and looked up at Yang Yi, thinking for a moment. How about this, you leave me 1 complete body, and I'll give you all the resources on my ship, plus an additional month of navigation guidance. Deal. Yang Yi thought about it briefly and agreed. The siren wasn't as strong as the drowned revenants. Without her song, most adult men with spears could kill her on land. Her spoils were unlikely to be that valuable, so the navigation charts would be more useful. You mentioned earlier that the time interval between the 2 groups of sirens returning to their lair was around 15 minutes, right? Yang Yi asked. Yes, the intervals were 20 minutes, 17 minutes, and 18 minutes, Sunna replied, recalling clearly. Then you'll need to add a new piece of data not more than 2 minutes. Yang Yi grabbed Sunna and pulled her in front of him. The next second, 2 sirens burst out of the pool behind Sunna, lunging at where she had just been standing, but they missed. Just moments before, Yang Yi noticed ripples on the surface of the pool and became alert. When he saw a head emerging from the water, he immediately pulled Sunna to help her avoid the attack. The 2 smaller sirens, seeing the body of their fallen kin, flew into a rage, emitting threatening hisses. Their pale skin began to flush red, and they bared their sharp teeth. The haunting melody resumed, this time a duet, the sound sharp and echoing in the cave. Even Sunna was overwhelmed, her head spinning from the sound. The song is both piercing and enchanting. Your sanity decreases by 5 points. Although Yang Yi was immune to the charm, the sound still made his chest feel tight, his eardrums ache, and even caused him to start losing health. He immediately raised his gun and aimed. Click. The gun misfired? Run. Let's get outside. The space here is too small, and their song echoes in the cave, putting us at a disadvantage. Yang Yi said decisively. Sunna was in bad shape too, with blood trickling from one ear, seeming a bit disoriented. Yang Yi immediately grabbed her and began running out of the cave. Fortunately, the sirens weren't fast. After all, they had no legs, and their fishtails weren't well suited for moving on land, so their speed was relatively slow. The two of them managed to escape the cave. By this time, Sunna had recovered enough that Yang Yi no longer needed to pull her along. Your pistol may not need reloading, but it misfires from time to time, doesn't it? She asked. Yang Yi frowned, slightly annoyed. This woman had a knack for focusing on things she shouldn't, which wasn't doing her any good. They kept running. Yang Yi wanted to buy time until the flintlock gun's cooldown ended, which would make the fight easier. But they hadn't run far when they came to a stop, faced with a murky sea. The island was mostly submerged by the sea, with no path in front. There was no sunlight overhead, just thick clouds and heavy rain pouring down. Only the occasional flash of lightning illuminated the world, followed by deafening thunder. A storm at sea. Yang Yi immediately remembered that the system announcement had warned him of an impending storm. I didn't mention it before, but the storm has already been going on for 2 days. Now, all the players are desperately trying to escape this sea area, Sunna explained. Why didn't you say so earlier? Would it have helped? We still had to deal with the sirens, Sunna replied calmly. She wasn't wrong. If they didn't take care of the sirens, they'd inevitably be chased down by them during the storm, which wouldn't end well. Yang Yi looked back, timing it perfectly. The 2 sirens were still about 50 meters away. By the time they closed the distance to 5 meters, the flintlock gun's cooldown would just about be over. 5 meters was a distance Yang Yi felt confident in. There was a high chance he could hit his target. He raised his gun, aimed carefully, and held his breath. The moment they were within range, he fired. Bang! The shot rang out, and a severed arm flew into the air. The siren's head remained intact. Yang Yi had missed. Your aim is terrible, Sunna mocked. As if you're any better. Yang Yi retorted nonchalantly. You keep the siren with the severed arm busy. I'll take care of the other one and then come back to help you. Got it. The 2 of them ran towards their respective targets. Yang Yi charged at the siren on his left. He had no weapons in hand, and the broken bone he once had was long lost somewhere. But he was on land, and while other options might have been scarce, there was no shortage of stones. He grabbed one and rushed forwards. Midway, his strength suddenly upgraded, his base strength now reached 4 points, and with the bonus, it surged to 6. HSSS. The siren hissed in a threatening manner, her scales bristling. She was quite clever, seemingly realizing the man before her wasn't susceptible to enchantment. Instead of wasting energy on singing, she prepared to tear him apart with her sharp claws and fangs. But what she didn't know was, when it came to physical combat, humans were unrivaled rulers on land. Even without firearms, this fact didn't change. Yang Yi was a prime example of this. He had no intention of fighting fairly. Seeing how close they were, he simply hurled the stone at her, striking her squarely in the face. 1. With his strength at 6 points, exceeding the average of 5, the hit was brutal. The siren staggered, bleeding profusely from her head. Seizing the moment, he mounted her, grabbed another large stone, and began pounding her face without a trace of mercy. It was clear this simply wasn't a beautiful woman, but a flesh-eating beast in disguise. No normal person would show sympathy, never mind Yang Yi in his frenzied state. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. It wasn't until Yang Yi felt something break, and the siren beneath him stopped struggling, that he finally paused. He wasn't unscathed. The siren's tail had left several deep, dark bruises on his back, and her claws had torn through his skin, leaving gaping wounds. The power of that tail was terrifying, but as Sunna had said, her upper body strength was comparable to that of a human. As long as the fight was settled on hard soil, humans had the upper hand. In the water, it was a different story. After finishing off the siren, Yang Yi casually picked up a piece of her flesh and put it in his pocket, then ran towards the last remaining siren. The fight happening there was stuck in a deadlock. Sunna and the siren were entangled, rolling on the ground, covered in mud and water. The siren was injured, missing an arm, while Sunna was weakened. The 2 were locked in a struggle, neither able to overpower the other. That was until Yang Yi intervened, tipping the scales. With 2 against 1, Yang Yi quickly pinned the siren down with his foot, pulled out his flintlock, and prepared to blow her head off. Don't shoot. I need her intact, especially the head. Remembering Sunna's earlier request, Yang Yi paused and asked, then what do you want me to do? I've noticed movements in her chest. She likely breathes through lungs. Try strangling her. Sunna pressed down on the siren with her full weight, signaling for Yang Yi to act. Nodding, he didn't hesitate. He gripped the siren's throat tightly with both hands. Before long, the siren's resistance weakened. A few minutes later, she stopped moving altogether, her eyes rolling back, seemingly dead. To ensure she wasn't faking it, Yang Yi kept his grip for a full 5 minutes, only releasing when Sunna tapped him on the shoulder. With that, the 3 sirens were finally dead. Didn't expect sirens to breathe through their mouths. I thought they had gills. Yang Yi joked, eyeing the siren. At a glance, she looked like a crude fusion of a human and a fish. Sunna, meanwhile, was roughly feeling behind the siren's ear. She does have gills, right behind her ears. How they function together is something we'd have to dissect to understand. Sunna continued to probe the siren's body like a child playing with a new toy, exploring every inch. Yang Yi, however, wasn't as interested. He only needed to know the siren's weak points and how to kill them. The specifics of their anatomy didn't concern him. He opened his log to check the siren's detailed information. Name, Lesser Siren. Description, sirens are demonic creatures of the sea that use their voices and beauty to ensnare men. They are half human, half fish, and typically live in groups. They enjoy toying with their prey before gradually devouring them. This one is a lesser individual, with limited intelligence and strength. There's a higher level siren. Yang Yi thought, feeling a deep sense of caution. If it had been a higher level siren, he might have died in her embrace before even triggering his frenzy. And even if he had triggered the frenzy, he probably wouldn't have won. What a terrifying creature. He could only hope that by the next time they met, he would have some resistance against enchantment. On the other side, Sunna had already begun cutting up the siren's corpse, a rather gruesome sight, causing Yang Yi to avert his eyes and check the weather forecast. He needed to quickly gather information and figure out what had happened in the past 3 days. Today's weather. The storm is closing in on you. Escape the dark clouds overhead as soon as possible. Location, Sea of Origins, Storm Zone. Remaining sunlight, unknown. Temperature, 12-20 degrees C. Wind force, level 8. Yang Yi then reviewed the previous day's announcements. An unprecedented storm is sweeping across the Origin Sea. You must hurry to escape the storm zone before it becomes uncontrollable. Friendly reminder, the speed of the black fog will increase to 15 knots. If you're too slow, you might not make it. After reading this, Yang Yi frowned. We've wasted 2 days. We need to leave as soon as possible. He began searching for the Nightmare, his ship. By now, the island was mostly submerged, with the landmass reduced to less than a kilometer in diameter. Only the tops of trees were still visible above the water, and the sea's depth was likely around 10 meters. He spotted the shadow of the Nightmare to his left, thankfully not blown away by the wind, perhaps because its sails were in tatters. As for the distance, it was several hundred meters away, though probably less than a kilometer. On the sea, it was a significant distance, especially for someone more suited to land. Yang Yi wasn't a strong swimmer, just someone who had learned as a child. He could manage a few dozen meters, but several hundred was asking too much. Moreover, the water was turbulent, with potential undercurrents below. As he racked his brain for a solution, he noticed Sunna stuffing a piece of the siren's flesh into her stomach. Yang Yi took a closer look. He then realized Sunna had a black pouch attached to her belly under her clothes. Is that a space bag? Yang Yi was surprised that she had such a rare item. Name, Witch's personal treasure bag. Type, treasure. Quality, excellent. Description, it can be attached to any part of your body, making it impossible to steal. It offers 1 cubic meter of space for storage but cannot hold living things. Every proper witch must first have her own treasure bag. Yang Yi immediately had an idea and started walking towards Sunna. Notes. How should a low-level sea monster be folded to occupy the least space in a 1 cubic meter area? Sunna didn't bother to think about this problem and chose a more straightforward method: chop it into more pieces. 1 piece for the tail, another for the torso, and the arms and head could also be detached. Once neatly arranged, it wouldn't take up much space. That's exactly what she was doing right then. Yang Yi walked over and asked, "Do you have any rope on you?" "I have 15 units, Sunna replied. Point 1. Great. Yang Yi exclaimed with delight. "Give me all the rope, and I'll make a raft so we can cross this sea area. It's too far and dangerous to swim across." Hearing this, Sunna paused and looked at the sea surface. Her ship, the astrologer, was anchored next to the Nightmare, about a kilometer from the shore. Indeed, it wouldn't be an easy swim. Okay. After a brief consideration, Sunna agreed to Yang Yi's proposal and handed him all the rope. At that point, cooperation was the best option. Moreover, the recent battle had established a basic level of trust between them. Yang Yi took the rope, first ran back to the cave, and turned the clothes on the male corpse into cloth. He also rummaged through the pile of bones, gathering a total of 5 units of cloth, which he used to make 5 units of simple rope. He now had 20 units of rope. What he needed next was some wood. Yang Yi had a flintlock gun in hand, powerful enough to break a small tree with a single shot. After spending some time and firing a few shots, they had enough logs. Using the witch's dagger, he carefully trimmed the logs and then bound them tightly with rope. A small raft, 1 meter wide, was completed. It cost 13 units of rope and 8 logs. The extra rope could be tied around Sunna and Yang Yi's waists. If one of them accidentally fell into the water, the other could rescue them in time. With preparations complete, it all depended on their execution. After all, they hadn't known each other for long, and various uncertainties remained. Okay, get on. The raft is ready, Yang Yi said to Sunna. He checked the raft and found the buoyancy to be sufficient. It could carry 2 people without any problem. Sunna had just finished dismembering the sea monster. She walked over and climbed onto the raft. Each of them held a makeshift paddle and worked their way towards the ship. Due to the presence of trees and the island, the stretch of water was much calmer than the open sea. The process went smoothly, and they quickly approached the ship. Yang Yi even started thinking about the coconut trees. Although they were submerged, they still bore coconuts that could be pulled down with a claw hook. Amidst his fantasizing, a great force struck the bottom of the raft, nearly throwing them into the sea. There's something in the water, and it's big. Yang Yi immediately became alert, pointing his flintlock at the water's surface. Sunna, who had almost fallen, was now lying on the raft. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a dark shadow swimming by. There's a giant snake in the water, right here. She pointed to a spot, warning him. Yang Yi was about to look when they were lifted again, snapping one of the ropes and loosening the structure of the raft. If this continued, the raft would definitely fall apart. Then, they would fall into the water and be directly attacked by the giant sea serpent. The consequences would be unimaginable. They were still 200 meters from the ship, too far of a distance to swim. Realizing this, Yang Yi's eyes gleamed with fierce light. He was in a state of madness, brave, fearless, and eager for battle. If the sea serpent wanted to eat him, then it should have no complaints about being eaten. He grinned and tested firing the flintlock underwater. Boom! Water splashed everywhere. As expected, the flintlock was waterproof and could still fire even when wet or submerged. Sunna heard the commotion, turned her head, and asked, "What are you doing?" "Testing the gun." Sunna frowned, not understanding, and suggested her own idea. "We could try luring it away with the sea monster's blood and flesh. I could throw it far." "No need, that won't work." Yang Yi shook his head, staring at the shadow in the water. "I can feel it, it's challenging me to a duel." "A feeling? Are you losing your mind? How much sanity do you have left?" Yang Yi didn't answer her. Like a madman, he jumped into the water, leaving only one sentence behind in the air. "When things get chaotic down there, just pull me up." You're planning to fight it in the water? That's suicide." But in reality, Yang Yi had a good chance of winning a very high one. He was extremely calm, counting the seconds. After 15 seconds, he could fire again. With the power of the flintlock, he only needed one hit to take out the serpent. And it would take the serpent at least a few minutes to kill him. Because the serpent didn't have tearing teeth, it typically killed its prey by constriction and suffocation. During that time, Yang Yi could fire at least 3 or 4 shots. As long as one shot hit, the serpent would be cut open in half on the spot. The sea serpent eagerly swam over as its prey offered itself. The serpent was as thick as an adult's thigh, agile as a fish, and extremely good in water. Were they to fight on land, Yang Yi would stand a chance. However, in the water, without a suitable weapon, Yang Yi's odds were almost zero. The serpent tightly coiled around him, and he could only barely free his right hand, giving himself a chance to shoot. The rest of his body didn't matter. Quickly, Yang Yi pulled the trigger. Click! The gun misfired. But it wasn't an issue, he still had another chance. The serpent tightened its grip, and Yang Yi felt his ribs grinding against each other, unable to fight back. He counted the time and fired the second shot. Click! Another misfire. The air in Yang Yi's lungs was squeezed out, and his ribs were at risk of breaking. His body went numb. Yet he remained calm, waiting for his next chance to shoot. The sea serpent sensed something was wrong. Yang Yi was different from any prey it had ever encountered, and so, it prepared for the final strike, biting hard into Yang Yi's left shoulder. "Daring to bite me? Then don't be sorry if I bite back." Yang Yi bit down on the serpent's body with all his might, piercing its scales. At that moment, his third shot came, aimed at the serpent's head on his left shoulder. Boom! Thunder exploded underwater. The shot blew off half of the sea serpent's head. But it didn't die instantly, letting out a horrific screech and quickly releasing the troublesome prey. Why did it bother struggling? Its death was certain, it was doomed. "I won." Yang Yi felt relieved and relaxed after his final victory. Although it had been tough, he had won. His body began to sink slowly. "Damn, I have to swim up." Yang Yi tried to control his body, but to his surprise, he found that he couldn't muster any strength. On the surface of the water, there was a loud explosion, and water splashed up into the air. Immediately after, a large amount of black blood floated up. Sunna had been closely watching the underwater commotion, and as soon as she heard the gunshot, she quickly pulled the rope tied around her waist. But the other end of the rope was severed. At some point during the struggle between Yang Yi and the sea serpent, the rope had snapped. Sunna looked at the water, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally, jumped in. A few minutes later, Yang Yi spat out a mouthful of water, along with a piece of snake skin that had been bitten off. After regaining his breath, his vitality quickly returned, and his consciousness cleared. Sunna had saved him and performed CPR on him. "Thank you, I owe you my life," Yang Yi said, expressing his gratitude. Before he lost consciousness, he had noticed the broken rope and thought he was done for. But to his surprise, this woman had actually jumped in to save him. At that moment, he also noticed that the conditions for unlocking his mysterious skill had changed to 2/3. By now, Yang Yi had roughly guessed what the condition was, surviving 3 near-death experiences. On the other side, Sunna was feeling quite conflicted. She looked at Yang Yi with a strange expression, almost as if she were observing some rare creature. To risk one's life in battle without hesitation goes against the very instincts of survival? How peculiar? I'll have to record this in my observation diary later. After thinking it over, she noticed the wound on Yang Yi's shoulder. You've been bitten. That serpent might be venomous. Sunna leaned in, trying to suck out the venom from Yang Yi's wound. She continued until the blood she spit out turned bright red, then she stopped. Yang Yi looked at her, feeling a bit moved. After all, what she did was risky. Though snake venom is mostly protein and would be digested by stomach acid, if there were any cuts or sores in her mouth or digestive tract, it could be dangerous and lead to poisoning. Once the treatment was done, Yang Yi caught his breath. The two of them steadily approached the ship and climbed aboard their respective vessels. Yang Yi's observation diary. His madness is so captivating. He never backs down, has clear awareness, and formulates battle plans. He might not even realize just how strong his desire to fight is, how much he craves to kill his opponent. But what if the opponent is too strong? What choice would he make then? This warrants further observation. Which Sunna notes. On the boat. Earlier, the fish and shellfish that were caught had already rotted and were no longer edible. Yang Yi left only a single pufferfish with a cyst and returned everything else to the sea. His remaining food consisted of 1 piece of black bread, 3 eyeball fish, and 38 vitality coconuts. There was still 1 liter of fresh water. Yang Yi ate 3 eyeballs, then prepared a bottle of vitality coconut juice to regain his energy. Player Sunna requests to board the ship. Yang Yi agreed without hesitation. She boarded the ship from the stern and soon arrived at the cabin of the nightmare. At that moment, Yang Yi was mixing the drink. You can make potions? Sunna asked in surprise. Yes, I got a recipe on the island. You can mix salt and vitality coconuts to make vitality coconut juice. Want to try some? Yang Yi handed the freshly prepared vitality coconut juice to Sunna. Since she had saved his life, giving her something in return was no problem. Sunna took it, examined it carefully, but did not drink it. Instead, she put it into her treasure bag. I saved your life, so I won't take any supplies from your ship. Yang Yi suggested, drink the freshly made juice. Sunna seemed a bit regretful. She couldn't see Yang Yi's disappointed expression. The astrologer's ship had very few supplies. Do you want to collaborate again? Yang Yi proposed. The storm at sea was severe. With their cooperation, they would have a much better chance of managing it. Additionally, the astrologer's ship could provide navigation charts, so they wouldn't get lost in the storm. Sure. Sunna agreed, as she had the same idea. Yang Yi left the cabin, and outside, the sky was covered in dark clouds. The howling wind mixed with seawater, causing the ship to sway continuously. He didn't plan to set off immediately as there were other urgent matters to attend to. He had been poisoned by a snake and urgently needed antidotes. Additionally, the spoils from the sea monster battle still needed to be collected. He approached the octopus vending machine and threw in the 2 sea monster corpses and a piece of snake skin. Name, large sea serpent. Description, a cunning giant sea serpent, larger than ordinary pythons, enjoys torturing its prey. Can be put into the monster capsule machine. Are you sure you don't want to exchange that corpse for a capsule? Yang Yi suddenly asked. Sunna still had a sea monster corpse in her treasure bag. No exchange. Sunna shook her head repeatedly, as if it were a rattle drum. In her eyes, the corpse was very valuable, more than the capsule. Studying its physiological structure could provide the knowledge she wanted. Knowledge was much more precious than mere items. Yang Yi shrugged and started spinning the machine's wheel, causing the capsules to collide against each other. Soon, 3 were ejected. Sunna stood behind Yang Yi, observing his actions and taking out a small notebook to record details. Yang Yi lives on a ghost ship with questionable mental health. His vending machine is a fearsome octopus head, and Yang Yi seems to like it. Yang Yi, unaware of being psychoanalyzed, happily picked up the glowing items on the ground. The first item was akin with a mermaid image on it. Name, siren's voice. Type, consumable. Quality, good. Description, contains a special gas that, when inhaled, emits a piercing shriek, causing surrounding creatures to enter a temporary state of paralysis and loss of reason. Inhaling it reduces sanity by 20. You've obtained the siren's voice, but it seems you can't sing. The second item was a blue crystal pendant. Name, siren's tear. Type, relic. Quality, good. Description, immunity to charm when worn. However, you will occasionally hear hallucinations, as if a siren is singing in your ear, causing a decrease in sanity. The third item was a short sword. Name, sea serpent's tooth. Type, treasure. Quality, good. Description, a short sword made from the tooth of a giant sea serpent. It has a mild paralyzing effect and deals minor damage to demonic creatures. Yang Yi had good luck getting 2 pieces of equipment and 1 weapon from the 3 capsules, which helped alleviate the awkward situation of having low output while the flintlock was cooling down. As for the other 2 items, Yang Yi considered selling or trading them. The siren's tear was a powerful weapon against sirens, but since Yang Yi had a mad state that granted immunity, it was somewhat redundant. The charm effect would be quickly adapted to by someone with high sanity. The first time being charmed reduced sanity by 10, but later encounters would reduce it by only 5, making it less effective. The siren's voice was a good item, but Yang Yi urgently needed to recover from his injuries, so he reluctantly decided to trade it. He immediately messaged the captain of the radiant goddess, Jodai. Yang Yi, I need 2 bottles of holy water. Do you have any? There was a delay of several minutes before a reply came. Jodai, to keep it short, I'm busy sailing right now and don't have time to produce holy water. My current stock is limited. Yang Yi understood her meaning. It implied that there was stock, but the price would be high. Yang Yi was prepared with enough bargaining chips, so he replied, 2 bottles of Vitality coconut juice, the siren's tear, and the siren's voice in exchange for 2 bottles of holy water. The response from Jodai came much faster this time. You're a male player, right? Did you manage to kill a siren? She sounded incredulous. After all, many male players had fallen to sirens, as seen in chat. I won't shortchange you. At this price, I can give you 3 bottles of holy water. We can collaborate again in the future. The trade was quickly completed. Yang Yi threw the items into the octopus vending machine, and soon, 3 bottles of holy water appeared in his hands. Yang Yi immediately drank 1 bottle and then handed another to Sunna. You were right, that sea serpent was poisonous. Just in case, you should drink 1 bottle too. It can detoxify and heal. Sunna took the holy water but did not drink it. Instead, she examined it carefully and then put it into her treasure bag. I told you to drink it, not to store it. Yang Yi was annoyed. If you're not going to drink it, give it back to me. He was puzzled. Whether it was Vitality coconut juice or holy water, this woman seemed to like putting everything into her treasure bag. Sunna was taken aback. Seeing Yang Yi's serious expression, she finally relented, opened the bottle, and drank the holy water. Spit it out if you're just holding it in your mouth. Yang Yi noticed that Sunna had not swallowed it and was only holding it in her mouth. Sunna frowned, looking somewhat displeased. After Yang Yi's insistence, she reluctantly swallowed it. Open your mouth and let me see. Sunna complied and opened her mouth, seeming to have genuinely drunk it. Yang Yi nodded. In fact, Sunna also had injuries, so this would help her recover faster. Secretly, Sunna took out a small notebook and began recording. Yang Yi was very fierce and liked to force others. What are you writing? Yang Yi asked, coming over. Nothing. Sunna kept her notebook hidden. Seeing this, Yang Yi didn't press further, respecting her privacy. Have you read the chat and announcements? Everyone is desperately fleeing the sea area. We need to escape too. Yang Yi judged the situation and inquired about the astrologer's ship details. Her ship was only level 1, 10 knots slower than the level 2 nightmare. They simply decided to use grappling hooks to bind the 2 ships together. This way, neither ship would fall behind. Help me with one more thing first. Yang Yi pointed to the coconut trees, which were barely visible, with coconuts floating almost on the water. Let's make a trip around the island and collect as many coconuts as we can. No lingering. Sunna nodded in agreement. Yang Yi wanted to collect as many as possible, however, doing it this way would save time. The 2 ships circled the island, gathering 92 coconuts in total. The number was quite substantial, and Yang Yi was satisfied. He generously gave Sunna half, so they each got 46 coconuts. Including the 34 coconuts from his ship, the total was 126. With this, Yang Yi wouldn't have to worry about energy recovery for a while. Today's weather, the storm has intensified. Please be cautious of floating debris at sea. Location, sea of origin, storm zone. Remaining sunlight, unknown. Temperature, 13 to 18 degrees Celsius. Wind force, level 9. Yang Yi and Sunna had been traveling together at sea for 2 days. In those 2 days, they hadn't seen the sun at all. The sea was pitch dark, with limited visibility. The wind force had increased by 1 level, the sea turbulent. Maintaining even half of the original ship speed of several tens of knots was already commendable. At the start of the storm, the wind force was only level 4, which was the ideal time to speed up. During this period, Yang Yi was charmed by a siren and missed the golden window for speeding up, resulting in significant delays, and ending up at the rear of everyone else. From the chat channel, Yang Yi learned that his friend, Captain Suda of the Swift Wind, had broken out of the stormy sea the night before. His ship's speed reached 70 knots, making it the fastest in the game. If it were to be upgraded to level 2, it would likely be even faster. He told him that beyond the choppy sea, the weather was calm and sunny. It was expected that in the next 2 days, more fast ships would break out of the rough sea, except for the 2 unfortunate ones, Yang Yi and Sunna. Damn it. Yang Yi hadn't slept for days, with bloodshot eyes and a bad temper. He drank a bottle of coconut juice to replenish his energy and privately messaged Sunna. Sunna, are there any islands or reefs ahead? He didn't want to accidentally run aground on an island or crash into a reef. No, don't disturb me, this is a critical moment. Since taking over the astrologer, Sunna hadn't shown her face again. What exactly are you doing? Yang Yi asked. Sunna did not reply. She was in the cabin of the astrologer, which had a wooden long table. Nearby was a basketball-sized crystal ball displaying the sea chart within 100 nautical miles. However, her attention was not on the sea chart but on the siren's corpse on the table. Sunna used the witch's dagger as a surgical tool, cutting open the skin to observe the complex nerve and vascular structure inside, hypothesizing about its organ composition, and making detailed records. Several organs had been completely removed, including the brain and eyes, and were placed in glass jars. She spent some materials to exchange for several glass jars, just for this observation. This siren. Its body structure has many defects. It's more accurate to call it a mermaid. Its body still has an immune rejection response, as if human and fish organs were brutally forced together. It needs to eat humans to alleviate this. She muttered her findings while recording. There seems to be a trend of weakening in this rejection response. If it completely disappears, the siren's body might undergo new changes. Meanwhile, Yang Yi continued to steer the ship, circumventing floating debris caused by the sea current. If it weren't for the storm, many people would be eager to use grappling hooks to catch these floating objects. But now, everyone avoided them like the plague. The debris was large, fast-moving, and some were even fragments of ship hulls. It wasn't known which unfortunate player they came from. So, Yang Yi kept vigilant, avoiding the floating objects. His nightmare had poor durability, with only 600 points, and the hull was made of rotten wood. It was far from sturdy. After just 3 collisions, durability dropped by over 100. A few more hits, and his ship would fall apart. In this urgent situation, Yang Yi considered using the pirate ship blueprints. However, the system stated that the environment was unsafe and did not allow the use of blueprints for modifications. With no other option, he could only continue pressing on. At the same time, Yang Yi kept an eye on the chat channel to stay updated on the sea's changes and movements. The messages were mostly bad news and player complaints. It's over. The wind was too strong just now, I seem to have gone off course. Can anyone tell me the direction? How far is it still? I'm in a hurry. Looking to buy wood, paying a high price. I have millions on my bank card, just need 10 units of wood, I'll buy it all. Idiot. Damn it, my ship is taking on water? Who's selling wood? 30 shell coins per unit, buying indefinitely. Wood could repair ships, making its value skyrocket and hard to obtain. Sometimes, a single unit of wood would be sold for the sky-high price of 50 shell coins. What's at the bottom of the sea attacking my ship? Suddenly, a message caught Yang Yi's attention. It could have been a new development in the sea zone, a monster attack. His encounter drew attention from many other players, who started asking questions. Bro, are you sure you heard clearly? Did you hit an obstacle? Yes, and no, I'm already in the cabin. The hull keeps making noise. Something must be hitting my ship. My god. Haha, starting to grind monsters. You guys enjoy yourselves, I can see the exit now, goodbye. Help me, it's a merman. The message was cut off, and the person likely died, with the system issuing his last unfinished message. Yang Yi became nervous. A splash of seawater hit Yang Yi's face, chilling him to the bone. He immediately contacted Sunna. Sunna, there might be monsters in the sea. We need to prepare. What's going on over there? Yang Yi asked. Sunna had finished the dissection, her face flushed with excessive excitement. Her eyes were bloodshot as she looked at the message popping up on her journal. Condition met, dissection of demon count 2 halves, your talent unlocked, Forbidden Scholar. Forbidden Scholar, permanent reduction of 20 to sanity limit, mysterious learning system unlocked. You can now build special rooms, develop your own unique formulas, and create unique items. You couldn't resist your curiosity? Little did you know, this might be a one-way path. Sunna, I'm asking you, what are you doing? Speak. Yang Yi was a bit irritated. Only then did Sunna take a deep breath, calm her mood, and respond. What's up? How's the ship's durability? Yang Yi asked. Almost no damage. Then come to the nightmare? I'll grant you permission. Help me repair the ship and restore its durability. Got it. Sunna agreed. She stored the valuable organ specimens in her bag, grabbed the crystal ball, and headed towards the nightmare. The 2 ships were connected by ropes and hooks, and they were close enough that usually, a plank would be enough to cross over. But now, with both ships swaying, it was safer to crawl across the plank. Sunna did just that, and as soon as she boarded the nightmare, Yang Yi called her into the cabin. I've given you permission. Use the stone materials to make a stone hammer and then repair the nightmare's durability. Stay on the nightmare for now. We might encounter monsters ahead, and staying on the ship will be safer. As the chat room buzzed with activity, reports of players being attacked kept popping up. The monsters they encountered were all different. There are so many red lanterns in the water, and they're all converging on me. Has anyone else seen this? What the heck are they? Just fireflies, nothing to worry about. Damn it! A dozen little fishmen have me trapped in the captain's cabin. Come at me one-on-one if you dare. Why is there someone standing on the sea, right in my path? One of the monsters got caught in my trap. It's called a drowned revenant, I think. I turned it into a pincushion. Wait, what? Yang Yi offered a silent prayer for that player. They were probably blown up by the monster. Every passing minute, someone got attacked and killed. However, there were also many who managed to escape the stormy sea unscathed. As for Yang Yi, perhaps because his ship, the Nightmare, set out late and was somewhat distant from the main fleet, he hadn't encountered any monsters. But there was something else that was troubling him. He had run out of food. Water wasn't an issue thanks to the vitality coconuts, but he desperately needed protein and energy. Sunna, do you have any food on your ship? Yang Yi sent a private message. Only 1 L of water, Sunna's voice responded in his ear. She had just finished repairing her ship and was holding a crystal ball as she walked to the front deck. The crystal ball was actually a dynamic nautical map, capable of displaying the sea conditions within 100 nautical miles around them. At that moment, it only showed 2 ships, the Astrologer and the Nightmare, with the small ship markers positioned very close to each other. Can the map on your ship be dismantled? Yang Yi asked in surprise. This crystal ball is just a receiver. As long as it's not too far away, it's fine, Sunna explained. The nautical map was actually quite simple. Apart from the ships, it only showed large obstacles on the sea, like giant floating objects, which appeared as small black dots. Islands, on the other hand, were represented as large shadows. By avoiding these black dots, they could effectively prevent the ship from getting caught in the whirlpools created by giant floating debris. At the same time, the existence of the nautical map ensured they wouldn't lose their way. Another day passed. Even a tough guy like Yang Yi needed to sleep and rest. They took turns steering the ship, sleeping in the captain's cabin when they were tired. It seemed the nightmare's curse only targeted the captain, as Sunna hadn't mentioned having any nightmares. Throughout this time, Yang Yi kept an eye on the chat room, hoping to buy some food. But it was a lost cause. Due to the storm, most players were running out of food and had no intention of selling any. The few who did have food were simply the lucky ones who had escaped the stormy sea. The prices were astronomical, and even then, it was impossible to snatch anything. When Yang Yi sent private messages, it took the other party 10 minutes to reply, and the response always remained the same: sold out. Some didn't even bother to reply. This was the ultimate form of scarcity marketing, where those who couldn't buy food would starve. This can't go on. Yang Yi sat up in the captain's cabin, his stomach growling incessantly. Sunna was steering the ship now, with the wind force at level 11. Standing on the deck required a slight crouch to maintain balance. Yang Yi's clothes had never dried, constantly damp with the salty, fishy smell of the sea. I need to get some food, or we're done for once we lose our strength, he thought to himself, eating a vitality coconut, draining the water, and even scraping the flesh clean. With no food left, coconuts were the only option. But they alone weren't filling, he needed something more substantial with higher energy. After thinking it over, the only way Yang Yi could think of to get food was fishing. And it just so happened he had a fishing rod. Sunna, if this keeps up, we're going to starve. I'm going to try fishing while you steer the ship for a bit longer. Yang Yi sent a private message. Got it. Sunna replied crisply. Yang Yi grabbed the fishing rod and went to the ship's courtyard, finding a suitable spot to cast his line. As the saying went, the bigger the storm, the pricier the fish. But in this case, it probably meant the bigger the storm, the stranger the fish, or maybe the bigger the fish after all. He quickly realized he had underestimated the difficulty of fishing in a storm. The ship rocked wildly, waves crashing all around, making it impossible to see the float, let alone any sign of a catch. An hour passed, and Yang Yi was close to achieving nothing, other than nearly falling overboard himself. 2 hours went by, still no catch, and he was starting to get frustrated. He opened the chat room and sent a message. Has anyone tried fishing? He attached a photo of himself fishing in the storm. Are you crazy? You still have time to fish? Aren't you avoiding the floating debris? Indeed, only Yang Yi had the time to fish. Everyone else was busy avoiding the floating debris. Just wait until you catch a mermaid that eats you alive. In reality, if he did catch a siren, it was unclear who would eat whom. After a series of banter, a helpful message finally came through, likely from an experienced fisherman. With the waves so big, the fish are deep down. Your float is useless. If you insist on fishing, remove the float, let the line out longer, and attach a weight to sink the bait deeper. Yang Yi thanked the fisherman in his mind and immediately adjusted the line, removing the float and attaching a small piece of stone to the hook. In this world, fishing didn't require bait. After half an hour, there was finally some movement, and the reel on the rod spun wildly. Yang Yi pulled hard, nearly being yanked into the sea himself, but managed to keep his footing by bracing against the ship's edge. He kept pulling, but the other end of the line went slack. What's going on? Did the line break? Yang Yi leaned over to check. Suddenly, a red glow appeared from the depths, growing closer, like a red lantern, about the size of a fist. What is this? He immediately became alert and pulled out his flintlock pistol. The next second, a shark burst out of the water, lunging straight at Yang Yi. It was a double hammerhead shark, over a meter long, with a smooth, streamlined, entirely red body. Its head was unusual, flat like a shovel, with 2 eyes dangling on either side, glowing with a sinister red light in the darkness. What was even stranger were its 2 strong hind legs, knobby like a frog's. Something's not right with this fish, your sanity decreases by 5. The shark broke the surface, its massive jaws wide open, aiming to bite Yang Yi. Luckily, Yang Yi was prepared. He immediately ducked and fired his flintlock. Boom! The shot was powerful, blasting the shark, which was as thick as an adult's waist, into 2 pieces. But it wasn't dead yet. The upper half kept thrashing, trying to bite Yang Yi. Yang Yi grabbed his sea serpent's tooth dagger and, with 2 swift stabs, finally subdued the shark. Name: Double Hammerhead Demon Shark. Type: Food. Description: a double hammerhead shark tainted by abyssal corruption, savage and bloodthirsty. Its meat is edible, and it can also be used for the vending machine. If eaten, it can no longer be used for vending. Choose wisely. Note: this is a gregarious creature. If you've found one, it means a whole group is nearby. After reading the description, Yang Yi's pupils contracted, and he quickly scanned the sea. One by one, red lanterns appeared, growing in number, all converging on the nightmare. They didn't mourn their fallen comrade even for a second, surfacing and exposing their fins as if they were ready to jump onto the nightmare. There must have been nearly 100 of them. Sunna, we've got trouble. Yang Yi immediately ran to the front deck. Sunna had also noticed something was wrong and abandoned the helm to join him. Another double hammerhead demon shark jumped onto the deck. These sharks had some mobility on land, hopping awkwardly on their hind legs like frogs, though only managing a meter or 2 with each jump. but with so many of them, they were impossible to fight off. As Yang Yi watched the sharks, an idea suddenly came to him. Sunna, we need to climb up the mast if we want any chance of survival. Yang Yi decided resolutely. He had observed the movements of the demon sharks and noticed they could only jump onto the deck and had only hind limbs. This meant they lacked the ability to climb. As long as they could get to the mast, they would have a fighting chance. Without hesitation, Yang Yi held a flintlock pistol in his left hand and a sea serpent dagger in his right, ready for both long-range and close combat. However, Sunna didn't have a suitable weapon. Using a small dagger against a shark was too dangerous. I've got a saber in my room. Grab it when we pass by, it'll be perfect for you, Yang Yi suggested. Sunna nodded, her hair wildly tossed by the fierce wind. There was no fear on her face, instead, there was a hint of excitement as she occasionally glanced at the demon sharks. I want a complete shark, especially the eyes, they must be intact. Sunna suddenly declared. Let's survive first. Yang Yi responded. The two immediately set off, running towards the starboard side of the ship. The sharks were all gathered on the port side, making the starboard side relatively safer. They kept low, advancing quickly against the strong wind. The captain's cabin on the starboard side had no door, but Yang Yi could create an entrance with his flintlock pistol, which should be ready to fire after cooling down. Yang Yi fired a shot, blasting a large hole just big enough to reach inside and grab what they needed. He found a pirate cutlass and over 20 simple wooden arrows, all coated with poison. He handed the cutlass and arrows to Sunna, and they quickly made their way to the courtyard. Located between the captain's cabin and the ship's hold, it was sheltered from the wind, providing a calmer environment that was less likely to disrupt their aim. As soon as they stepped into the courtyard, a demon shark lunged at them from the shadows. Had Yang Yi not noticed it in time, he would have been knocked to the ground. He pulled out the sea serpent dagger, ready to attack, but an arrow suddenly flew past him, striking the shark right in its eye. The shark, clearly vulnerable at this point, thrashed around in agony, losing its combat effectiveness. Yang Yi glanced back at Sunna. Your archery is that good. They continued running toward the mast. By now, 7 or 8 demon sharks had gathered on the deck. They were all on the port side, and as soon as they spotted the two, they leaped toward them like frogs. Sunna showcased her skills, pulling back the bowstring and releasing arrows with precision, hitting each shark in the eye. Even if the large, glowing eyes of the sharks made them easy targets, her accuracy was nonetheless impressive. What did you do before this? Yang Yi asked, swallowing nervously. I studied medicine. But in high school, I was a provincial archery champion, good enough for the national team. You should have mentioned that earlier. Yang Yi said, exasperated. Why didn't you use the bow when we were fighting the sea monsters before? I was ambushed, and the bow fell into the sea. Had he known Sunna was that skilled, he would have prepared more arrows, and they wouldn't have to worry about these jumping sharks. But now, with limited arrows, they couldn't afford to stay and fight. Some of the demon sharks even moved to the starboard side, preparing to attack from both sides. More and more sharks jumped onto the deck. Luckily, they had already reached the mast. With the sharks still at a distance, they needed to climb up quickly. You go first? Once you're up, cover me with your bow. Yang Yi pressed his back against the mast, keeping a close eye on the approaching sharks. This was the most logical plan. If Yang Yi climbed first, he'd only have the flintlock, which, while powerful, was no match for the bow in this situation. Understanding Yang Yi's plan, Sunna didn't waste time. She stuffed the bow and arrows into her bag and began climbing. Yang Yi stood ready, holding his dagger and pistol in a fighting stance. The sharks on the port side arrived first, leaping toward Yang Yi. He had observed their behavior for some time and noticed they only jumped forwards. Before leaping, they would lock onto their target, aiming their heads in that direction. Using this knowledge, Yang Yi dodged the shark's attacks by sidestepping at the last moment. As a shark flew past him, he thrust his dagger into its gills, slicing it open. The shark's momentum caused it to crash to the ground, spilling its guts, clearly dying. Not bad. Yang Yi thought as he dodged another shark's attack and repeated the maneuver, stabbing it in the gills. He managed to kill 3 sharks that way. However, Yang Yi was not an experienced warrior. Not long before, he had been bedridden, unable even to stand. His makeshift swordsmanship was a result of his keen observation and calm demeanor, but it wasn't foolproof. As such, on his 4th attempt, he made a mistake. He wasn't quick enough to dodge and was bitten on the right shoulder by a shark. The searing pain nearly made him faint. Fortunately, Yang Yi's will was as strong as steel, and he immediately pressed the flintlock against the shark's flat head. This shot better not misfire, he thought as he pulled the trigger. Click! The pistol misfired at the critical moment. Damn it! Yang Yi cursed but quickly adapted. He released the dagger from his right hand, switching it to his left, and aimed for the shark. Just then, an arrow whizzed past his head, piercing the shark's eye. The shark let out a pained roar, loosening its grip, allowing Yang Yi to escape, though his right arm was now a bloody mess. Hurry up! Sunna urged from above. She was perched on a crossbeam about 5 meters off the ground, safe from the shark's reach. She continued to unleash a barrage of arrows, covering Yang Yi as he climbed the mast. I don't have many arrows left, so you'd better hurry, Sunna warned. Yang Yi holstered the flintlock, gritting his teeth against the pain, and began to climb. The sharks were held at bay by Sunna's arrows, giving him some respite, yet he was climbing slowly. His legs strained, his left arm and face pressed against the mast, as he fought to ascend. Hurry up! I only have 3 arrows left. Sunna's warning came as grim news. The last 3 arrows were soon spent. Sunna clung tightly to the mast, trying to reach down to help Yang Yi, but the distance was too great. Just then, a shark lunged at Yang Yi, sinking its teeth into his calf. The sound of teeth grinding against bone was chilling. Yang Yi! Sunna cried out. Yang Yi's body convulsed, his muscles trembling violently from the excruciating pain. He felt nauseous, but he couldn't let go. He knew that if he did, he would fall to his death. The shark clung to his leg, tearing at his flesh with its sharp teeth. Yang Yi's vision blurred as tears welled up in his eyes. He glanced down at the shark, seeing its 2 enormous, blood-red eyes. It seemed to be smiling, mocking Yang Yi's desperate struggle as if to say that no matter how hard he fought, he couldn't escape death. Not a chance. An inexplicable rage erupted within Yang Yi, burning hotly in his chest. At that moment, a message flashed across his vision. Condition met, near death 3/3, you have unlocked the talent Refuse to Die. Refuse to Die triggers when health falls below 10 or when a lethal blow is received. Health will not drop below 1, refusing death for 5 minutes. During this time, all attributes except spirit are +2, spirit is -2, and sanity -50. Afterwards, enter a 24-hour weakened state where all attributes except spirit are -2, Refuse to Die does not activate during this period. P.S. Refuse to Die can break the limits of mortal attributes. Your sanity has dropped below 50, entering a state of madness. You are immune to most negative mental statuses, strength +2, agility +1, constitution +1, spirit -2, ignoring pain, fatigue, and fearlessness until sanity recovers. With these dual enhancements, Yang Yi's strength surged to an astonishing 8 points, while his spirit dropped to 4 points. His eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulging, and despite his previous injuries, his right arm somehow regained its strength, gripping the mast tightly. Simultaneously, he reached down with his left hand, grabbing the shark's eye, and with a simple squeeze, crushed it, sending fluids splattering everywhere. Yang Yi crushed the eye of the shark beneath him with brute force. The shark, writhing in immense pain, loosened its grip, but Yang Yi didn't let it go. He grabbed the ruptured eye and lifted the shark, smashing it into another one. With his strength now at 8, Yang Yi could easily turn a shark's head into mush simply with his fists. However, Yang Yi wasn't reckless, he knew better than to engage in close combat if there were the possibility to avoid it. Yang Yi powered his arms, leapt up lightly with more agility than a monkey, and landed directly on the crossbeam. And now, Yang Yi declared with a cold expression, aiming the dark muzzle of his gun at the demon sharks below. Bang! One of the creatures was instantly blown into 2 pieces. What just happened? Sunna looked at Yang Yi in disbelief. One moment, Yang Yi was on the brink of death, and the next, he had turned the tables, reversing the situation in an instant. Extraordinary. Sunna's gaze towards Yang Yi became intense, almost predatory, as if she wanted to devour him whole, to see through him completely. Her look was so brazen it made Yang Yi a bit uncomfortable. He casually brushed it off, saying, "It's nothing. I just unlocked a new talent." "Is that so?" Sunna didn't press further. Even if she had, Yang Yi wasn't planning to explain. This was his trump card. It was incredibly powerful, and it could turn the tide in a critical moment. However, it had a nearly lethal drawback, a 24-hour period of weakness after activation. So, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. On the other hand, Sunna was also somewhat relieved. Her sanity had dropped by more than 20 points earlier, and she had barely resisted the urge to dissect Yang Yi with a knife. But in the end, Sunna held back, keeping her sanity just above 50. "Sunna, don't rush, be patient. Yang Yi is special. You need to observe him slowly," she reminded herself. Yang Yi had no idea what the crazy woman was thinking. He pulled out some holy water, drank 2/3 of it, and poured the remaining third on his wound. The effect was good, the bleeding quickly stopped. He continued aiming and shooting with his flintlock, occasionally misfiring, but killing one shark each time it fired successfully. The sharks, unable to reach them, became frenzied. Some began gnawing at the mast, while others started eating the already dead sharks. But the mast was the sturdiest wood on this ghost ship, very thick, and the sharks' jaws weren't that large, so they couldn't destroy it in a short time. However, the risk remained. It was a race to see whether it would be the mast that broke or the sharks to be killed first. There were only about 30 unharmed sharks left, and Yang Yi felt his chances of winning were high. "Wait, no need to shoot." Sunna suddenly called out to Yang Yi. "Why?" Yang Yi turned his head to look at her. "Look, the poison from the pufferfish is starting to take effect." She pointed to a shark that had been shot in the eye. It was likely the first one to be hit by an arrow, lying askew on the deck, no longer moving. Soon, its corpse was devoured by its kind. Yang Yi immediately understood. Cannibalism is a phenomenon quite common among insects. That's why some insecticides delay death, allowing insects to return to their nests before dying. Otherwise, these cannibalistic urges would wipe out an entire colony. Sunna explained. "I see," Yang Yi nodded, pulling the trigger, and killing another shark. "But wouldn't shooting them speed up their deaths? The bullets are free anyway." "Do as you please, just leave me one intact," Sunna replied. After about 10 minutes, all the sharks were finally dead, not a single one left. The deck was covered in shark corpses, the air thick with the smell of blood. Yang Yi, now in a weakened state, took forever to climb the mast. With only 15 health left, he had to be cautious, as a single fall could put him on the brink of death, and then it'd be game over. Sunna had already come down. She chose the largest, least mangled shark corpse and started cutting it into pieces, preparing to store it in the treasure chest. We've struck gold? This should be worth about 70 vending pulls. Yang Yi's eyes gleamed. In the past, when he played mobile games, his favorite part was the vending pulls. He often deleted games after experiencing the rush. Shall we split it half and half? Yang Yi looked at Sunna. You can do the pulls. I only need one shark, Sunna replied indifferently, seemingly uninterested. That's a shame. I'll reluctantly do the pulls for you. Yang Yi eagerly started harvesting the demon shark corpses on the ground. The corpses gradually disappeared. In total, he did 72 pulls. There were 74 demon sharks in total, one was dissected by Sunna, and one was kept as emergency rations. To avoid accidental poisoning, Yang Yi specifically chose the one that had been split in two early on. As that shark hadn't been eaten by its kind, it was reserved as food. After finishing the pulls, Yang Yi checked the course and map, ensuring there were no major issues before looking at the 72 light orbs under the vending machine. He hadn't opened any yet, planning to hoard them all together. What would be inside? Yang Yi was excited as he started opening the capsules. You have obtained 1 unit of steel. What? You have obtained 200 shell coins. You have obtained 5 units of wood. You have obtained 5 units of stone. This is killing me. Yang Yi slammed the piece of wood onto the deck in frustration. It soon disappeared, transferred to the warehouse. Did Yang Yi really lack these basic resources? Where were the relics? Where were the treasures? At the very least, couldn't he get some accessories? Eventually, Yang Yi became numb, no longer holding any expectations. The orbs mostly contained basic resources like freshwater, steel, wood, cloth, and even some crystals. There were also 12 loaves of black bread, 5 sausages, and 3 watermelons. Maybe the demon sharks were too weak compared to sea monsters and drowned revenants. Or perhaps, it was just bad luck. After opening them all, Yang Yi only got 3 decent items. 1 excellent, 1 good, and 1 ordinary. Name, low-grade fire element. Type, consumable/material. Quality, excellent. Description, can imbue equipment with a special attribute, granting it the power of fire. P.S. Equipment can be repeatedly imbued, with the last attribute applied being the one that sticks. Name, glowing red fishing net. Type, tool. Quality, good. Description, can be placed on the side of the ship to catch unfortunate fish that pass by. However, this fishing net emits an unsettling red glow, causing normal fish to avoid it. This red glow, you've seen it somewhere before. Name, sharkskin swimsuit. Type, treasure. Quality, ordinary. Description, increases swimming speed by 25% and reduces swimming stamina consumption while in the water. It'll easily help you win swimming competitions. Yang Yi stored these 3 items away. The abysmally low drop rate reminded him of some unpleasant memories. But then, he thought of something else. Could it be that repeatedly submitting the same type of monster lowered the drop rate? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The system might be encouraging players to hunt a variety of new monsters. It would be easy to test this theory, have someone else do a vending pull. Without hesitation, Yang Yi pulled Sunna over from the courtyard, handed her a fish fin, and asked her to try a pull. The demon shark fin was initially intended to be an emergency ration, but with plenty of black bread, there was no need to risk eating raw fish anymore. Give it a try, Yang Yi urged. If Sunna got a good item, it would confirm Yang Yi's theory. If Sunna didn't get a good item, then his pulling shitty items would be just luck, or rather, bad luck. Sunna tossed the fish fin into the vending machine and turned the lever. The octopus head's eyes suddenly emitted a golden light, and even its tentacles turned golden. Wow, a golden legend. Yang Yi seemed to hear it as if in a hallucination. A golden orb was spat out from the octopus head, which Sunna picked up. Could it be the difference between the luckiest and unluckiest person? Yang Yi felt bitter for the first time, categorizing this game as unfairly unfair and full of malice. Editor's note, I understand the frustration. Sunna picked up the light orb, her eyes lighting up with excitement, and promptly placed it in her treasure bag. What did you get? Yang Yi curiously leaned in to ask. Want to know? Beg me, and I'll tell you. Sunna teased with a sly smile, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Forget it. Yang Yi wasn't interested in indulging her or feeling envious. He had 3 treasures of his own. They might not be golden, but he had the advantage in quantity. 1. Meanwhile, his mind started racing with various skewed thoughts. Could it be that since the shark was the first to die, it dropped something rare? He couldn't rule out the possibility. However, to be sure of the exact conditions, he'd have to test it out in the future. One thing was certain, repeatedly looting the same type of monster's corpse would drastically reduce the drop rate. Yang Yi let Sunna continue steering the ship while he cleaned up the battlefield. He had to admit, the octopus vending machine was quite convenient. It automatically recycled the shark's corpse and blood. However, the damaged deck and mast, as well as the large hole in the captain's cabin, would need materials to repair. Additionally, they had collided with some floating debris during the battle, causing further damage to the ship. Just the repairs alone had consumed 40 units of wood. Fortunately, the vending machine provided plenty resources. At that point, they had food, black bread, 12. Sausages, 5. Fresh water, 8L. Vitality coconuts, 67. Watermelons, 3, plus over 40 more coconuts stored in Sunna's cabin. Resources. Wood, 55. Cloth, 45. Stone, 32. Steel, 10. Crystals, 8. Sulfur, 6. Shell coins, 2050. Items like steel, crystals, and sulfur seemed to be advanced resources, with a vending conversion rate of 5:1. They weren't lacking food. Unless absolutely necessary, Yang Yi had no intention of fishing in the stormy seas again. He opened the world chat channel and began leaving a message. Don't fish in the stormy seas, you'll catch monsters. Wow, you're brave and still alive. Incredible, and you can still talk about it. Do you have any pics? I don't believe you. Yang Yi didn't bother to argue. The reason he didn't share any pictures was to protect their sanity. Time quickly passed. It was the 4th day since the storm had hit. The chat channel was lively, with many players leaving messages, indicating they had successfully gotten through the stormy seas. It seemed most players were close to the exit and would soon leave the treacherous area. Only Yang Yi and Sunna were far behind, 2 days behind schedule. When the storm first started, the wind wasn't too strong, and everyone's ships moved quickly. But as the storm intensified and floating debris and monsters appeared, they slowed down. Yang Yi checked the weather forecast. Today's weather, location, Sea of Origins, storm zone. Remaining sunlight, unknown. Temperature, 8 to 12 degrees Celsius. Wind force, level 10. The wind had picked up a bit, and the temperature had dropped. Although it made Yang Yi feel a bit cold, it was still bearable. In contrast, Sunna continued wearing her initial outfit, seemingly unaffected by the cold. Yang Yi stepped out of the captain's cabin and headed to the front deck. Sunna, let's switch shifts. Yang Yi called out. Sunna nodded, handed over the crystal ball, then headed back to the captain's cabin of the Nightmare. By the way, don't you feel cold wearing such light clothing? Yang Yi curiously asked. Not at all, this outfit keeps me warm, Sunna replied with a private message. Name, witch's casual wear. Type, treasure. Quality, premium. Description, keeps you warm and waterproof, and accelerates sanity recovery. As a witch, the first thing you need is a casual outfit that doesn't reveal you're a witch. It was a premium item that could boost sanity recovery, starting the game with a full witch set. Yang Yi questioned the game's fairness once again but could only sigh in resignation. He, however, had a powerful flintlock pistol in his possession. Not long ago, he had used a low-grade fire essence to imbue the sea serpent's fang with special properties. Originally, he wanted to enhance the flintlock pistol, but since it often misfired, it wasn't reliable. Enhancement only added attributes and increased power, it didn't fix the weapon's flaws. Moreover, the flintlock pistol's grade was high, so the low-grade fire essence likely wouldn't bring any significant changes. Thus, he decided to enhance the sea serpent's fang instead. The result was impressive, as the sea serpent's fang advanced into a premium item. Name, Sea Serpent's Fang, Enhanced. Type, Treasure. Quality, Premium. Description, a short sword made from the fang of a great sea serpent. After enhancement, it gained fire power, causing burns and fire poison. The blade of the sea serpent's fang had turned red, and holding it for too long would make it hot to the touch. It was much sharper than before. Yang Yi continued steering the ship, alternating shifts with Sunna. Another day passed. Yang Yi woke up in the captain's cabin, glanced at the log, and realized he had only slept for about 3 hours. He had another nightmare, and this time, it was a recurring one. In the first dream, he saw Sunna pointing a gun at his head, her eyes cold and sinister. But how could that be possible? If she wanted to kill him, she could have done it during the sea serpent battle when he fell into the water. Why wait until now? Yang Yi dismissed the dream as insignificant and shook his head, feeling a bit of a headache due to the lack of sleep. In the second dream, he saw himself being swallowed by a massive, centipede-like creature. Where would such giant insects come from out at sea? Yang Yi began to doubt the accuracy of the nightmares. Could the so-called premonitions just be his imagination? Was the nightmare just a debuff with no real significance? He drank a bottle of vitality coconut juice, got out of bed, and noticed his wounds were almost healed. The holy water's effect was impressive, and with at most 2 more days of rest, he would be fully recovered. Why is it so dark? Yang Yi pushed open the door and was startled by the scene before him. It was pitch black outside. A few days ago, it wasn't this dark. Yang Yi immediately checked the weather forecast. Location, Sea of Origins. Remaining sunlight, none. Temperature, 12 to 18 degrees Celsius. Wind force, level 10. Compared to the day before, the temperature had risen, but the sunlight duration had changed from unknown to none. Suddenly, he felt a surge of unease, gripped the ship's railing, and walked towards the bow. Sunna, are you there? Yang Yi shouted loudly, but there was no response. He took out the navigation log, which emitted a faint light, allowing him to see in the darkness. It was then that he realized the nightmare had stopped moving. It wasn't sailing, and he hadn't noticed due to the turbulent waves. Yang Yi's heart tightened, and he immediately ran to the bow, only to find no one at the helm. Where's Sunna? His pupils contracted sharply, his heart raced, and he quickly scanned the surroundings, searching for any sign of her. There was a faint light ahead, seemingly obscured by shadows. Yang Yi hurried over and found Sunna standing there, holding the crystal ball, completely still, her expression blank as she stared intently at the turbulent sea ahead, as if mesmerized by something. Seeing this, Yang Yi angrily asked, "I've been calling you, why didn't you respond?" Sunna barely reacted, only raising a finger to point forwards, and said in a low voice, "It seems like we're surrounded." Yang Yi immediately followed Sunna's gaze. It was pitch black, just as expected. But perhaps because of Sunna's words, Yang Yi began to feel like something was moving on the sea's surface. What is that? Yang Yi squinted, trying to see more clearly. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed, and Yang Yi finally saw the true appearance of the thing. They were enormous, worm-like creatures, resembling centipedes with segmented bodies. Their heads had four blade-like mandibles that could open wide like scissors to slice through their prey. The creatures looked similar to bobbit worms too, but were much larger. It was hard to judge their diameter from a distance. Their length was also difficult to estimate, as most of their bodies were submerged in the sea. There were many of them, visible even at the farthest edges of his vision, and the closest ones were about a kilometer away from the nightmare. They swayed in the storm, shaking their heads as if performing some kind of ritual, or perhaps reveling in a celebration. "You have observed an unknown giant creature. Your sanity has decreased by 20. Yang Yi was shaken to his core and quickly glanced at the crystal ball. The sea chart showed they were surrounded by these giant worms, numbering no less than 100. On the sea chart, they were represented by tiny black dots scattered around the nightmare. Colossal creatures lay all around them. Notes. Yang Yi pulled Sunna into the captain's cabin of the nightmare. "What exactly happened?" he asked seriously. "Where did these bugs come from?" "About 15 minutes ago, the sky suddenly turned dark. I was still steering the ship when I noticed a lot of black dots appearing in the crystal ball image. I stopped the ship and walked to the bow to get a clearer look," Sunna recalled. "After that, you know what happened." Yang Yi immediately took the crystal ball and examined it closely. Meanwhile, Sunna began sharing her theories about the giant worms. These giant worms probably don't have eyes or visual organs. Otherwise, they would have noticed the nightmare a long time ago. They likely live in darkness, relying on hearing, smell, or other sensory organs to hunt. Because of the storm's interference, their perception range has significantly decreased, making them unable to see the nightmare. Yang Yi frowned as he studied the map. At the same time, he opened the world chat channel to check on other players' situations. As soon as he entered, he found the channel in an uproar. "Why is it so dark? I'm completely lost. Can someone tell me where the exit is? There are so many giant worms in the sea. One of them is less than 20 meters from me. Oh my god. God, have you abandoned me?" Players who escaped the stormy seas mocked those still trapped inside, with a mixture of schadenfreude and sarcasm. "More monsters? Great, serves you right for being slow. Ever played a battle royale? You're slow, so now the danger zone is closing in. Who's to blame? Idiot, just stay in there and wait for death. Don't you dare die on me. If you die, who will I sell my newly caught fish to? Huh? Ha ha ha. High prices for second-hand gear and items. Damn it. I'd rather feed the bugs than leave you a single cent. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Point 1. Don't get cocky too soon." Yang Yi shut off the chat, his expression grim. Most people had already escaped the stormy seas. With so many people fleeing, the game seemed to be trying to expel and eliminate the remaining players. Yang Yi and Sunna, having set out 2 days later than others, were now trapped inside. As he paced around, Yang Yi suddenly recalled a key piece of information. 20 meters? He reopened the chat and found the message from that player, then sent him a private message. "Are you still alive? Are you sure the giant worm was 20 meters away from you?" The other player, extremely tense, replied quickly. "Yes, it scared the life out of me. The bug seemed to be dozens of meters long and about 3 meters thick." "Calm down. Look again carefully. Are you certain it was 20 meters? "No need to look again. I work in surveying. I can gauge that distance at a glance." Yang Yi relaxed slightly and immediately had an idea. He examined the map and used the scaling function to set the scale at 1 centimeter to 200 m, so 1 centimeter on the map would represent a distance of 20 meters. After measuring twice on the map, he exclaimed, "Got it." Yang Yi regained his composure and, with renewed determination, told Sunna, "You were right. These bugs can't see, and their senses are heavily impacted by the storm. We can try to navigate through the gaps between them. Although the route is tricky, there's enough space between the giant worms to make it possible." Sunna's eyes lit up at his words. She was so fascinated by these strange creatures she hadn't even considered fleeing. But Yang Yi was different. He wanted to survive, no matter the cost. "But do you know what the safe distance is? And there might be individual differences among them. A player gave me a hint," Yang Yi explained. He set the lower distance limit at 20 meters, with no upper limit. "The further, the better, and prepared to head towards the exit according to this standard. I'll take the helm next. Just in case, don't stay inside the cabin. It's better if you stand on the deck. If the bugs attack, you'll be able to notice it immediately. If you jump into the sea, you might still have a chance to survive." Yang Yi, decisive as always, acted immediately upon making up his mind. Holding the crystal ball map in one hand and steering with the other, he adjusted the ship's speed as needed, slowing down when passing between 2 of the closer giant worms. As he approached them, he realized under the occasional lightning strikes exactly how massive the creatures were. They ranged in diameter from 2 to 5 meters, and the parts of their bodies above the water were tens of meters long, some even up to 100. One bite could potentially tear the nightmare apart. Yang Yi navigated carefully, having changed into a sharkskin swimsuit. If the ship were to break apart and he fell into the water, it could be a lifesaver. After slowly maneuvering for 2 hours, Yang Yi felt somewhat relieved. He had finally found a way out. Despite the nerve-wracking experience, it was better than certain death. Yang Yi shared his discovery in the world chat. Doing so wouldn't cost him anything, and in fact, he might gain goodwill or even unexpected rewards. So, he sent out the following message. I've discovered these bugs have a very limited sensory range. As long as you keep a distance of at least 20 meters, they won't notice or attack you. We can pass through the gaps between them. Really? Wow, you're brave to have figured that out. But how do you gauge the distance? It's too dark. Wait for the lightning. You can see briefly when it strikes. Yes, it was more difficult for those without a map, but staying put was certain death. In the face of hope, humans were never short on courage. Thank you, I made it through safely. This method works. You're my lifesaver. Yang Yi instantly received a flood of friend requests, with some even offering gifts. Although the gifts weren't much, mostly materials he didn't need immediately, he selectively accepted some. The materials he received included 3 units of wood, 227 units of cloth, 12 units of stone, 7 units of steel, 13 crystals, and 4 units of sulfur. The captain of the fishermen, Hichi, even sent him a rare item. Yang Yi accepted his friend request. His ship was slow, blocked by the giant worms, and he hesitated to move forwards. In reality, he was not far from the exit. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had the courage to move. This item is my gift to you. You can always catch more treasures, but you only have one life. Good luck. When the item was spat out by the octopus head, Yang Yi's eyes widened in shock. The fisherman really lived up to its name as a ship for veteran anglers. The things it caught were different. Name, low-grade abyssal soulstone. Type, consumable. Quality, rare. Description, can upgrade the quality of relics, enhancing any relic of excellent or lower quality by 1 level. Hold this stone close to your ear, and you will hear the voice from the deep sea. It was a magical stone, encased in a semi-transparent black crystal with glowing liquid flowing inside. Who would have thought my first rare item would be a gift? Yang Yi laughed. He immediately used the soul stone to enhance his rusted flintlock. The soul stone shattered, and the glowing liquid flowed into the flintlock, altering its properties. Name, faintly glowing rusted flintlock. Type, relic. Quality, rare. Description, this was once a masterpiece, now gradually regaining its edge. Unlocks dual mode. Cannon mode, fires a powerful shot, dealing massive damage. The recoil is significant, so aim carefully. After firing, enters a 12-hour cooldown during which the gun is 100% likely to misfire. Standard mode, no reloading needed, with a firing rate of 1 shot every 10 seconds. Deals minimal damage, but be warned, due to sea rust, there is a 5% chance of a misfire. Looking at the revived flintlock, Yang Yi was thrilled. 1 shot every 10 seconds, though weak, was still a solid improvement. And there was the cannon mode. His eyes gleamed as he looked at the swaying worms. Maybe. Yang Yi stared at the giant bugs, his sanity dropping to 48 as he slipped into madness, eager to try out his gun. But he restrained himself, remaining rational and resisting the urge to fire. Not yet. Not unless it's absolutely necessary. Navigating between 2 giant worms was no easy task. Especially when the two were only 500 or 600 meters apart, it was like dancing on the edge of a blade. One slight misstep could lead to eternal damnation. Constant vigilance was required, keeping an eye on both one's position and the impact of the storm on the vessel. Yang Yi was on high alert, skillfully weaving and maneuvering for a full 8 hours. A pile of vitality coconuts was scattered at his feet. The refreshing effect of coconut juice only activated once every 24 hours, but there was no such limit on vitality coconuts, though drinking too many would reduce the effect and leave you feeling bloated. Thanks to this, Yang Yi looked like an Iron Man, still maintaining over 70% of his energy. Only he knew how uncomfortable he really felt. How much farther to the exit? Yang Yi's resolve began to waver, but his will was as tough as steel. He quickly shook his head, pushing the thought aside and pressed on, gritting his teeth. His private messages kept pinging, with messages popping up non-stop, mostly other players expressing their thanks. During this time, many had escaped the stormy seas. Their ships, generally slower, were blocked by giant worms near the exit. It was only after Yang Yi's warning that they mustered the courage to dash through when the gap was just right. So, they were grateful to Yang Yi and sent him private messages of thanks. Of course, there were also those who failed and got eaten by the worms. But dead men sent no messages, and Yang Yi would never know about them. At the same time, Yang Yi gleaned some information. The area near the exit was a buffer zone, about 50 nautical miles long, where there were no giant worms, and the waves were much calmer. So, as soon as you saw a large, open sea without giant worms, it meant the exit was near. Yang Yi stared intently at the crystal ball. There was no such open sea within 100 nautical miles. Instead, there were always more or fewer giant worms. The nightmare was relatively fast, and with the help of the map, it should have been close to getting out. 3 more hours passed. Finally, he saw a stretch of sea on the crystal ball without any black dots. Sunna, we're almost out. Yang Yi exclaimed excitedly. But Sunna didn't show any sign of relief or joy. Instead, she reached out her hand, feeling something, then suddenly turned back. Don't you feel like the storm has gotten weaker? Yang Yi immediately became alert. By now, the storm had been a protective umbrella for the stranded ships. If the storm weakened, it meant the giant worm's sensory range would gradually increase until it fully recovered. Yang Yi quickly checked the weather forecast. Today's weather, the storm is calming down. Surprised? Location, Sea of Origin, Storm Zone. Remaining sunlight, unknown. Temperature, 12-18 degrees Celsius. Wind speed, level 9. The storm had indeed weakened. Yang Yi recalled it was level 10 when he woke up. And the sky wasn't as dark as before, with some faint light beginning to show. Yang Yi, focused on steering the ship, had ignored these subtle changes, but now it felt like a sudden awakening. Cold sweat began breaking out all over him. If this continued, the wind speed would soon drop to level 8, or even to level 4 or level 1. By that time, the giant worms would reveal their sharp fangs and tear apart every ship in their path. Full speed ahead. Yang Yi almost shouted, immediately abandoning his original cautious route. He was now only about 80 nautical miles from the buffer zone. Rather than prudently maneuvering around, it was better to choose the shortest possible route, even if it meant taking on some risks. Because no one knew when the storm would stop. But Yang Yi felt, it would come much faster than expected, making it inevitable to face attacks from giant worms. In short, he had to hurry. After another hour of sailing, the Nightmare finally reached the edge of the buffer zone, less than 40 nautical miles away. There were far fewer giant worms here, but the wind had already dropped to level 4, barely hindering the worms' senses. Cursing filled the world channel. Though it was just a small number of players, their foul language was relentless, cursing the system wildly. Damn system. I'm screwed. The bug found me. I'm done for. Ah. The same was true for Yang Yi. 2 giant worms were following closely behind, closing the distance steadily. It was unbelievable how these long-bodied worms could swim so fast in the sea. Sunna noticed the danger too and immediately ran to the stern of the ship. What are you doing? Yang Yi shouted at her. I'm going to detach the claw hook from the astrologer. It could buy us some time. This. Yang Yi was surprised but didn't try to stop her. Because it was indeed a good idea. The giant worms had no visual organs and would most likely attack the unmanned astrologer, delaying them. But this meant Sunna would be left without a ship. There was no time to worry about that now. Surviving was the top priority. Sunna made a decisive move, detaching the claw hook from the astrologer. The astrologer was already slower than the Nightmare, and without the hook, it fell behind, becoming the prey of the 2 giant worms as expected. The 2 weren't allies, they even started fighting over the prey. Taking advantage of this, the Nightmare quickly put some distance between them. But Yang Yi didn't relax. With the astrologer gone, the crystal ball wouldn't display the map anymore. Yang Yi could only rely on his memory to navigate. He remembered there was another giant worm ahead that he had to face head-on. This route was the best one Yang Yi had chosen. If he had taken another route, there would have been not 2, but a dozen giant worms chasing him. Rather than facing a dozen, it was better to desperately fight against one. Sunna, you're steering next. Just keep the course steady. Yang Yi said seriously. When I tell you to jump into the sea, don't hesitate, jump immediately. Don't stand there frozen at the bow. Sunna nodded and took over the helm. Yang Yi took a few steps forward, standing at the bow. The Nightmare had no weapons, powerless against the giant worm, like fish on a chopping block. And Yang Yi wasn't counting on any miracles to evade the giant worm's attack. So, he had to take a gamble, testing whether the giant worm's head was harder or if the caliber of his prized flintlock was bigger. He switched into his sharkskin swimming suit, ready for action. Soon, a black shadow appeared. Once past that shadow, the relatively safe buffer zone wouldn't be far. Yang Yi switched his flintlock to cannon mode, smirking coldly. Come on, let's make a bet. With the storm no longer interfering, the giant worm's sensory range was astonishingly large. It quickly locked onto the Nightmare and swam towards it. Yang Yi was highly tense, his grip on the gun so tight that his fingertips turned white. He was far from being a sharpshooter. So, the distance had to be close enough to guarantee a hit. There would be only one shot. Failure would mean death. As it approached within 300 meters, Yang Yi could judge the size of the giant worm. It was about 3 meters in diameter, not the largest among the giant worms, and about 40 meters long above the surface. It lowered its body, charging straight ahead, opening its razor-sharp jaws that gleamed like a guillotine, ready to slice the Nightmare in half with a single blow. Sunna, jump into the sea. Yang Yi shouted in a commanding tone while aiming the gun at the giant worm's head. He could see its mouthparts clearly, 2 rows of hairy, jointed limbs, like the appendages of an arthropod, curled up like a spider. These limbs could grab prey and deliver it to the mouth, where rows upon rows of sharp teeth would crush it. And its prey was the Nightmare. Faced with this life-and-death situation, Yang Yi became calm and focused, taking deep breaths. He looked at the giant worm so intently that he could almost smell the salty, fishy odor emanating from its body. It also meant that Yang Yi and the giant worm were now close enough. Less than 10 meters. Now, Yang Yi pulled the trigger. Boom! The powerful recoil sent Yang Yi flying backward, his right arm, holding the gun, numb with pain as he crashed into the captain's cabin behind him. The gunshot was deafening, like the roar of thunder, challenging the power of nature. Its power was astonishing, no less than that of a cannon. The shot hit the giant worm's head directly, blowing it apart. The mouth parts and skull fragments flew off, scattering over the sea. But the giant worm's momentum didn't stop, it crashed into the nightmare. The nightmare was hit directly, durability -600, hull breached. The flimsy nightmare was split in two by the worm's impact. The wind force in the stormy seas had dropped by 1 level. The number of survivors had sharply decreased. It was just like the shrinking safe zone in a battle royale game, where players trapped in the toxic zone would eventually be killed as time passed. Unlike the danger zones, the buffer area here was different. There were no giant worms, the sea was calm, and there was a deserted island with a diameter of several hundred meters. A man wearing a sharkskin swimsuit struggled to make it ashore. It was Yang Yi. He had managed to swim there using a piece of broken driftwood for nearly 2 nautical miles. A woman clung to the driftwood. Sunna, you're heavier than I thought. Yang Yi gasped, jokingly complaining. Yang Yi underestimated the 2 nautical mile distance. Halfway through the swim, his energy was completely drained. If it weren't for the frenzied state, which allowed him to substitute blood energy for stamina, he might have drowned like many others. He was utterly exhausted, and collapsed on the beach, lying spread-eagle like a dead fish. Next to him, another dead fish lay unconscious, Sunna, who had passed out from exhaustion. Although she was a good swimmer, her stamina was limited, and Yang Yi had to drag her for the latter half of the journey. Thanks to that, Yang Yi's blood energy was nearly depleted, with only 17 points left. He checked his status. Sanity, 42/100. Stamina, 0/100. Energy, 17/100. He was truly hanging by a thread. Although the nightmare had sunk, Yang Yi wasn't entirely hopeless. Back when the astrologer sank, Sunna had shared information about shipwrecks with him. A ship could be rebuilt after it was destroyed. Yang Yi opened the ship interface, and the top message displayed. Materials required for ship reconstruction, wood 500, fabric 250. Materials from the ship's hold can be used. Each reconstruction requires a 1-month interval, during which items on the ship will be frozen. He checked his resources. He had almost enough fabric, thanks to the large quantity gifted to him earlier. However, there was still a significant shortage of wood, and he'd need to chop down more trees. Thinking about it, he drifted off to sleep, this time without nightmares. It was the most restful sleep he'd had in a long time. Who knew how long he slept, but Yang Yi was eventually awakened by the system notification. Only 3 players remain in the stormy seas. Please leave the area quickly, or you will be consumed by the black mist. Yang Yi opened his eyes and found himself lying not at the shore. Sunna was beside him, staring at him with a pair of blood-red eyes. The scene seemed familiar, but Yang Yi, still groggy from sleep, didn't immediately realize what was happening. Do you know how long you slept? Sunna asked. No idea. Over 12 hours. I woke up, dragged you here, and it's already been 12 hours. Sunna said. I see, no wonder I'm a bit hungry. Yang Yi didn't think much of it, rubbing his empty stomach. The much-needed sleep had left him feeling refreshed, with his status restored by 70%, though he was famished. When you were asleep, you were dead weight. I could barely drag you, Sunna complained. The feeling's mutual? You were as heavy as a dead pig when you passed out, Yang Yi quickly retorted. Really? Sunna wasn't angry, a mysterious smile appeared on her face. But I'm glad you're awake. Now you can answer my questions. Suddenly, her gaze turned cold as she raised a flintlock gun and pointed it at Yang Yi's forehead. Yang Yi recognized this gun well. It was his prized possession. But how did it end up in Sunna's hands? Before Yang Yi could think it through, Sunna began her questioning, her words eerily familiar. Man, 3 sentences. Give me a reason not to kill you. Her blood-red eyes looked dangerously intense, and her half-smile sent a chill down his spine. At that moment, Yang Yi remembered a past nightmare. In that dream, a red-eyed woman pointed a gun at his head, just like this. He instantly became alert and serious. Sunna, this joke has gone too far. Do I look like I'm joking? Sunna retorted, keeping the gun firmly aimed at Yang Yi. By the way, that was your first sentence. You have 2 left, so choose your words wisely. 1. Yang Yi fell silent. The dark gun barrel weighed heavily on him. He glanced around and noticed the sea level had risen again. The island's diameter had shrunk to just over 50 meters. The surrounding trees had all been chopped down, apparently blasted by the flintlock, and turned into wood, piled together. Judging by the amount, it was around 300, far from enough to build 2 ships. So, Sunna planned to hoard the wood and only rebuild the astrologer? Yang Yi pieced together the situation, narrowing his eyes. In times of crisis, it was natural for people to act in their own self-interest. Yang Yi's voice grew cold as he said, I can give you all my equipment, and the wood on the island will be yours. Just let me go. No, that's not enough. Sunna shook her head. Have you considered that if I shoot you, all of this will be mine anyway? You. Yang Yi immediately held his tongue, careful not to use up his 3rd sentence. He hadn't expected Sunna to be so ruthless. After trusting her so much, Yang Yi felt a surge of anger, but he couldn't think of any leverage he had left. In the end, he could only say angrily, then go ahead and shoot. Yang Yi stood up, ready to counterattack. His talent, refusal to die, would prevent him from being killed instantly. It was his last card to play. Ha ha ha. See, even you get nervous when a gun's pointed at you. Sunna suddenly burst out laughing, shaking with mirth, tears streaming down her face. You. Yang Yi's expression grew stern, showing his displeasure. Then Sunna added, how about this, I'll take half of everything you own, and in return, I'll spare your life. What? Yang Yi frowned. Don't you get it? I mean, I want to merge with you. What? Merge? Yang Yi looked surprised. Yes, that's right, merge. Sunna confirmed. Yang Yi was speechless, but he also breathed a sigh of relief. Sunna didn't actually want to kill him. She was just getting back at him. After all, he had done something similar not too long ago. He sat back down, torn between laughing and crying, and said, what if I refuse? The gun's in my hand, you don't have a choice. Sunna waved the gun triumphantly, then began rummaging through her bag. Yang Yi finally relaxed, thinking, this woman must be crazy. Out here in the wilderness, suddenly asking to merge with me. I'm not some kind of transforming mech that can combine to form a head. How are we supposed to merge? And judging by how seriously she's digging through her bag, could it be, she's looking for a balloon? As Yang Yi's thoughts wandered, he glanced at Sunna. When he saw what she pulled out, all hopes were dashed. The items were the tongue, eyeballs, brain, glands, vocal cords, and heart of a sea monster, all stored in jars. A bunch of bizarre internal organs. Your sanity decreases by 5. Sorry, there's too much stuff, it's hard to find things. Finally, Sunna found what she was looking for. It wasn't a balloon, but a golden card. Yang Yi took it and looked at it, feeling faint. Name, Ship Fusion Card. Type, Consumable. Quality, Special. Description, with mutual consent, 2 ships can be fused together. The fused ship will be larger, have more rooms, and inherit the skills of both ships. A ship can only have the skills of 2 ships. After that, the materials required for upgrading will increase accordingly. So, this is the fusion you were talking about. Yang Yi turned and asked awkwardly. Of course. What did you think I meant? Sunna laughed so hard she nearly fell over. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. The girl must have said it that way on purpose, and this tool was probably the legendary golden item she had drawn earlier. Notes. Captain Sunna of the astrologer used a rare item, Ship Fusion Card, applying to merge her ship with yours. The resources in both ships' cabins will be combined. Accept/reject. Accept. Please vote for the new captain. If the votes are tied, the fusion will fail, and the fusion card will be returned. Note, the captain has absolute authority, and a new election will only occur if the captain dies. Yang Yi immediately voted for himself, knowing that Sunna would also vote for him, as they had agreed upon this beforehand. Yang Yi had to be the captain? He didn't feel safe with Sunna in command. She might steer the ship into some abyss just to see if a sea monster's appetite was big enough. After the fusion, both of their ship interfaces became identical, but the primary permissions were in Yang Yi's hands. He could allocate certain permissions to Sunna, including resource distribution, ship expansion, steering, and restricting access to specific rooms. The ship was also given the option to rename itself. Its default name was a combination of the 2 ships' previous names, Nightmare Astrology. Finding the name untasteful, Yang Yi shortened it to Nightmare Star. If all went as expected, Nightmare Star would be the first merged ship among the players. Typically, merging required paying a certain amount of resources to modify the ship's structure, but in this case, those resources were already accounted for in the reconstruction. Reconstructing Nightmare Star would require wood, 700 units, cloth, 300 units, stone, 100 units, crystal, 20 units, steel, 10 units. Seeing steel and stone among the requirements, Yang Yi was pleased. The new ship would be sturdier. The shortage was mainly in wood, with some missing stone and cloth. Yang Yi had hoped that after the fusion, Sunna could contribute some resources, but her cabin was nearly empty. Wood, 1 unit. Cloth, 2 units. It was worse than a beggar's stash. Was she even trying to survive? The current stock in the ship's cabin was wood, 59 units, a shortage of 641 units. Stone, 44 units, a shortage of 56 units. Cloth, 274 units, a shortage of 26 units. On the island, stone was easy to find. The island itself and the nearby shorelines had plenty of rocks. Cloth could only be obtained by fishing and hoping for luck, though they didn't need much. As for wood, it was uncertain if the trees on the island would be enough. How much wood have you gathered, Sunna? Yang Yi asked. Before he woke up, Sunna had used her flintlock gun to blast down a lot of trees, likely causing quite a commotion, yet he had slept through it all. No wonder Sunna had compared him to a dead pig. I've gathered 292 units of wood so far. If we dig up the roots of those trees, we could get a bit more, she replied. With the cabin stock, we have 351 units of wood. The shortage isn't low. Yang Yi frowned. They couldn't trade, so gathering was the only option. He looked around and saw that even the trees submerged in the sea and the ones closest to them had been chopped down by Sunna. The only ones left were those farther out, their crowns still poking above the water, about 100 meters away. To gather more wood, they would have to swim out there, shoot the trees down, and then haul them back. Fortunately, the storm had subsided, and the sea was calm, so the water level shouldn't rise any further. Give me back the gun. Yang Yi reclaimed his precious flintlock. You gather some stones near the island and the shore. We need 56 units. Don't bother digging up the tree roots, you're better off making a fishing rod and catching some fish. I'll swim further out and bring back some wood, Yang Yi instructed. Sure. Sunna agreed readily. With his sharkskin swimsuit reducing his stamina consumption, Yang Yi was the best choice for the task. But before setting out, they both needed to eat. Catching fish was the quickest and most convenient option, and with Yang Yi's gun capable of firing underwater, it was easy for him to catch some. Within 10 minutes, he had caught 2 plump groupers. Though the fish were torn apart by the gunshots, they managed to eat their fill. Then, Yang Yi swam out into the sea, while Sunna stayed behind to collect stones and fish. Thanks to the buffer zone, there were no monsters in the sea, making the process smooth and uneventful. After swimming 100 meters, Yang Yi reached the first tree. Bang! The sound of gunfire and an explosion echoed underwater, scattering the nearby fish. After another shot, a log about 30 centimeters in diameter floated to the surface. It was the thickest tree in the area. Yang Yi could haul 2 logs back at most, so he chose the thicker ones for more wood. Half an hour later, he returned with 2 thick logs, which the system identified as 18 units of wood. Swimming, diving, and pushing logs ashore was like a triathlon, exhausting Yang Yi by over 30 stamina points. He could only manage 2 trips before needing to lie down on the island to recover. Without any vitality coconut juice, his stamina recovery was slow. By the end of the day, he had only made 5 trips, collecting 93 units of wood. Sunna, meanwhile, had more than enough stones, gathering 74 units. Gathering stone on an island was the simplest and easiest task, as long as you found the island. As for fishing, Sunna had exceptional luck, possibly due to some hidden blessing. She even caught 2 2-liter bottles of Farmer's 3 Punch. All the fish she caught went into their bellies. She also gathered 5 units of wood and 8 units of cloth. At this rate, they would be able to rebuild the ship within 4 to 5 days. At night, for safety, they avoided risky activities like fishing or logging and instead stayed in the center of the island, waiting for daylight. They also took turns keeping watch, with Sunna covering the first half of the night and Yang Yi the second half. Though there was no bed, Yang Yi slept soundly. It was far more comfortable than sleeping on the nightmare. With no nightmares? In the chat channel, people were speculating about the 3 remaining players in the storm zone and why they hadn't emerged yet. I bet they're inside some giant bug's stomach, not fully digested yet. Good that they haven't come out, it gives us more time to upgrade our ships and gather resources. Maybe they found a hidden dungeon at sea and are on some secret mission. Everyone had their theories. They had no idea Yang Yi and Sunna's ship had sunk, and they were gathering resources to build a new one. As for the third person, Yang Yi had no idea what they were up to. They might also be repairing their ship. A few friends Yang Yi had added earlier were asking if he was safe and if he had made it out. These were people who had gifted items during the storm zone. Before going to sleep, Yang Yi sent out a unified response of just 7 words. The ship blew up. I'm building a new one. Wow, even after your ship blew up, you survived? Impressive. Awesome, man. Need a leg attachment. On a deserted island, there were only a man and a woman. The man was responsible for swimming and collecting wood. The woman was responsible for fishing, gathering cloth, fresh water, and food. Although a bit tiring, compared to the nerve-wracking sea journey they had faced before, it was pure bliss. If possible, finding an island to settle down and farming a bit wouldn't be a bad choice. But Yang Yi knew it was impossible. He looked back at the direction from which he sailed. In the distance, at the edge of his vision, he could see a thick, dark patch, the black fog. That day, it had grown even darker in color. What it indicated was that the black fog was getting closer, and they needed to escape the sea area as soon as possible. They still needed 72 units of wood, but they had gathered enough cloth and stone. Yang Yi even had Sunna collect some extra stone to take on the ship, just in case. While rocks were easy to gather on the island, they were hard to come by at sea and could only be acquired by fishing, which was extremely inefficient. After all, stones, like iron, didn't float on water unless you happened to come across a resource crate. If nothing went wrong, they would be able to gather all the materials needed to rebuild the Nightmare Star by the end of the day. After breakfast, Yang Yi set out early to start the day's logging work. Over the past few days of training, he wouldn't call himself a swimming champion. However, being an expert swimmer wasn't an exaggeration. With the added benefit of his sharkskin swimsuit, he even felt confident enough to challenge an Olympic swimmer. On the first 3 trips, Yang Yi managed to collect 57 units of wood without any trouble. 2 trips tops, and they'd have enough wood. But on the 4th trip, something abruptly changed. The sea became turbulent. Yang Yi was about to use his gun to shoot down a tree. Suddenly, a massive school of fish rushed past him. These fish, big and small, many of which Yang Yi had never seen before, swam desperately forwards as if they were being chased by a demon or fleeing for their lives. Even the usually ferocious carnivorous sharks had not thought of hunting and sped past Yang Yi like a gust of wind. The current they created was like a shockwave, tossing Yang Yi around underwater. With great effort, he finally surfaced. Yang Yi wasn't hurt, but he did swallow a few mouthfuls of seawater. The fish only brushed past him, as if deliberately avoiding him, unwilling to pause even for a second. Yang Yi had never seen anything like this before. Thanks to this, the logs he had prepared were nowhere to be seen, swept away by the current. Even Yang Yi himself was pushed forwards by the water caused by the fish. Yang Yi, are you okay? Something seems wrong with the sea. Sunna sent a private message. She was fishing on the shore and had also noticed the anomaly. However, Yang Yi had discovered it earlier and had already experienced it firsthand. I'm okay, just swallowed some water. The fish in the sea have gone crazy, all swimming like their lives depend on it. I think the black fog is coming. I'm swimming back to shore, could you help me out? Yang Yi replied. He wasn't too confident about his stamina, so he asked Sunna for assistance. Thankfully, Sunna helped him just in time. After coming ashore, Yang Yi had only 23 stamina left, and they still needed 15 units of wood a little more. He struggled to stand and looked back. A swarm of giant bugs had also swum over. Strangely, these giant bugs disappeared as soon as they entered the buffer zone, which was a safe area. It was as if they had passed through a thin film into another world. Thank goodness the bugs can't get through. Yang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. If those things had gotten in, he might have really given up. Sunna, we're still short of 15 units of wood. It's impossible to go back into the water to get them. Fishing isn't reliable either, so let's try digging up some tree roots. Yang Yi suggested. The 15 units of wood they were missing didn't seem like much, but fishing for them wouldn't always yield results even after a whole day's effort. And the black fog didn't seem so friendly to give them that time. After regaining some energy, Yang Yi joined Sunna in digging up tree roots. But digging for wood was an incredibly slow process. By evening, they had only managed to gather 7 units, still short of the 15 they needed. Yang Yi was growing anxious. They could already see the shadow of the black fog behind them. 3 massive bugs had also swum over. Each one, seemingly carefully selected, had a diameter of 7 or 8 meters. They moved forward side by side, collided with the buffer zone, and then disappeared. Where the 3 giant bugs disappeared, 3 huge harpoons fell. Following this were cries and howls of despair. "Ah God, ah boy, dog balls, one where did you 3 disappear to?" Behind the 3 giant bugs was a massive steel battleship. The voice came from the captain of the vessel, Yu Doyai. Yang Yi immediately recognized the ship. Even though several parts were smoking and charred, the iron hull and the colossal 200-meter length made it unmistakably the Iron Heart. He didn't know how Yu Doyai managed it, but somehow, he had gathered 1,000 units of iron, upgraded his ship by 2 levels, and fought his way out of a swarm of giant bugs. The ship was covered with the scars and bloodstains of a fierce battle, and even a huge, sharp jawbone from an unfortunate giant bug was embedded in the deck. After upgrading, the ship's firepower became even more impressive. Besides the enormous cannon at the front with a diameter of nearly 5 meters, there were over 40 gun barrels extending from the sides, though many were bent or broken. Captain Yu Doyai, standing alone on the bridge with a cigarette in his mouth, cursed and occasionally glanced nervously at the black fog not far behind. Not long ago, he was just an overweight middle-aged man. But now, after a period of intense, high-stress sailing, he had slimmed down to an enviable figure, with dark circles under his eyes, looking like a completely different person. As for the speed of the Iron Heart, it wasn't slow, just very slow. To Yang Yi, who was used to traveling at tens of knots, this ship was pitifully slow. Sunna stood beside him, watching the enormous ship with Yang Yi. Further behind them was the black fog, moving at 15 knots but still quite a distance away from the Iron Heart. Without the giant bugs towing it, the Iron Heart couldn't outrun the black fog, and the captain was now frantic, like an ant on a hot pan, running around in a panic. Finally, he spotted the man and woman on the island ahead. His eyes lit up, and he waved, calling out for help. "Hey, you two, I'm in urgent need of help. Can you lend me a hand?" However, they were too far away, and his voice couldn't reach them. With no other options, Yu Doyai steered the ship toward the island. After the upgrade, the Iron Heart's speed had doubled. Iron Heart, Level 2, Durability 5829/10,000, Capacity 20,000 units, Speed 10 knots. Ship Skill, Full Firepower, increases cannon firing speed by 200% for 15 minutes. Triple Whale Harpoon, can pierce and latch onto an object, cooldown time 1 hour. Sea Monster Slayer, a super cannon with tremendous power that can send sea monsters packing. Cooldown time 4 hours per shot. Description, it's bigger, stronger, and tougher. Speed increased by 200%. Yu Doyai was initially surprised when he saw Yang Yi and Sunna, but he quickly realized they must have been the other 2 survivors in the stormy sea. If they were willing to help, perhaps he could hope to survive. In the buffer zone, he couldn't find any giant creatures to help tow his ship. Seeing that shouting wasn't working, Yu Doyai had a bright idea and tried using the regional chat in his log. Notes. I am Yu Doyai, the captain of the Iron Heart. Can you two see my message? Yu Doyai sent a message through the regional channel. Given the current situation, with only 3 players left in the buffer zone, he wasn't worried about contacting the wrong people. "Hello, I'm Yang Yi, the captain of the Nightmare Star," Yang Yi replied. "Captain Yang, where is your ship? I don't see it. It sank." "What?" Yu Doyai was dumbfounded on the spot. He didn't know that a sunken ship could be rebuilt, so he thought he was doomed. It wasn't until Yang Yi explained the situation that he understood. "You're short of 7 units of wood? No problem, I'll send you 100 units right away," Yu Doyai immediately replied. "But once your ship is repaired, could you help tow mine?" After a brief moment of consideration, Yang Yi agreed. Time was of the essence, with the black fog closing in. The 2 of them had to work together if they wanted to escape alive. Seeing Yang Yi agree, Yu Dai finally relaxed and responded, I'll move closer now. Don't attack me, you've got a pistol at your waist, right? Yang Yi was a bit surprised. The Iron Heart was at least several kilometers away from him, so how could Yu Dai see such details? Did he have binoculars? In reality, this was due to one of Yu Dai's talents. He had 2 talents. Eagle Eye, Perception +2, Excellent Vision, Proficient in Tracking and Aiming. The second talent was unlocked after he killed a large number of giant sea beasts. Firepower Supremacy. As long as you have sufficient firepower, you dare to face any enemy. Sanity won't drop below 50. Truth lies only within the range of a cannon. As the Iron Heart gradually approached the island, the black fog had already covered half the sky, remaining only 15 nautical miles away from it. At that distance, they didn't need to chat through the log anymore, they could hear each other by shouting just fine. Yu Dai shouted, I'll use the whaling gun to send the wood over. Don't be scared. With that, the Iron Heart fired the whaling gun, sending a large bundle of wood that landed just over 10 meters away from Yang Yi. The bundle contained exactly 100 units of wood, no more, no less. With enough materials, Yang Yi didn't hesitate. He immediately selected an appropriate location and operated through the log to start rebuilding the ship. After confirming, the materials floated into the air, scattered into tiny fragments, and then assembled like building blocks into a ship. The ship was about 30 meters long, still retaining the ghost ship appearance, but much larger than before. The hull was still worn, covered with barnacles, and the bow was adorned with the skeleton of a captain, with some seaweed hanging from it, as if it had just emerged from the ocean. Compared to the previous nightmare, the biggest difference was in the midsection, where a huge crystal ball had appeared in front of the mast. Some parts of the hull were now covered with rusty iron plates, making it look sturdier than before. Nightmare Star, Level 2, Durability 1000/1000, Capacity 3000 units, Speed 60 knots. Ship Skills, Nightmare Star, the quality of sleep on board is extremely poor, causing nightmares. Stamina Recovery Efficiency -75%, effective only for the captain. Fisherman's Curse, significantly reduces the chance of catching normal fish, greatly increases the probability of catching unusual items. Astrology, reveals the surrounding sea map within a radius of 150 nautical miles, viewable through the crystal ball. Warnings can be set to alert of other players' presence via vibrations. Scrying, can scan for ship names and player names, providing the coordinates of the target ship and viewing its image. Limited to 1 target per day. Description, you chose to merge with the ghost ship. Hope you won't regret it. After reviewing the ship's information, Yang Yi was generally satisfied. The merged ship was sturdier, and its speed had increased. Additionally, the astrology skill had evolved, expanding the map range and the scrying skill to cover the entire map. Let's go, we're boarding the ship. Yang Yi called Sunna. Once aboard the Nightmare Star, Yang Yi noticed some interior changes as well. Next to the captain's quarters was an additional bedroom, which belonged to Sunna. The ship's hold was also larger, with 2 expansion spaces available for building additional structures. It was almost as if the potential of 2 ships had been combined. All the previous items were still on board, including pirate clothes, fishing nets, fishing rods, coconuts, and some food and fresh water. Even part of the giant insect's corpse that Yang Yi had previously blown up was still there, which was a pleasant surprise. On the other side, Yu Dai was feeling a bit anxious. He was worried that Yang Yi would leave him behind and sail away. Even though Yu Dai was confident he could stop the Nightmare Star, if it really did come to that, he would be doomed. Fortunately, Yang Yi wasn't foolish. Nightmare Star's Captain Yang Yi requests to add you as a friend. Yu Dai immediately accepted. Yang Yi then sent a private message, I'm heading to the stern now, throw the grapple over. Seeing the message, Yu Dai breathed a sigh of relief, walked out of the bridge, and headed to the deck, where he saw Yang Yi face to face. But since the Iron Heart was larger than the Nightmare Star, Yang Yi could only see half of Yu Dai's body. Though Yu Dai was a bit cautious, he still approached. Captain Yu, your ship is too big. So let me be clear, if my ship's speed drops below 15 knots while towing your Iron Heart, don't blame me for cutting you loose. And you mustn't attack me either, agreed. Yu Dai pondered for a moment, his expression shifting several times. After a while, he replied, if that's the case, how about I come aboard your ship to take shelter? No problem. Yang Yi agreed decisively. After all, a ship can be rebuilt, but lives are irreplaceable. If you lose your life, it's all over. Yu Dai threw the Iron Heart's grappling hook over. Yang Yi caught it and secured it in multiple places to distribute the load and prevent any single spot from failing. As for the durability of the grappling rope, there was no need to worry, the log stated it could tow anything. Once secured, Yang Yi sent a message to Sunna, instructing her to move at full speed. The Iron Heart also powered up to its maximum. Both captains held their breath as they watched the speed gradually increase. 11 knots, 12 knots. When the speed finally exceeded 15 knots, reaching 16 knots, both of them started to relax. If it had dropped below 15 knots, it would have been troublesome. Luckily, the Nightmare Star's power wasn't just for show. Ultimately, the ship's speed reached 17 knots, just 2 knots faster than the black fog behind them. The Nightmare Star towed Iron Heart out of the buffer zone. As soon as they broke through the boundary of the stormy seas, the sky suddenly brightened, and the 3 of them were greeted by the long-lost sunlight. Then, the system broadcast an announcement. Congratulations on escaping the stormy sea. Navigation announcement. All players have now exited the stormy sea. The speed of the black mist has slowed to 10 knots. The Grand Sea map is now available, and you can check your coordinates on it. The number of level 3 ships has exceeded 10,000. The extreme winter sea is starting to spread. Everyone, please take note and keep warm. Yang Yi immediately checked the log and found a new page. It was a rudimentary sea map, only recording the routes players had traveled and the surrounding sea areas they had encountered. Unexplored regions were shrouded in a yellow-brown fog of war. Thanks to the nightmare star's built-in small map, the recorded area was broader, covering 150 nautical miles around them. The Grand Sea map had 3 main features. Players could now know their exact coordinates. This made it easier for players to arrange meetings by agreeing on a specific coordinate. However, what would happen during these meetings was up to them. Yang Yi figured it was best to avoid them when possible. Without laws to bind them at sea, one could never be sure of another player's intentions. Players could see the names of sea regions and their boundaries. Although the map was shrouded in fog of war, the names of major sea regions were visible. For example, the region they had just left was the Stormy Sea, while the area ahead was the Extreme Winter Sea. These boundaries weren't straight lines but jagged, resembling the irregular edges of land masses. The boundary of the Black Mist was also visible on the Grand Sea map, allowing players to keep track of its distance from them, preventing sudden, unexpected engulfment by the mist. Yang Yi quickly opened the chat channel to see other players' reactions and gather first-hand information. I knew it. I was wondering why it's so cold. It turns out I'm near the Extreme Winter Sea. The speaker was from Swiftwind, and since Yang Yi had them as a friend, he could see their name. Whoa, what's your ship's speed? How cold is it? Give me a heads up, so I'm mentally prepared. I'm doing 100 knots, currently on the outskirts of the Extreme Winter Sea. Temperatures around 0 to 2 degrees, definitely below freezing further in. 100 knots? That's twice my speed. Must be a special ship, huh? Better stock up on enough cold weather gear. Stock up on food, too. Long-lasting stuff. Message me if you're selling. Anyone need winter coats? 100 units of cloth each. You can even pick the color. Just making a bit of extra effort here. Name, warm winter coat. Type, treasure. Quality, common. Description, provides excellent warmth, but be careful not to get it wet. 100 cloth? You might as well rob us. 80 cloth, that's as low as I'll go. Get lost? You're not the only one selling. Selling down jackets, better than winter coats. Superior quality, 120 units of cloth. Name, insulated down jacket. Type, treasure. Quality, superior. Description, in winter, who could resist the warmth of a down jacket? After browsing, Yang Yi realized cold weather gear was essential. Once temperatures dropped to the tens or even dozens of degrees below freezing, his pirate outfit might as well be non-existent. Only by layering a winter coat or down jacket over it could he avoid freezing to death. Sunna's witch outfit had some warmth, but it still looked a bit thin, likely similar in effect to thermal underwear. So, Yang Yi made up his mind. Once the market prices stabilized, he had to get a few winter coats or down jackets, at least 4, with a spare set just in case. He headed to the stern of the ship. Ironhead was right behind them. But now that they were safe and out of reach of the black mist, there was no need to keep towing it. Captain Yu Daiyai had the same idea, and the two met at the same time. Yang, my friend, I've got a proposition for you. How about joining my Iron Brotherhood? Iron Brotherhood. Yang Yi repeated, not entirely understanding. Heh, I've already got a few underlings, and now I'm planning to meet up with them. Yang Yi suddenly understood. The Iron Brotherhood was the organization Yu Daiyai intended to create. Although the system didn't have a guild feature, players could still gather and form their own organizations. They could now meet up using coordinates. However, Yang Yi wasn't interested in joining any factions and politely declined. Sorry, I'm used to my freedom and prefer to stay solo for now, Yang Yi replied. No problem. If you ever need help, just reach out, I've got your back. Yu Daiyai said heartily. After escaping certain death, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief. And when Yu Daiyai said he'd back Yang Yi up, it wasn't just empty words. His iron heart had the power to do so. No wonder so many players sought his protection. But Ironheart's speed was a bit lacking. Yang Yi could already picture a bunch of small ships towing the steel behemoth across the seas. It wouldn't be strange, just very peculiar. Point 1. Catch. Yu Daiyai tossed over a small piece of flesh. What's this? Yang Yi caught it, and after reading the information, he was overjoyed. Name, giant bobbit worm. Description, a bobbit worm mutated by the abyss, growing to enormous sizes. The largest specimens exceed 100 meters in length, capable of swift movement in the sea, with highly developed hearing. Pleasure working with you. Consider this a gift from me. This stuff doesn't mean much to me anymore. The more I draw, the crappier the rewards. Yu Daiyai chuckled. If his guess was right, those 1,000 units of steel were collected by hunting monsters and using a vending machine. If he had relied on fishing alone, even with help from his underlings, there's no way he could have amassed that amount. Thanks. Yang Yi didn't hesitate, thanked him, and accepted the gift. The two shared a smile and parted ways. The Nightmare Star was much faster than Ironheart, reaching 60 knots, and it quickly left Ironheart far behind. Yu Dai stood on the deck, watching the nightmare star disappear into the horizon. Nightmare star. Did those two ships merge? Yu Dai murmured. He had figured out Yang Yi's identity. It was him who found a way out the moment the giant worm appeared. One of Yu Dai's underlings had successfully escaped death thanks to Yang Yi's tip, and the two had added each other as friends. So, Yu Dai had recognized Yang Yi's identity and decided to change his approach. He gave Yang Yi a piece of the worm's flesh, intending to build a stronger bond with him. On the other side, Yang Yi stood in front of the octopus vending machine, feeling a little excited. He now had 2 pieces of giant bobbit worm flesh, one from Ironhead and one from the Nightmare Star's deck. That meant he could spin the machine twice, too. He washed his face with fresh water to ensure his face was clean, then tossed in the flash and started the vending. The octopus tentacles flashed but didn't emit a golden light. After a while, 2 seemingly ordinary capsules were spit out from the octopus's head. Yang Yi was a bit disappointed at first not having drawn a golden legend. But when he picked up one of the capsules, his mood changed instantly. Yes, nailed it on the first try. In his hand rested a rare item, ship equipment. Name, giant bobbit worm head. Type, ship equipment, relic. Quality, rare. Description, can be installed on the bow, increasing the ship's durability and ramming power. Its sharp jaws can slice through attacking enemies. It also has a strong deterrent effect, reducing the likelihood of sea creatures attacking the ship. But beware, it might also provoke more terrifying monsters. After reading the description, Yang Yi was a bit conflicted. The ship equipment was powerful, however, it came with a drawback: it could attract dangerous monsters. Despite this, Yang Yi didn't hesitate for long and decided to install it. If he was too scared to use this, then any other equipment he acquired later would just gather dust. After all, the benefits outweighed the risks. Otherwise, what would the point of having a relic be? He then reached for the other capsule. Notes. Name, black iron supply chest. Type, chest. Description, open to receive a moderate amount of supplies. Yang Yi felt a bit disappointed when the second pull wasn't equipment. But supplies were also something he urgently needed. Refurbishing the ship had almost drained all their resources. Yang Yi opened the chest. You received, wood X200, cloth X200, stone X200, steel X50, crystal X50, sulfur X50. So much. Yang Yi was in disbelief. The wood and cloth were expected, but he didn't anticipate getting that many high-grade materials. The black iron supply chest was indeed terrifyingly generous. No wonder the Ironhead handed over 100 wood without batting an eye. They really didn't lack any. Suddenly, a private message arrived from Suda, captain of the Swift Wind. Brother Yang, I'm planning to form a fleet. Are you interested in joining? Yang Yi was surprised by how popular he was but still declined. Sorry, I don't have any plans to form a group for now. Alright, if you change your mind, feel free to message me. My Swift Wind Brigade will always have a spot for you. Thanks. After politely refusing, Yang Yi couldn't help but marvel at how quickly these people were moving. The Grand Sea map had just opened, and these guys were already eager to start forming their fleets. Should I start a fleet too? Yang Yi suddenly thought. He didn't want to rely on others, but forming a fleet was also bothersome to manage. It could easily spiral out of control. Just as he was pondering this, Sunna ran over excitedly, her face flushed with excitement. Did you just get a lot of supplies? That's right, I just opened a black iron supply chest. Is this? Sunna's attention was immediately drawn to the giant bobbit worm head on the ground. Before it was installed, the worm head was only the size of a palm and could be easily picked up. Its craftsmanship was exquisite and lifelike. Sunna picked it up, examining it closely, touching here and there, and even took out a knife to record details. Seeing her pull out the dagger, Yang Yi couldn't help but speak up and snatched the worm head back. Stop. This is a rare piece of equipment. What if you break it? Sunna was speechless. After Yang Yi stopped her, she gave up on the idea of cutting it and stated her purpose. I want to make an expansion building. Which one? Sunna operated on her log for a while, and soon Yang Yi received a request. Crew member Sunna has requested to build a witch's laboratory. Construction requirements, expansion space X2, wood X200, cloth X200, stone X100, steel X50, crystal X50, sulfur X20. Once built, this structure cannot be dismantled, so please consider carefully. Witch's laboratory. Yang Yi was puzzled. He remembered that there was no such option in the list of expansion buildings. And it required so many materials, plus it took up 2 expansion spaces. Yang Yi immediately checked the list of expansion buildings. Besides the extra cargo hold, ancient war room, and great statue already on the Nightmare, there were 2 expansions from the astrologer. Lookout tower, can scan up to 1,000 nautical miles around. If there is an island, it will be displayed on the sea map, once every 3 days. Construction requirements, expansion space X1, wood X200, cloth X100, stone X100, crystal X30. Glass cannon, a powerful yet fragile cannon prone to breaking. Construction requirements, expansion space X1, crystal X100, sulfur X20. Where did you see the witch's laboratory? It's not on my list, Yang Yi asked with a puzzled look. It's an extra expansion from my talent? It won't be a loss to build it, Sunna said confidently. Well, Yang Yi was hesitant. He originally planned to build the cannon. That way, if they encountered a giant bobbit worm or another large creature at sea, they would have the strength to fight back. Next, he planned to build the lookout tower. Island resources were richer than those at sea, and there was the possibility of unearthing chests. If they could frequently obtain resources from islands, it would give them a significant advantage. But the witch's laboratory. Its function was unknown, and it required 2 expansion spaces. This meant that until the nightmare reached level 3, there would be no extra space for building the cannon. If they ran into a ship with a cannon, they would be at a stark disadvantage. Not possible. Yang Yi firmly refused. The cannon takes priority. Everything else can wait. Please build it. Sunna wouldn't give up, tugging on his sleeve. This is my only request. I won't question anything you build after this, okay? Okay, but stop tugging on my sleeve. Yang Yi said sternly, interrupting her. The woman was no simpleton, her sweet talk was just a disguise. At the same time, Yang Yi realized another issue. He needed to manage the relationships between his crew well. If conflicts arose, it could lead to serious problems, like being stabbed in the back. So, he began to inquire about the building's function. What exactly does this witch's laboratory do? Yang Yi asked. Sunna's eyes lit up, sensing a chance. She had been ready to give up earlier. Now, she explained in detail. This laboratory can provide various research tools. It will allow me to study the structure of demonic creatures and develop new formulas. You can develop formulas. Yang Yi's interest was piqued. Seizing the opportunity, Sunna took out a bottle of liquid. For example, do you think the formula for this vitality coconut drink is the best possible ratio? What if we add something else? She handed Yang Yi a vial. The system didn't show specific information, but rather, name, unknown potion. Type, consumable/potion/unique. Quality, description, you'll only know what it is after you drink it. Try it? If I had the lab, I could make even better ones, Sunna urged. Are you sure there's no poison in this? I swear this one is safe. So, the others might be poisonous. All medicine has some toxicity, simply drink it. Sunna got annoyed, snatching the potion back and drinking half of it on the spot. Seeing this, Yang Yi didn't want to appear overly cautious. With a bit of apprehension, he downed the potion in one gulp. It was silky and thick, with a familiar fishy smell that shot straight to his head. Just as Yang Yi was about to curse, he paused. The potion's name appeared. Stamina recovered by 10, stamina recovery speed increased by 50%, only half consumed. Name, Vitality Siren Juice. Type, consumable/potion/unique. Quality, premium. Description, a potion crafted by witch Sunna using the mucus secreted from a siren's skin, mixed with salt and vitality coconut. Restores 15 stamina, increases stamina recovery speed by 75% for 8 hours. Overconsumption may cause poisoning. You made this? Yang Yi asked in surprise. Yes, and if I had the lab, I could make even better potions. Yang Yi was astonished. Being able to develop her own formulas, he didn't need to think twice to realize how valuable that was. Sunna was a walking gold mine. With her, he wouldn't need to worry about running out of vitality coconut or how to restore stamina afterwards. Why not just ask her to develop a new potion? As the captain, it was only natural to make requests. Crew members had to obey. Let's build that laboratory, then. Yang Yi agreed, approving Sunna's request in the log. Little did he know, in the future, he would regret drinking the witch's potion. The Nightmare Star welcomed its first expansion structure, the witch's laboratory. Once construction was confirmed, a blue light radiated from the ship's hull, followed by a system notification announcing the completion of the build. Witch's laboratory construction complete. Please proceed to the ship's interior to inspect. The two of them entered the ship's cabin from the stern, where they discovered a new room. The room was quite large, occupying nearly half of the cabin. The floor was pristine, not the usual rotting, moldy wood, but rather a dark, smooth stone that felt solid underfoot. It was, however, mostly empty, furnished only with 2 large metal tables, seemingly equipped with their own lighting, though Yang Yi couldn't see any lamps. Along the walls were rows of metal racks, cold to the touch, holding many empty glass containers. There's nothing in here. Yang Yi felt the materials used in construction weren't worth the cost. However, Sunna was thrilled, fully aware of the room's functions and how to use them. Her log had an extra page compared to regular players, a mysticism interface. Through this interface, she could use shell coins to purchase lab equipment and conduct occult research. The information about the witch's laboratory was as follows. Witch's laboratory, a special structure that can only be built by witches who covet forbidden knowledge. Within the lab, research consumes 50% less energy, sanity loss is reduced by 25%, and aberrant samples won't decay. Displayed aberrant samples will enhance the witch's inspiration. Current sample count, 0, inspiration rate increase, 0%. Note, mysticism research involves risks, including but not limited to sanity loss. After reading the information, Sunna immediately took out aberrant body parts from her magic bag and placed them in the glass containers on the shelves. They were on the verge of decaying, but after being placed in the containers, they gradually regained their vitality, as if freshly harvested. The scene was somewhat sanity draining. Sanity decreased by 2. Yang Yi frowned. He felt it was better to avoid the lab as much as possible. At that moment, the bisected corpse of the twin-horned demon shark, which should have been discarded, was also brought out, cut into 3 large pieces, awaiting dissection. Additionally, a dried, 30-centimeter-long merman specimen was taken out. It was Yang Yi's first time seeing such a creature, but it wasn't unfamiliar. Before Sunna met him, she had probably killed a merman. With these 3 items combined, the number of samples in the lab reached 3, increasing the inspiration rate by 3%. I still need a large amount of shell coins. I don't have any money on me. Sunna reached out to Yang Yi, resembling a researcher asking for funding. Yang Yi, on the other hand, was the unfortunate soul providing the money. Why do you need so many shell coins? The lab equipment needs to be bought with shell coins, Sunna explained. What? The lab's equipment has to be bought separately. Yang Yi suddenly realized this lab might be a massive money pit, one that could never be filled. But since the materials had already been used, he couldn't back out. The sunk cost was too great. He reluctantly transferred 1,000 shell coins to Sunna. This was already a huge sum. After giving it to her, Yang Yi only had 1,050 shell coins left. Sunna seemed slightly dissatisfied with the amount. However, she didn't say anything and began dissecting the demon shark, wielding a new handy scalpel. Yang Yi quickly slipped away to the deck, to avoid being asked for more money. Besides, he didn't want to stay in the lab. He always felt he might end up as another sample. Priorities: researching stamina recovery potions and healing potions, and try to avoid using vitality coconuts as an ingredient. They're hard to find. He messaged Sunna, then started planning his next steps. To enter the extreme winter sea, he needed to prepare enough winter supplies. Besides winter clothing, Yang Yi felt that fire was essential. It not only meant hot water and cooked food, but also warmth and light in the freezing cold. It could be potentially life-saving. Additionally, he needed to stockpile enough supplies, particularly long-lasting food and fresh water. In the icy wilderness, food and supplies would undoubtedly be scarce. Finally, he needed to upgrade his ship to level 3 and install the cannon. The upgrade required a massive amount of materials, so Yang Yi placed this task at the bottom of his priority list. Through the World Channel, he learned that a regular ship upgrade to level 3 needed x500 wood, x300 cloth, x100 stone, and x20 steel. However, the Nightmare Star required x1,200 wood, x500 cloth, x300 stone, x50 steel, x100 crystals, and 10 aberrant corpses. Setting aside the vast amount of materials, the 10 aberrant corpses alone left Yang Yi clueless. He could only rely on luck. Sticking to the plan, Yang Yi opened the chat channel and started searching to see if anyone was selling fire-starting tools. To his surprise, there was indeed something available. Selling a lighter? Message me if interested. Name: Longevity Brand Lighter. Type: Tool. Quality: Fine. Description: an ultra-durable lighter, the best choice for arson. You'll never have to worry about it running out of fuel in your lifetime. Yang Yi immediately messaged the seller. How much for the lighter? You're too late, it's already sold. The one I have left, I'm keeping for myself. Yang Yi felt a bit disappointed. At the same time, he realized something. If he was thinking about these things, other players likely were as well. Everyone was scrambling for fire-starting tools, leading to a market shortage. As he was fretting, Yang Yi noticed the World Channel suddenly becoming lively, with new messages popping up constantly. He quickly scrolled to the latest messages and saw that someone was recruiting players. I'm Captain Shen Guanquan of the Hope and also the leader of the New World Fleet. We already have over a dozen like-minded captains, including those from the Farmer and Ironhead, among other special ships. Our New World Fleet has no entry barriers, anyone can join. However, players who join must open their ship's boarding permissions, disarm, comply with orders, and turn in all equipment and supplies. These will be redistributed by the fleet. In return, your safety will be guaranteed. We have guards responsible for combat, fishermen for fishing, farmers for farming. As time goes on, the roles will diversify, and together we'll rebuild human civilization. I, Shen Guanquan, promise that as long as I have something to eat, you won't starve or freeze to death. If you're willing to join, please come to the following coordinates: X, 38,201, Y, 53182. Make sure to disarm and open boarding permissions, otherwise, you will face lethal consequences. Our New World Fleet will be stationed here for half a month. These statements were likely prepared in advance, then posted all at once. The response was significant, with the majority of people thinking it was a trap. Disarm and give you all our supplies? Won't we just become fish on the chopping block? Why should we trust you? Only a fool would go. The skepticism was relentless, but Shen Guanquan didn't respond. There would always be some who would come, those were his targets. With such a large player base, even if only 100 people showed up, his New World Fleet would grow stronger than ever. The name Hope was rather impressive, though it was unclear whether it was a special ship. But Yang Yi had a way to find out. He ran to the Nightmare Star's atrium and picked up a small crystal ball placed nearby. After the ship's fusion, the number of small crystal balls had increased to 2, placed beside the large crystal ball, allowing both Yang Yi and Sunna to check the sea map at any time. Activate scrying, searching. Hope, Shen Guanquan. Soon, the small crystal ball displayed the image of the Hope. Shen Guanquan would never have guessed that a player could use a skill to spy on him. The captain of the Hope didn't lie, he did stop at said coordinates. However, his ship wasn't anything special, it was simply an ordinary large sailing vessel with no distinguishing features. The word Hope on the sails was likely something he painted himself. The name of the ship was also probably something he changed on his own, as ordinary ships were typically allowed one name change. Special ships, however, couldn't have their names changed unless they underwent a fusion. Around the Hope, several other ships were connected by ropes. The crystal ball's image couldn't fully display the appearance of these ships, but Yang Yi could still guess a few of them. One had a large hull with fields on it where people were farming. It was likely the farmer. Another had a massive, sharp ram at its bow. Its hull was dark and covered in iron armor, probably the Ironhead. There was also a ship that had just surfaced from the sea, with a sealed hull that seemed capable of submerging. Yang Yi didn't know what this ship was, so he temporarily named it the submarine. Yang Yi also saw the captain of the Hope, a stern man dressed in a blue captain's uniform, looking impeccably authoritative. He had no idea how this man had managed to unite these people. Yang Yi couldn't see Shen Guanquan's talents, but if he could, he wouldn't have been so puzzled. Shen Guanquan had two talents. Psychological suggestion. Through verbal stimulation, you can increase or decrease your or others' attributes and sanity. The range of attribute change is plus or minus 1, and the range of sanity change is plus or minus 20, except for the mental attribute, which can be exempt from suggestion if the person has a high enough mental attribute. This can be used once every 24 hours, and each use lasts for 24 hours. Cannot exceed the limits of ordinary beings. Great leadership. You are a natural leader, easily earning others' goodwill and trust, making them lower their guard. Your followers' growth rate, except for mental attributes, increases by 25%. Those with high mental attributes may resist this effect. How long had the Grand Sea map been open? Less than a day. It was impossible for Shen Guanquan to have gathered so many players in such a short time. The only possibility was that these people had already united before the Grand Sea map was even unveiled. Maybe they ran into each other, or perhaps they were dragged into some event. Yang Yi had no way of knowing. At present, he wasn't interested in forming alliances. Without cannons, he didn't want to interact with other players, it was too passive. Not to mention the need to hand over equipment and supplies. That would literally be placing your life in someone else's hands. Yang Yi had a detailed sea map that allowed him to effectively avoid other players, which was one of the reasons he agreed to build the witch's laboratory first. But as time passed, various organizations began emerging from the time channel, all trying to recruit people. This put a lot of pressure on Yang Yi's survival. It wasn't too bad, but as the organizations grew, lone wolves would find their survival space and resources increasingly threatened. I need to become strong enough, or join a fleet, but I must have absolute freedom. Yang Yi was used to keeping his fate in his own hands. He found the message Shen Guanquan had left and sent him a private message. He likely had a lot of resources, making him a good trading partner. Yang Yi had a blueprint that he could sell to him. Your ship is an ordinary one, right? I have a blueprint for a special ship. Do you want to buy it? Yang Yi included the information about the pirate ship blueprint. Who are you, and how do you know this? That's not your concern. I just want to make a trade, Yang Yi replied anonymously. After a few minutes of silence, there was finally a response. If you have a blueprint, you should already know, ordinary ships upgrade faster than special ships. I'm not in a hurry to use a blueprint, and besides, the pirate ship blueprint isn't what I'm looking for. This simple statement held multiple layers of meaning. Firstly, it wasn't his first time seeing a ship blueprint. This meant he had killed someone, and that person had a special ship. Yang Yi suddenly felt a chill. The special ships around the Hope might not belong to their original owners anymore. Secondly, the pirate ship blueprint wasn't what he wanted, so he wouldn't offer a high price for it. Blueprints like this hadn't been publicly sold in the World Channel yet, so the price wasn't easy to determine. Yang Yi thought for a moment and tentatively offered an exorbitant price. The other party had the farmer, so he likely had plenty of resources. I need 2 months' worth of food that can be preserved long-term, 200 liters of fresh water, 1,200 units of wood, 800 units of cloth, 400 units of stone, 100 units of crystal, 100 units of steel, 5,000 shell coins, and some fire-making tools for my ship, like a lighter. After a minute, Shen Guanquan replied. You're really asking for a lot. I don't want it. The blueprint isn't worth as much as you think. All right, farewell then. Yang Yi cut off the conversation. The blueprint wasn't worth it. Who was he trying to fool? Special ships were limited, and the higher the level, the greater the difference between them and ordinary ships. Later on, the value of the blueprint would only increase. He wouldn't have trouble finding a buyer? Sure enough, it wasn't long before Shen Guanquan sent a friend request. Captain Shen Guanquan of the Hope requests to add you as a friend. Yang Yi immediately declined. He didn't want to expose his identity. Once they became friends, the other party would know his name and the name of his ship. You're really overly cautious. Are you interested in joining my new world fleet? I can give you a very high starting point. You want to rip me off for my blueprint? No way. Haha, Shen Guanquan sent a laughing emoji. You're asking for too much, and I can't offer that high a price right now. How about this? I'm also stockpiling non-perishable dry food, so I can only give you 1 month's worth. The other month's supply will be fresh food like vegetables, fruit, and fish. As for materials, I can only give you half of what you asked for. I have a lot of ships that need upgrading. 5,000 shell coins are no problem, but as for fire-making tools, I can't produce them, and I have a limited supply, so I have to prioritize my crew's safety. I can't sell them to you, but I can give you a rare space item that's definitely worth it. He attached the item's information. Name, greedy stomach. Type, relic. Quality, rare. Description, the stomach of an unknown beast that remains active even after being separated. It contains 10 cubic meters of space for storing items, but each time it is opened, it must be fed, or it will bite. P.S. It cannot store food, and demon corpses will be completely consumed, leaving only bones and shells. This does not affect the vending machine. After reading the item's information, Yang Yi took a deep breath. Shen Guanquan really was a rich guy, especially this stomach. It was a pleasant surprise. Yang Yi really wanted it. But this thing definitely had some serious side effects. It wasn't just about being bitten. Using it would likely reduce sanity, which was why Shen Guanquan was willing to sell it. So, Yang Yi hesitated and said, this stomach is a relic. Does using it decrease sanity? I won't hide it from you, it does decrease sanity by 20. If you don't want it, I have other things, but they aren't of this high quality. Forget it. Yang Yi quickly shouted, I want high quality stuff, I'll just control how often I use it. The deal was smoothly negotiated. Pleasure doing business. If you have other things to sell in the future, contact me first. I'll offer a good price. If I have anything, I'll reach out. Yang Yi exited the chat channel. The blueprint was finally sold. Considering its potential value, Yang Yi might have taken a small loss. But given the current situation, getting this price for the blueprint was already quite good. He threw the blueprint into the octopus head vending machine, and before long, a large number of resources were credited to his account. The octopus head kept spitting out food, 20 loaves of black bread, 10 sausages, and a pile of dried fish. There were also some fresh vegetables and fish, including 5 cabbages, 5 cucumbers, 1 apple, 1 pear, and a large fresh tuna. These food items were enough to feed one person for 60 days. Finally, it spat out a black, palm-sized bag that felt smooth, almost like a century egg. It was the greedy stomach. As Yang Yi tried to open the bag, using all his strength to pry open a small gap, it let out a howl, startling him. Strange noise, your sanity decreases by 5. How do you even use this thing? He tried offering it a piece of dried fish, which the bag quickly absorbed before obediently opening its mouth. Yang Yi tentatively put his hand inside. It was like a hole without a bottom, and his hand seemed to enter another dimension. Wow, it really can store items. Yang Yi was both amazed and a bit scared of this strange thing. But I must control its usage. After finishing the transaction, he finally had enough resources. Yang Yi focused on the witch's laboratory. New World Fleet. Aboard the Hope, Captain Shen Guanquan had spent a large amount of supplies, food, and even a precious relic just to acquire the blueprints for the pirate ship. Boss, why didn't you just arrange a meeting with that guy and then rob him directly? Asked a burly bald man with a scar on his face. Rob? All you ever think about is robbing. Shen Guanquan irritably knocked on the bald man's head and continued, if I hear you say rob again, I'll throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Boss is right, I won't say rob again. But you just said it. Someone, throw him into the sea to feed the fish. Without being forced, the bald man jumped into the sea on his own. He was Captain Zhao Tai, also known as Zhao the Ironhead, a man as stubborn as his name suggests, and also Shen Guanquan's trusted subordinate. Alright, once you've sobered up, get back to your ship. Shen Guanquan scolded helplessly. Actually, Shen Guanquan had considered meeting with Yang Yi, but Yang Yi was very cautious. He didn't even add friends, let alone agree to a face-to-face meeting. Shen Guanquan looked at the pirate ship blueprints in his hand. How should I use this? He pondered. He didn't plan to use it himself, as the image of a pirate captain didn't fit the leader persona he wanted to establish. A more ordinary ship would make him appear more approachable. He intended to create a maritime empire, and the first step was to establish a noble and righteous image to facilitate recruitment. A day later, the Nightmare Star was sailing on the sea. Yang Yi was fishing. You caught a long-legged sardine. You caught a long-legged sardine. You caught a rotten piece of wood. You caught an eyeball fruit. You caught. Yang Yi tossed the fishing rod aside and lay down on the deck in frustration, surrounded by a pile of long-legged sardines and a few eyeball fruits. Why was he only catching junk fish? He began to doubt his life choices but quickly pulled himself together. After fishing for so long, Yang Yi had figured out that in this sea, you were most likely to catch long-legged sardines, with a smaller chance of catching eyeball fruits and bloated pufferfish, and an even smaller chance of catching red-lipped eels. Maybe I should try deep-sea fishing, Yang Yi thought. He quickly acted on the idea, baiting his hook with a long-legged sardine, removing the float, and starting to fish in deeper waters. He had caught a twin-finned devil shark before, and if he could catch another one, it would be a guaranteed profit. It was like a gotcha game. Now, with an upgraded ship and Sunna's archery skills, dealing with such a fish would be no problem. While waiting for a bite, he browsed the World Channel to see if he could buy some tools for starting a fire. They were in high demand. He had seen them twice but failed to buy them. During this time, many organizations were recruiting new members. For example, the Cherry Blossom ship had formed a group called New People, recruiting only people from Japan. Then there were groups like New Rome and Eden, which clearly were mostly for foreigners. Yang Yi noticed that the coordinates given by Eden were far from his location. It seemed that people from different regions were also far apart in this world, so it would probably be a long time before they could meet. Failing to secure any fire-starting tools, Yang Yi posted a purchase request, looking to buy fire-starting tools at a high price. Also buying down jackets or other warm clothing. Soon, he received private messages, but they were all from people selling clothes. Down jackets, 150 fabric per piece, 5% off for 4 pieces. Yang Yi ignored the message. More private messages trickled in. After reading through them, he found that the lowest price for a down jacket was 120 fabric, meaning 4 pieces would cost him 480 fabric. Cotton coats were cheaper, but Yang Yi wanted the best quality. Since it was still early, Yang Yi decided to wait a few days to see if prices would drop. Suddenly, the reel on his fishing rod started spinning rapidly. Something had taken the bait. Yang Yi immediately tightened the line and pulled hard on the rod. It wasn't a large creature, as it didn't seem to have much strength. In less than 8 minutes, Yang Yi had pulled the catch onto the boat. It was a human head, more accurately, an octopus with a human-like head, with tentacles below and a head that was actually a form of mimicry. "Excuse me, could I trouble you for a few minutes?" The creature began to speak, but Yang Yi stumped it to death immediately. Disgusting. Yang Yi cursed, re-biting his hook with a long-legged sardine, and resuming his fishing. Fishing in the deep sea was much slower. By the end of the day, Yang Yi had caught only 3 things, a human-head octopus, a red-lipped eel, and a bronze treasure chest. Normally, catching a bronze treasure chest would be cause for celebration, a major haul. But Yang Yi was on high alert. He had caught dead things before, like the farmer woman's 3 punches. When dead things were reeled in, they wouldn't struggle against the line. But the bronze chest was different, it struggled and pulled with considerable force. Yang Yi thought he was reeling in a big fish and had spent nearly half an hour pulling it up. The chest was about half a meter wide, covered in thick verdigris, and marked by signs of seawater erosion. One corner was even encrusted with red coral. Yang Yi examined the chest's information. Name, waterlogged bronze chest. Type, treasure chest. Description, there could be treasure inside, but it might also be. This reminded him of the waterlogged, rotten wood chest he had opened before. At that time, a human head octopus had jumped out, scaring Yang Yi half to death. So, this waterlogged bronze chest might also contain a monster. Yang Yi remained cautious and didn't rush to open it. He noticed that the fishing line was still attached to something inside the chest. It seemed the chest had swallowed the bait. He stepped back, holding a flintlock pistol in his left hand, and used a wooden spear in his right to try and pry open the chest. It's really tight. The chest didn't open, and the spearhead broke off. Yang Yi then tied a sea serpent tooth to the spear and used a short sword to pry it open, inserting the blade into a crevice. Suddenly, it felt like he had struck something, and the chest let out a strange cry, popping open. A jet of black water shot out from the chest, but Yang Yi, prepared, dodged it. What the hell is this? A mimic. You've been startled, sanity-5. Inside the chest was soft, white flesh. Yang Yi had apparently cut something vital, causing the chest to thrash violently. After shooting the water jet, the chest no longer closed, as if it had died. To be safe, Yang Yi stabbed it a few more times, and clear liquid seeped out of the wounds. Finally, the thing, probably a mimic, stopped moving. The water jet seemed to be its only form of attack, with some corrosive properties, as it left a whiff of smoke where it struck the ground. Name, treasure chest clam. Type, food. Description, a type of mollusk that likes to use treasure chests as its shell in adulthood, capable of spitting corrosive acid to catch small fish. It enjoys collecting shiny objects from the sea floor, and you can find shell coins and some sparkling treasures inside it. Non-toxic, edible after removing the internal organs. So, it's a sea clam. Yang Yi cut open the clam's flesh with the sea serpent tooth and began to search inside. The clam meat was actually just a thin layer, beneath which were all the shiny objects the treasure chest clam had collected, including a fist-sized pearl. Name, healing pearl. Type, treasure. Quality, rare. Description, soak the pearl in 1 L of water for 12 hours to grant the water healing properties, accelerating wound recovery. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. It was a great treasure. The chest clam was probably a rare creature capable of producing rare items. As the day was drawing to a close, Yang Yi collected the fishing nets and decided to end his day. The fishing nets yielded 2 items. Name, one-armed crab. Type, food. Description, it has always favored its right claw since it was young, with the right claw making up half its body weight. Edible and non-toxic, with plenty of meat in the claw. The other ugly item lowered sanity. Name, strange starfish. Description, this starfish resembles a human hand with fingers of varying lengths and crawls on the ground like a spider. Quite unique, looking like something from another world. Yang Yi stomped it to death, picked it up, and after checking the details, suddenly found it less unattractive. Name, palm star. Type, food. Description, a starfish twisted by abyssal corruption. Mildly toxic, increases agility by +1 for a short time, reduces sanity by 20, lasts for 1 minute. This item, similar to the head octopus, can enhance attributes when consumed and might be used to create magic potions. With this thought, Yang Yi carried the strange fish back to the cabin. Sunna, take a look at these. In the lab, Sunna was still dissecting a 2-horned demon shark. 2 bright, fist-sized eyeballs were removed and floating in a glass tank, emitting a faint red glow. She noticed Yang Yi, the strange fish, and the large pearl in his hand. Look at these fish and the pearl. Sunna took the items and examined them closely. Did you catch all these? Yes. Suddenly, Sunna had an inspiration. She looked at the fish, then at the demon shark's eyeballs, and had an idea. 2, no, 3. In 3 days, I'll give you some prototypes. Sunna said excitedly. Don't rush it. It's already night. Go back to your room and rest. We can discuss it tomorrow. Sunna hesitated for a moment but ultimately agreed and returned to her room. Her room was next to the captain's quarters, so if there were any disturbances at night, they could easily notify each other. Yang Yi took the crystal ball and headed to the captain's room. The crystal ball had a vibration alert function, warning them in case another player's ship appeared nearby. Placing it by the pillow allowed him to anticipate danger in advance. Otherwise, he could be sleeping whilst surrounded by other players at night. After preparing everything, Yang Yi took off his coat, drank a bottle of coconut juice, and lay on the ship. He usually checked the chat channel before sleeping, mainly to monitor the price trends of warm clothing and to see if anyone was selling fire tools. As he was doing this, he fell asleep, frowning and having nightmares. In the dead of night, there was movement next door to the captain's quarters. Sunna's door opened. A sneaky figure quietly emerged and headed towards the stern's cabin, targeting the lab. Sunna planned to work late into the night researching magic potions. 3 days passed without any major events. Yang Yi continued fishing as usual, collected the fishing nets in the evening, and occasionally practiced shooting. He didn't like using claw hooks, even though they provided stable catches, they were not as interesting as fishing. He gave all the fish he caught to Sunna for her to evaluate their usefulness. Since food was plentiful, it was better to consume items with shorter shelf lives first, and there was no need to eat the strange fish. During this period, the haul was average, aside from the strange fish, with the resources collected being wood x28, cloth x25, shell coins 650, freshwater 9L. He noticed there was a difference between the fishing net and fishing rod yields. Fishing nets provided more shrimp, crabs, and shellfish. He also caught 2 resource chests. The wooden resource chest gave wood x20, cloth x20, which was better than nothing. The bronze resource chest provided wood x100, cloth x100, iron x20, still a significant gain. He caught 2 new fish species. Name, eyeball octopus. Type, food. Description, an abyssal corrupted octopus with eyeballs at the tips of its tentacles. Mildly toxic, increases perception by +1 for a short time, lasts for 1 minute. Name, big, muscly lobster. Type, food. Description, an abyssal corrupted lobster with 6 abdominal muscles. Mildly toxic, increases constitution by +1 for a short time, lasts for 1 minute. Along with the head octopus and palm star, he had just the right mix of attributes besides sanity. He gave all the special fish to Sunna. In the evening, seeing no fish for a long time, Yang Yi began checking the chat information. As expected, the price of down jackets had been steadily declining over time, as more people were able to craft them. The current market price was only 105 cloth per piece. It seemed the cost to produce a down jacket was around 100 cloth, so the price had likely bottomed out. He checked his current resource totals. Wood x841, cloth x560, stone x408, shell coins x5700, freshwater x208, iron x77, crystal x51, sulfur x40. It looked like a lot, but buying winter clothing would cost over 400 cloth. Moreover, upgrading to a level 3 ship required a large amount of resources. The road ahead was long. If using shell coins to buy down jackets, the price would be around 600 shell coins, but players preferred trading with cloth because shell coin exchange rates were too unstable. Currently, the exchange rate for basic resources to shell coins was about 5:1, meaning 5 shell coins equaled 1 unit of basic resources, though actual trades could be slightly higher. High-level resources were more expensive, around 25 shell coins per unit. In summary, Yang Yi seemed rich, but he was actually struggling financially and couldn't afford to spend resources recklessly. He still didn't know how much he would need to buy fire tools. He routinely posted in the chat channel, "High price for fire tools, private message if you're selling cheap winter clothing." Just after sending the message, Yang Yi noticed a private message from Sunna, sent a few minutes ago. "Sunna, the magic potions are ready as you requested, placed on the lab table. Come and get them yourself. There are 3 types in total. The red one is for attribute enhancement, with possible minor side effects. The clear one is for restoring energy, try it yourself. The pink one is for healing injuries." After reading the message, Yang Yi immediately ran to the witch's lab. With such a high investment, it was finally yielding results. In the lab, Sunna was lying on the table, seemingly resting. On the table were various instruments, including a microscope, a test tube rack and test tubes, a flask, and even an alcohol lamp. Can this thing even light up? Yang Yi picked up the alcohol lamp and found it surprisingly light. Upon closer inspection, it was empty. Lab equipment, removing it from the lab will result in damage. Requires self-supplied fuel. Yang Yi. He really didn't understand why Sunna bought that instrument. Did she not know it was empty until after she bought it? Yang Yi put down the alcohol lamp and was drawn to the 3 vials of different colored magic potions on the table. Although they were labeled as unknown, Yang Yi, with his experience, knew that drinking them would reveal their specific effects and information. The red and pink potions were fine, they were simply pure liquids. However, the colorless potion was a different story. It contained several long, slimy legs that needed to be chewed along with the drinking. It was extremely thick and sticky. Sunna, what did you make these potions with? Yang Yi asked. She did not respond. Sunna. Yang Yi called out again. Still, there was no response. Noticing something amiss, Yang Yi reached out and touched her. He found that her body was slightly warm. This woman. He immediately opened the navigation log to check Sunna's information on the crew page. It only included health status, not attributes nor talents. Name, Sunna. Status, injured/fever/collapsed, a large X symboled the human diagram, with a slight yellow tint over the body. Sanity, 35/80ths, madness obsessive. Health, 82/100. Energy, 12/100. Her sanity caps only at 80. Yang Yi frowned. It was his first time actively checking Sunna's status. After reading it, Yang Yi understood the situation. Sunna must have been working non-stop in the lab for days, neglecting rest and food, which eventually caused her body to break down. With energy below 30, she could have fainted at any moment. Obsessive. This was Yang Yi's first encounter with a madness state, and it seemed there were many types. His special talent prevented him from going mad, so he had no such prompts even if his sanity dropped to 1. Such a troublesome woman, can't even take care of herself. Yang Yi frowned. As the captain, he had the highest authority, including control over room access. So, Yang Yi immediately restricted Sunna's access to the laboratory, revoking her entry rights. Then he took some salt, a vitality coconut, and prepared a bottle of coconut juice. He lifted Sunna's chin and fed it to her, though he spilled quite a bit. He had originally planned to give her the colorless potion, but its thick consistency and unknown effects made it too risky for a sick person, so he abandoned the idea. This woman is really heavy, Yang Yi complained. His strength usually danced around 4, below the average for an adult, making it very hard to carry Sunna. After a lot of effort and gaining 1 point in strength experience, he managed to carry her back to her room, panting heavily. She must be made of cement. She doesn't have a big chest or look overweight, why is she so heavy? Fortunately, the Nightmare Star was not a large ship, otherwise, if it were something like the Ironhead, Yang Yi would have needed a crane. Sunna's room was next to the captain's quarters, and it was Yang Yi's first time entering. It was completely different from his own captain's quarters. There was no musty smell, and the floor was solid wood. There were even a few glowing crystal balls embedded in the ceiling, providing illumination. The room seemed to have been adapted from the original astrologer's captain's quarters, making it quite different from the ghost ship. Yang Yi placed Sunna on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and left a note in the log. I have restricted your access to the laboratory. Check the activity log after you wake up. You didn't even realize you were going mad. But would someone who was mad actually check the activity log and be aware of their sanity level? Yang Yi had never been genuinely mad, so he wasn't sure. After sending the message, he prepared to leave. Suddenly, he noticed a small booklet on the table with the words Yang Yi Observation Diary written on it. What's this? Yang Yi wondered, opening it. After reading a few pages, he felt a chill. It recorded various details about him, including what he ate, what time he went to bed, how long he slept, when he relieved himself, and how long it took, etc., with meticulous detail. 1. Sunna, he doesn't go mad with sanity below 50, does he have some unique talent? I want to see his brain structure. Reading this, Yang Yi felt a surge of cold anger and cast a stern look at the unconscious Sunna. This woman had been treating him like a lab animal? Yang Yi couldn't help but feel a murderous intent. The diary took a bizarre turn. He actually looks flustered too. His expression when I pointed a gun at him was so funny, I captured it in my diary. He thought merging meant that, and clearly misunderstood. Haha, he's also a lecher. He promised to build me a witch's laboratory. I need to produce results as soon as possible. After reading this, Yang Yi's anger subsided. He placed the diary back as if it had never been touched and carefully exited the room. Sunna wasn't injured, her fever was due to lack of rest. She would recover after a day of sleep. With a few hours left before dark, Yang Yi resumed fishing. Looking to buy fire-starting tools at a high price, also buying cold-resistant clothing. As usual, he sent out a message seeking the tools and prepared to buy 4 pieces of down jackets, waiting for sellers to contact him. Before long, he received numerous private messages. However, just as he was about to purchase the 4 down jackets at 105 fabric each, he received a unique private message. Want a fire velvet sweater? Lighter and warmer than down jackets, just 100 shell coins as handling fee. Name, fire velvet sweater. Type, treasure. Quality, fine. Description, exceptional warmth, made from fire velvet. Wearing it feels like having a warm pack stuck to you. Lightweight and easy to move in. However, be cautious of water, as the warmth effect decreases significantly. Avoid snow and rain. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. The clothing was clearly better than the down jackets. It was thin enough to be worn inside and then covered with pirate clothing outside, which would prevent the down clothing from getting wet by the snow. But it was still important to avoid freezing rain. Yang Yi immediately messaged the seller to buy the fire velvet sweater. What do you mean by handling fee? The seller quickly responded. Just the literal meaning. This clothing requires special materials called fire velvet. I've run out of materials, so you need to provide them yourself. 10 units of fire velvet will make 1 piece of clothing. I can also make fire velvet pants if you want. I'm only charging 100 shell coins for the handling fee, you provide the materials. The price was not high, but where would Yang Yi get the fire velvet? While he was wondering, the seller sent another message. I'll give you a coordinate. There's an island with a plant called fire velvet grass. Collect 10 of them, and you'll have enough to make one piece of clothing. Then why don't you collect them yourself and sell the finished product? Sold out? I only have 2 pieces left and need to keep them as backups. Plus, I'm not in that sea area anymore. If you want them, get the materials, and contact me. Otherwise, forget it. Yang Yi was deep in thought. He wanted the fire velvet sweater. However, the seller asking him to gather the materials seemed suspicious. Perhaps sensing Yang Yi's skepticism, the seller sent another message. Believe it or not, you're the 3rd person to know this coordinate. The previous ones had smooth transactions, and I don't know how much fire velvet grass is left on the island. If you want it, act quickly. Yang Yi didn't believe the seller's words, so he asked, how much for the 2 pieces you have? Sorry, those 2 are not for sale. I'm keeping them for myself. Yang Yi frowned, glanced at the coordinates the seller provided, and saw that it was not far away. At full speed, it would only take 2 days to reach. Well, add me as a friend then. Yang Yi proposed. Sure. Captain Hui of the galleon -2 has sent you a friend request. Yang Yi accepted immediately. Names like XX ship are common for basic whiteboard ships, but ship owners can change them. Nightmare Star, is it a special ship? Yes. Then when you get the materials, message me. Okay, I'm quite far away, so it might take a while. I'll contact you when I'm closer. Alright. Yang Yi ended the conversation. He was sure there was something fishy about this person, but the fire velvet sweater was the best cold-resistant gear he had seen so far, and he really wanted it. If he was going to get it, he should get the best. Yang Yi took out the crystal ball and activated the Nightmare Star's skill. Gaze. Searching. Galleon. Hui. 3 results appeared. Yang Yi was stunned. It made sense for common ship names to overlap, but Yang Yi didn't expect players to have the same name, and there were 3 of them. It seemed there were still quite a few players around. To differentiate, each result was numbered from number 1 to number 3. Yang Yi picked one at random, and an image appeared on the crystal ball. It showed a level 2 ship, far from the island, and it didn't look like the person Yang Yi was looking for. After watching for a few minutes, he turned off the image. Tomorrow, I'll check another person. Yang Yi set a course for the island. He planned to head that way first. With the sea charts in hand, he had the initiative. Even if there was an ambush, he could avoid it in advance. Notes. -1, this is worse than I imagined simply. -2, a sailing ship in use, especially by Spain, from the 15th through 17th centuries, originally as a warship, later for trade. Galleons were mainly square-rigged and most commonly had 3 or more decks and masts. In the evening, Yang Yi lay in bed. As usual, he would drink a bottle of Vitality coconut before going to sleep. But that day, he had an extra choice, a colorless potion. It was supposed to restore energy, and Sunna probably wasn't lying to him. Yang Yi carefully examined the bottle. The potion seemed to be transparent, and thick, with a few long legs floating inside. When placed in a dark environment, it emitted a faint glow. After thinking for a few minutes, Yang Yi decided to try a little. With so much effort invested, it was worth a try. He could drink half first. Pinching his nose, trying not to think about what the thick liquid was actually made of, he opened the cap and tried to suck out a bit of the potion. Who would have guessed the liquid was so viscous even biting through it was impossible. And it stank, like something that lived in a sewer. It was a slime. Suppressing his nausea, Yang Yi chewed the long legs inside and swallowed them in one gulp. You drank an unknown potion. As soon as the potion slid down Yang Yi's esophagus, a wave of warmth spread from his stomach to his entire body, instantly sweeping away his fatigue. Is the effect this good? Immediately after, a notification popped up. Energy restored, plus 30. Energy recovery speed increased by 125% for 8 hours. Amazing. But suddenly, he felt something was wrong. Various parts of his body started to feel engorged, like his eyes, and you have entered an excited state, lasting for 1 hour. Damn, I knew there was something wrong with this stuff. Yang Yi's eyes turned red as he sat up, and the potion's information was displayed. Name, Excitement Potion. Type, Consumable/Potion/Unique. Quality, Premium. Description, a potion brewed by witch Sunna, containing secretions from a siren's pituitary gland, siren saliva, siren gland mucus, and the legs of long-legged sardines. Upon consumption, plus 30 energy, minus 20 sanity, energy recovery speed plus 125% for 8 hours, with a 24-hour cooldown. Induces an excited state for 1 hour. Multiple uses extend the excited state, with the risk of poisoning. The side effect, Yang Yi didn't know how to describe it. If he sold this potion, it would surely be popular. However, he wasn't planning to anytime soon because the potion's description included the creator's name. He felt it wasn't a good thing and could bring unnecessary trouble. An hour later, Yang Yi lay back down. I'll have to ask Sunna to improve it. Remove these damn side effects first. He left her a message. Your potion's side effects are too severe. It needs improvement. Next time, drink it yourself to see the effects before giving it to me. After sending the message, he fell asleep. The nightmares persisted, and Yang Yi's sleep quality was poor, but with the potion's boost, he wasn't worried about recovering his energy, though he would still wake up with dark circles around his eyes. The following morning, Yang Yi was awakened by a knock on the door right in the middle of a nightmare. Jolting awake in shock, he immediately grabbed his gun and aimed at the door. "Who is it?" "It's me." Sunna's voice came through. Yang Yi relaxed. He had just dreamt of spiders crawling out of his body, devouring his flesh. His back was drenched in sweat. After composing himself, Yang Yi snapped, "Why are you knocking so early in the morning?" Sunna was also upset, replying, "Why did you lock me out of the lab? Didn't you read the message I sent you?" Only then did Sunna check the message in her log. Meanwhile, Yang Yi took the opportunity to glance at Sunna's sanity level. Thankfully, it had mostly recovered. Sanity, 76/80. Since her recovery speed was quite fast, her mental attributes must have been high, and her clothes probably had bonuses as well. "You went insane yesterday. Did you know that?" It was only now that Sunna realized, like waking from a dream. It seemed that people who went mad wouldn't understand they were behaving crazily, nor did they monitor their sanity. How was the potion's effect? Sunna quickly shifted her focus back to the potion, no longer angry. The recovery aspect of it was good, the side effects however, well, you can see for yourself. Yang Yi sent the potion's properties to Sunna. "I see, but all potions have some side effects," Sunna explained. "These ones in particular are unacceptable. You need to fix them. If I do that, I can't guarantee the same potency." "No problem. What about the other 2 potions? Did you drink them?" At this point, Yang Yi felt a bit annoyed. "Why don't you try drinking them yourself? Why do I have to be the one? I'm not a guinea pig. Potions might reduce sanity, so it's not safe for me to drink. Plus, they taste awful," Sunna replied confidently. "Ugh. So, Sunna knew they tasted bad. Your sanity won't drop enough to make you go insane, so it's fine for you to drink," Sunna added. Yang Yi was speechless. He knew there was no escaping his fate as a potion tester. One excitement potion deducted 20 sanity points. If Sunna accidentally drank a stronger one, she would immediately go mad. "How many more can you make?" Yang Yi suddenly asked. After all, potions required materials, mostly from magical creatures or undefinable beings. "I can make 3 more excitement potions. If you don't like it, I can try a different formula. For the red potion, I need a devil shark's eye, so I can only make 2 bottles. As for the pink potion, its main ingredient is the water from healing pearl weed, so I can make more of those," Sunna explained. "For the energy boosting potion, try a different formula. It can be less potent, but the materials need to be more accessible. Creatures like sirens aren't easy to come by." Sunna nodded in agreement. "Also, you need to limit your time in the lab 8 hours a day, max. Once the time is up, I'll shut off your access." Although Sunna wasn't entirely happy, she didn't argue because Yang Yi was right. After regaining access, she quickly ran to the lab. That woman really loves messing with weird things. Yang Yi left the captain's cabin, grabbed his fishing rod, and was about to cast a line when he suddenly remembered something. The fire velvet sweater. He had forgotten to mention it to Sunna. He planned to get close to the island and take a look. Yang Yi immediately activated the Nightmare Star's clairvoyance skill, searching for Hu Wei's true form. Scanning. Galleon. Hu Wei. This time, he chose another person. Soon, the crystal ball displayed an image. It was a large sailboat, seemingly upgraded to level 3, with 2 cannons on each side. A dark-skinned youth appeared to be looking through a telescope. His position was very close to the island coordinates, less than 10 nautical miles away. In short, the person's identity was clear. He was the right Captain Hu Wei. What is he looking at? Casting a glance at the map, Yang Yi realized Hu Wei seemed to be looking towards the island. To be safe, he sent a private message. "How many fire velvet grass do I need for a full set of armor?" The person in the image reacted immediately. It looked like it was him. "The trousers require 10 stalks, just like the shirt. For a full set, prepare 20 stalks and 200 shell coins for labor. Deal." Yang Yi smiled and continued watching him. The person was odd. After observing for a while, he sailed away. However, he didn't go far, maintaining a distance of 100 nautical miles from the island. Then, every 3 to 4 hours, he would sail back to take another look. What is he up to? Yang Yi narrowed his eyes. Yang Yi told Sunna about the whole fire velvet sweater and island affair. She also agreed to check it out, as island resources were typically more abundant. If they encountered something worthwhile, they couldn't miss the opportunity unless it were too risky. The dangers included unknown creatures on the island, as well as other ill-intentioned players. "Any unique life forms there are, I want a few samples," Sunna requested. That was likely her true motivation for wanting to go to the island. 2 days later, Yang Yi arrived near the island. He could go ashore whenever he so willed. However, before he set foot on the island, he needed to handle any potential dangers. Through observing Hu Wei for 2 days, he understood what the captain had been up to. He was fishing, using bait to lure other players onto the island, where there seemed to be some terribly dangerous creatures or traps. It caused players who landed to quickly meet their demise. After they died, Hu Wei would go and take over their abandoned ships, gaining considerable supplies in the process. It was a devious yet profitable tactic, though not without risks. No one could predict what kind of player might come. If he ran into someone tough, like Yang Yi, who had clairvoyant skills, Hu Wei could easily misjudge the situation, losing more than he gained. The captain had no idea someone was watching his every move, unaffected by distance or the fog of war. Through observation, Yang Yi gathered plenty of intel. Before approaching a player's ship, Hu Wei would use binoculars to observe it. Once he confirmed no one was on board, he would slowly approach, fire a symbolic shot, and, after further confirming there was no one aboard, attempt to board the ship. He wouldn't fire directly at the ship's hull, possibly to avoid damaging it and affecting the loot. Over 3 days, Hu Wei dismantled 2 ships using that method. Yang Yi watched the entire process and shared his plan with Sunna. "I'm sure there's some dangerous creature on the island," Sunna asserted confidently. "Is that what I was talking about? Were you even listening?" Yang Yi scratched his head. "I meant we should turn the tables and ambush him instead. He wouldn't expect someone to be lying in wait for him. We'll remove the boarding restrictions, and when he sees he can board, he'll assume we're dead. We'll hide in the cabin, and the moment he steps in, we'll take him out. But what if he doesn't enter? That's not going to happen. If it were me, I'd definitely go in. And even if he's on the ship, do you think he could outrun a bullet?" Yang Yi was confident. He had dismantled ships before and knew how to occupy one. It required not only the owner's death but also staying on the ship for about 10 minutes before the system would notify him, saying he could dismantle it. However, dismantling a ship wouldn't automatically recover all the items on board. Equipment and tools would need to be manually collected. Yang Yi believed Hu Wei wouldn't leave any corner of the ship unchecked, especially the cabin. If it were Yang Yi in his place, he would have scavenged everything quickly. Sunna agreed, without complaints. Thus, the plan was set. In case things went awry, Yang Yi had Sunna make 3 more bottles of the pink recovery potion, giving them each 2 bottles. The following morning, Yang Yi steered the ship towards the island. The journey was smooth, with no danger in sight. It was his first time observing the island up close. It looked ordinary on the surface, solid dark brown rocks along the coast, smoothed by the ocean waves. Barnacles clung to the rock surfaces, and many crabs lived in the crevices of the rocks. The island itself was covered in a dense forest, its interior shrouded in mystery. There were no signs of struggle on the shore, not even bloodstains, indicating the danger likely wasn't there. Whatever had killed the players must have been deeper inland. In either case, Yang Yi had no intention of going ashore. He checked the crystal ball, which showed that Hu Wei was approaching, still several dozen nautical miles away. Though there was still time, Yang Yi called Sunna, and they both hid in the cabin, leaving the boarding permissions open. The Nightmare Star's cabin was a long, narrow hallway that turned left as you entered. At the end of the hallway started a staircase leading to the lower deck. The lighting was dim, with only a few small windows providing some natural light. The air was damp and musty. The witch's laboratory was also there as a separate room. The two of them took their positions according to the plan. Sunna hid in the shadows of the lower deck, armed with a pirate's longbow, eyes fixed on the door. She had a simple quiver on her back with more than 30 arrows, all with iron tips, far sharper than her earlier wooden ones. After she had demonstrated her impressive archery skills, Yang Yi had upgraded her weapon. Each arrowhead was coated with fluid from a venomous blowfish, ensuring that lethal hits. Yang Yi stood at the end of the hallway, just 4 meters from the door. He would strike first, and if his flintlock didn't fire, Sunna would follow up with her arrows. They would ensure the target had no time to react. Meanwhile, Hu Wei was finally nearing the island. He pulled out his binoculars to observe and, sure enough, he spotted the Nightmare Star, a special ship. Hu Wei was so excited he nearly jumped for joy. Little did he know someone was creepily analyzing his every move. Hu Wei waited an entire hour, ensuring no one was on board, before cautiously edging neat and firing a symbolic shot. His aim was poor, and the cannonball splashed harmlessly into the water in front of the Nightmare Star. He wasn't aiming to hit, it was just part of his routine, something Yang Yi had already witnessed in the crystal ball. After waiting another 15 minutes, Hu Wei, seeing no movement on the ship, finally sped up his approach. He'll be on board in less than 10 minutes. Yang Yi alerted Sunna, putting the crystal ball back into his bottomless bag and holding his breath, eyes fixed on the cabin door, ready for the prey to step into the trap. Sunna, who had never ambushed anyone before, was slightly nervous. However, her strong mental fortitude kept her calm and fearless. Soon, they heard the sound of a grappling hook hitting the side of the ship, followed by the clatter of a wooden plank being set in place. The prey had taken the bait. Yang Yi raised his flintlock and aimed at the door. The lighting in the cabin was dim. By the time Hu Wei saw him, he'd already be shot. Time ticked by slowly. To sell the ruse, Yang Yi had left his fishing rod and net discarded on the deck. The target was probably picking through them right now, completely unaware someone had voluntarily granted him permission to loot the ship. The giant insect head had been stowed in the cabin to prevent Hu Wei from lingering on the deck for too long. Yang Yi's ultimate goal was to lure him into the cabin, the safest strategy. If Hu Wei didn't enter after 9 minutes, they would have to attack him directly. Fortunately, less than 5 minutes later, the cabin door creaked open. Hu Wei, beaming with pride, strode in, fishing rod and red net slung over his shoulder, completely unaware. He was still gloating over his massive haul when, in the next moment, a gunshot rang out from his left. Bang! Hu Wei was shot in the abdomen and collapsed, clutching the wound. It was only then that he noticed the figure standing to his left, holding a smoking flintlock. "You, how?" Hu Wei couldn't believe his eyes. "I've been waiting for you," Yang Yi said with a smile. He hadn't aimed for the head not because he feared missing, but because he had some questions to ask. What's on this island? Yang Yi asked coldly. The reason he shot Hu Wei on the spot was because he wanted to ask him this question. If I tell you, will you let me go? Hu Wei, slumped on the ground, raised his head with difficulty and looked at Yang Yi. You can trust me. Yang Yi lowered his gun. You're lying? That's a killer's look in your eyes. Hu Wei coughed, speaking with great effort. Yang Yi frowned. He indeed never intended to let Hu Wei live. You're tough, I admit defeat. No need for you to bother with me. As for what's on the island, you'll have to see for yourself. Hu Wei sneered darkly, his mouth full of blood, a crimson mess. What do you mean? Hu Wei didn't respond. Instead, he pulled out a kitchen knife from behind his waist. Yang Yi immediately raised his gun, ready to fire, but held back. Hu Wei had already killed himself. With swift decisiveness, he plunged the knife into his own throat. Turns out, the guy was ruthless too. Though Yang Yi couldn't see it, Hu Wei's journal had updated with new information. You have died. Oath precondition mission failed. Completion 6/10. 2 light orbs fell beside Hu Wei's body, likely the drops left behind by his death. Just as Yang Yi was about to pick them up, he sensed something wrong. He heard a soft, rustling noise, like many things crawling. And the source of the sound was Hu Wei's corpse? In the next second, Hu Wei's body twitched and convulsed, as if shaking uncontrollably. At the same time, countless spiders, each about the size of a fingernail, crawled out of his wounds and orifices. What the hell? You are frightened. Sanity-5. Yang Yi pulled the trigger, just in case, using the powerful cannon mode. Boom! The shot was devastating. Hu Wei's body, along with the cabin door, was blasted apart, leaving a huge hole in the ship's hull that let sunlight pour in. The recoil knocked Yang Yi back, slamming him into the wall. What are you doing? He's already dead. Sunna rushed over, her face showing slight displeasure. If that shot had been a bit lower, it would have blown a hole in her beloved witch laboratory. He had spiders inside him, lots of spiders. Yang Yi explained, still shaken by what he had just witnessed. In his nightmare, he met the same fate as Hu Wei, but how could there be spiders inside a person? Sunna glanced at the wreckage. Spiders? I don't see any spiders. Where are they? She scanned the area. Aren't they right there? Yang Yi pointed to the debris, but then froze. He could swear there were spiders on the ground just moments ago, small but clearly visible. Now, there was nothing but chunks of flesh, broken wood, and splattered blood. I definitely saw spiders just now, Yang Yi insisted. All right, your arm's dislocated, you know that. Yang Yi's left arm was hanging limp at his side. Luckily, Sunna was a medical student. Though she hadn't specialized in orthopedics, she was talented and quickly popped Yang Yi's dislocated shoulder back into place. But Yang Yi was still looking for the spiders. It's impossible. I saw spiders, I'm sure of it. Suddenly, he felt an itch in his nose and noticed a small nosebleed, likely from the recoil of the flintlock rifle. The itch persisted, as if something was crawling inside. Yang Yi couldn't help but pick at it, and out came a tiny black spider, about the size of a grain of rice. A spider crawled out of your body. Sanity-10. Yang Yi was startled and immediately crushed the spider. He checked his nose again, but luckily, no more spiders came out. There really was a spider. When did you inhale it? Sunna bent down and picked up the spider's corpse. Inhale. Yang Yi felt uneasy. The spider had definitely crawled out of him. He quickly checked his status. Status, injured. The human diagram shows faint yellow on the back and left arm. Sanity, 85/100 stamina, 94/100 health, 93/100. Everything seemed normal, but there was a new status under his talents. Kiss of the spider, a gift from the spider mother. Spiders will occasionally crawl out of your wounds, but you will soon get used to it. Precondition mission for an oath can be unlocked. Enemy hostility from spider-type demons-100%. When did this status appear? He quickly checked his activity log. You have gained the kiss of the spider. Judging by the time, it must have been right when Hu Wei died. When he died, the status transferred to me. Yang Yi narrowed his eyes. Sunna, not afraid of spiders, moved into the sunlight to inspect the corpse closely. As soon as the spider touched the sunlight, it evaporated and vanished. Yang Yi noticed this too and walked over to grab Sunna's hand. It actually disappeared. He couldn't believe it. Let go, you're hurting me. Sunna complained, pulling her hand free. But Yang Yi ignored her, deep in thought. The status must have been tied to Hu Wei's death. After he died, a new successor was chosen. Sunna, check your status. Is there any negative effect called Kiss of the Spider? Yang Yi warned. Sunna immediately checked and then shook her head. I don't have anything like that. It seemed the curse only targeted one person. And when you considered Hu Wei's recent behavior, the answer became obvious. The Kiss of the Spider had an unmistakable connection to the island. Let's get out of here. My flintlock is in cannon mode, and it has a 12-hour cooldown. Plus, the Nightmare Star has a hole in it that needs repair. Yang Yi instructed. Sunna nodded, and together they began gathering the spoils of war. The spider situation would have to wait. The battlefield needed to be dealt with first. Hu Wei had dropped 2 light orbs, one of which fell into the sea. The other contained 1,250 shell coins and a recipe for fire velvet armor. Fire velvet armor requires fire silk spider threads x 100. One medium-sized fire silk spider can produce 8 to 12 units of thread. That fire velvet grass was clearly a lie Hu Wei made up. Fire silk spiders definitely proliferated on the island? What was even more surprising was a player's death could result in a recipe drop. Yang Yi turned to look at Sunna. She had a unique talent that allowed her to create special recipes. If she died, would those recipes drop too? That could be dangerous. It would make her a target? Yang Yi immediately warned her, Sunna, don't sell or give away any of the potions you make. So, you're saying I should give them all to you, huh? Sunna teased. We'll discuss that later. Yang Yi suddenly remembered the unbreakable excitement potion and felt a bit nauseous. After cleaning up the battlefield, they found 3 equipment items. Name, webbed gloves. Type, treasure. Quality, fine. Description, enhances grip and allows you to climb walls. You won't get stuck on webs. Yes, with these, you can scale walls like a superhero. Name, delicious chef's knife. Type, relic. Quality, excellent. Description, a sharp kitchen knife. Anything cut by this knife will become extraordinarily delicious and highly addictive. Perfect for people with appetite disorders. The delicious effect lasts for 5 days. It only works on objects smaller than 3 cubic meters. Name, healing spray. Type, consumable. Quality, excellent. Description, speeds up wound healing when sprayed. Usable 3/10 times. Yang Yi picked up the chef's knife, which was no more than 30 centimeters long. If you get cut by this knife, will you taste delicious? He made a strange face, detecting a faint sweetness in the air. Hu Wei's ship was a 3rd-tier vessel. Both expansion spaces on the ship had been used to build cannons. Name, standard cannon type, ship equipment quality, ordinary. Description, a standard cannon with a range of 200 meters. Cannon is fixed in the combat room, cannot be removed. Yang Yi had thought about whether he could move the cannon to his own ship, but after reading the information, he gave up on the idea. Hu Wei really was wealthy. He carried a large amount of supplies, all of which were now conveniently Yang Yi's. The supplies on the ship included wood X832, cloth X742, stone X935, steel X83, crystal X63, sulfur X35, freshwater X50L, sausages, bread, and other food items enough for Yang Yi and Sunna to eat for half a month. Equipment included an ordinary quality telescope, a simple fishing rod, and 2 pieces of flintlock clothing. Yang Yi calculated these supplies were enough to upgrade his ship, the Nightmare Star, to 3rd tier. Though as for the exotic monster corpse needed for the upgrade, he still had no clue where to find it. By dismantling the 3rd-tier sailing ship, he could gain an additional 600 units of wood, 300 units of cloth, 300 units of stone, and 20 units of steel. However, the total supplies would exceed the capacity limit of the Nightmare Star. For now, the most cost-effective plan was to hold off the dismantlement. Once he obtained an exotic monster corpse and upgraded the Nightmare Star to 3rd tier, then he could go ahead. For the time being, he could use the ship as a floating warehouse, dragging it behind. After moving the food, freshwater, and high-value resources to the Nightmare Star, Yang Yi and Sunna set sail and left the island. When the ship had sailed 200 nautical miles, Yang Yi's expression suddenly changed. His entire body began to itch, as if countless bugs were crawling and biting him. He immediately stopped the ship and turned it around. As soon as he did, the itching disappeared. Yang Yi now understood why Hu Wei had stayed on this island. He couldn't leave. What happened? Sunna noticed the movement and emerged from the cabin. The spiders inside me won't allow me to leave this island, Yang Yi said with a grim face. Sunna frowned, thought for a moment, and then said, stop the ship and come with me. She pulled Yang Yi along and led him to the laboratory. There were 2 large metal tables inside. One of the tables was filled with various instruments, as well as pieces of meat, remnants of Hu Wei's corpse, which Sunna had collected. I just finished checking, and I can confirm, this body is hollow. Sunna's expression was more serious than ever. Hollow. That's right. There are no organs, no bones, just a thin layer of skin. Sunna picked up a piece of meat with tweezers and explained, didn't you notice how little flesh there was on his body, and how little blood came out? At first, I thought maybe it was lost in the ocean, but after carefully inspecting each piece, I found there were no bones or internal organs. It's all just skin and superficial muscle. Yang Yi suddenly understood. This corpse is completely hollow, no brain, no intestines, no heart. This must have happened the moment Hu Wei died. All of his internal organs and bones were eaten by the spiders. Sunna concluded. After hearing her explanation, cold sweat dripped from Yang Yi's forehead. He realized these spiders likely existed within him as well. His life was no longer in his control. At any moment, they could devour him and leave him to be but a hollow shell. Suddenly, Yang Yi noticed a fragrance. Once aware of it, he couldn't ignore it. It made his mouth water, and he swallowed involuntarily. It was the power of the gourmet chef, making Hu Wei's corpse smell delicious. Sunna, you didn't sneak a bite, did you? Yang Yi asked in horror. Knowing her personality, Yang Yi wouldn't have been surprised if she had tasted a piece just to see what it was like. What are you talking about? This is a precious specimen. How could I possibly waste it? Sunna said, slightly annoyed. That's a relief. Yang Yi sighed in relief. He had a feeling that eating something prepared by the gourmet chef would have terrible consequences. It could even lead to addiction. All right, now it's your turn. Sunna packed Hu Wei's remains into a glass container, cleared the table, and gestured for Yang Yi to lie down. What's this? I'm going to examine your body and see how those spiders got inside you, Sunna explained. Yang Yi felt a bit anxious but eventually lay down on the metal table. He wanted to know what was happening to him, too. Sunna began examining his body, checking him all over. Your body surface looks normal. Open your mouth. Yang Yi complied. Sunna peered inside with a magnifying glass, scraped some tissue from his mucous membrane, and prepared a simple slide to examine under a microscope. Watching her furrowed brow made Yang Yi increasingly uneasy. He felt like a patient waiting for the doctor's diagnosis, growing more anxious the longer the doctor hesitated. A few minutes later, Sunna approached, holding a sharp knife. What are you doing? Yang Yi immediately sat up, retreating to maintain distance. Why are you so tense? If you're afraid of pain, then give me some money, I'm out of shell coins. Sunna's sharp gaze and steady grip on the knife made her seem formidable. Yang Yi, feeling numb, transferred 2,000 shell coins to her. Sunna then operated her journal, and soon, a modern blood collection kit appeared in her hand. You're just going to take blood? Yang Yi asked. Of course. I was planning to cut you, but since you seem afraid of pain, I'll use this instead. Sunna approached with the blood collection kit. Damn it! Yang Yi suspected she had played this trick just to get more shell coins out of him. Though he had no evidence, he felt it was highly likely. While Sunna drew 300 units of blood from him, Yang Yi asked her about the laboratory's capabilities. Can the lab provide any kind of equipment? There are many limitations. It mainly provides experimental and medical tools. The more complex and larger the equipment, the more expensive it is. What about a lighter? You can get a lighter, but it won't have any fuel. Currently, the lab can produce items like glass, metal, ceramics, and plastic, but not fuels like alcohol. Also, any equipment purchased here can't be taken outside the lab, Sunna replied. I see, Yang Yi nodded. No wonder the alcohol lamps he saw earlier were empty. Can you make flint or some other fire-starting tools? Yang Yi asked again. No, but you can try starting a fire by rubbing sticks together. Forget it. Yang Yi didn't believe he could start a fire on the damp ocean by rubbing sticks together. Even if he could, it wasn't a long-term solution. In the freezing regions, he wouldn't stand a chance at starting a fire this way. After drawing 300 cubic centimeters of blood, Sunna made a blood smear and continued her observations. As expected. Come take a look for yourself, she called Yang Yi over. Though Yang Yi didn't know much about biology, he could still look through the microscope. In the field of view, aside from red blood cells, there were numerous tiny particles. Do you see those black particles? Brace yourself. Sunna adjusted the microscope to a higher magnification, and Yang Yi immediately broke out in cold sweat. What he saw were tiny, clustered spiders curled up together. They were so small that only under significant magnification could their outlines be seen clearly. By normal standards, spiders shouldn't be smaller than cells. Yet Yang Yi was seeing them right there under the microscope. His body was likely filled with these tiny spiders, lying dormant. Once awakened, Yang Yi would face unimaginable torment and be eaten alive, leaving nothing but an empty shell. It seemed there was no choice but to return to the island. There had to be a way to resolve his impending doom there. Don't worry, give me some time, Sunna said, comforting him as she approached. I'll try to kill the spiders inside your body. The nightmare star had a big hole, and the repairs were quite expensive. It cost 332 wood, 125 cloth, 108 stone, and 20 steel, taking half a day to fix. The system really understood resource management. Dismantling ships yielded significantly fewer materials, while ship repairs required double the resources. However, Yang Yi had no regrets about firing the shot. If he had the chance to, he would still pull the trigger without hesitation again. Who knew what could happen if those spiders burst out? Maybe they'd bite, or perhaps they'd merge into a big, scary monster. It was best to be cautious, couldn't go wrong with that. The rewards were so great, a little lost material was no big deal. 3 days later, the nightmare star was still roaming around the island. Yang Yi had a nautical map, giving him an advantage. He could monitor the island's surroundings through it. But for 3 days straight, no ship had appeared nearby. Perhaps because Hu Wei was dead, the other deceived players, after privately messaging each other, found no trace of him and became wary of the location. Of course, it was also possible that Hu Wei didn't deceive many people, and Yang Yi was the last one. During the 3 days, Sunna had locked herself in the lab. Aside from drawing a few more tubes of Yang Yi's blood, she rarely showed herself, focused on her research. As evening approached and darkness began to fall, Yang Yi walked into the cabin and loudly reminded her, Sunna, it's time to rest. The 8-hour work rule was a strict policy Yang Yi had set for Sunna. That way, she could avoid losing too much sanity and falling into madness. Sunna. Yang Yi called again, a bit impatient. 5 more minutes. Are you bargaining with me? 5 more minutes? Come out now, or I'll kick you out, Yang Yi said viciously. He had the captain's authority, meaning he could literally kick Sunna out of the lab using the system. Please don't. I'll come out myself. After some noise, Sunna finally rushed out. Any progress? Yang Yi asked. Still a bit more. Sunna looked dazed, seemingly absent-minded. Yang Yi, used to her being lost in her own world, just urged her, fine, rest now. We'll talk tomorrow. Sunna, unresponsive, walked to her room like a zombie. Yang Yi returned to the deck and controlled the ship to stop, keeping a distance of over 100 nautical miles from the island. The fish he was catching were still the same as before, except for a strange one he had reeled in from the deep sea. It was about half a meter long, covered in coral, and looked like a bamboo basket. In reality, the fish itself was palm-sized, located in the center of the basket, while the rest was all coral. Name: coral cage fish. Type: food. Description: a species from the abyss, its body is covered in poisonous coral that forms a cage to protect itself. The fish meat is also highly poisonous and not recommended for consumption. Seeing the word poisonous, Yang Yi didn't want to touch it at all. He used a wooden spear to kill the fish and sent it to the lab. His luck was pretty bad, he hadn't seen a single treasure chest. Aside from fish, he only managed to catch 12 wood and 15 cloth. The weakness of fishing was evident, the rewards were very unstable, depending on luck and skill. But even the best anglers would sometimes catch nothing, which would lead to them making up superstitions after failing one too many times. Like casting the line exactly at the right time for a better chance of treasure, or just repeatedly pulling the line whether there's a fish or not, or marking where they caught a big fish or treasure and trying the same spot again next time. Some even bowed to their fishing rods, hoping for a stroke of luck. Yang Yi dismissed all of this as fake, just superstition. After all, he had tried it himself, and it didn't work at all. Now, lying on his bed like a salted fish, he browsed the world channel, looking for a lighter. Yang Yi routinely left a message, hoping someone would contact him. He scrolled a few pages, and an organization called the Great Press Special Fleet caught his attention. The group had appeared a few days ago and was recruiting members at the time. The leader seemed to be the owner of a special ship, possibly capable of printing newspapers. They were planning to start a news agency, gathering the latest sea information, and selling it in weekly newspapers. After preparing for so long, their first weekly edition was finally ready for release. The first issue is complete. Trading sections, maritime events, monster reports, you name it. With more content in the works, be sure not to miss this hard-to-come-by bargain, 100 shell coins per issue, or a 4-issue monthly subscription for only 300 shell coins. Everyone is encouraged to submit news tips. Will reward valuable information with shell coins. If you provide fake news, you'll be blacklisted permanently. Also, ad space is available for rent. The newspaper's leader was a business genius. The paper wasn't expensive, but it could sell in high volumes. If they got thousands of customers, the money would roll in fast. That was, as long as they established a good reputation. Yang Yi was interested in the paper and sent a private message, expressing his desire to buy an issue. He soon got a reply. Pay first, then leave a note with the language you want. The newspaper will be delivered via the trading system for free. You can also add me as a friend and subscribe for 300 shell coins a month, which includes at least 4 issues. There's currently a promotion: subscribe for 3 months and get 1 extra month free. No need for a subscription, just send me 1 issue. Yang Yi quickly transferred 100 shell coins. He wasn't keen on adding a friend just for a subscription, no matter the cost. He anonymously bought an issue, planning to see what it was like first. If it had valuable content, he would consider buying more in the future. The newspaper's efficiency was high. Even at night, they delivered quickly, and within minutes, the paper arrived via the trading system. It was a crude, ink-printed paper. You rubbed it too hard, and it would smudge. But right now, no one cared about that. What mattered was whether the content was valuable. The Nightmare Star had no lights or fire, except for the witch's lab and Sunna's room, which were illuminated. Yang Yi didn't intend to barge into Sunna's room just to read the newspaper, so he slipped into the witch's lab. It was eerily quiet inside, like he had stepped into another world. The air was filled with an indescribable smell, a complex mix of stench and the distinctive scent of otherworldly organs. The walls were lined with jars filled with various organs. Yang Yi didn't bother to look closely, as seeing too much would lower his sanity, and that wasn't necessary, was it? He opened the paper and began reading. It had 2 sides. The front was the trading section, with both wanted and clearly priced for sale items, along with player names, ship names, and IDs for direct contact. Most items were self-produced and self-sold. Yang Yi quickly spotted an old acquaintance, Zhou Dai, captain of the Radiant Goddess. She was selling holy water for the hefty price of 2,000 shell coins per bottle, or bartering for equipment. The price she gave him was indeed a friendly, internal one. It also reflected the chaotic early game market, with basic materials still scarce. Yang Yi schemed through and noticed a troublesome relic. Name: Cannibal Cult Introductory Guide. Type: Relic. Quality: Rare. Description: This book records 18 ways to consume corpses, allowing you to eat what you need with real results. Except it can't help your brain. Yang Yi felt dizzy after reading that. The newspaper would definitely need to be destroyed. Sunna couldn't find out about this. Otherwise, the crazy woman would go to any lengths to buy it and try out its contents. Just the thought of Sunna eating corpses gave him goosebumps, so he immediately disabled her trading permissions, cutting off this possibility. Other things weren't as disturbing. Yang Yi browsed through, noting that many items were either overpriced or ineffective. If something was a good deal, it would have already been sold in the chat channel. However, Yang Yi still found an interesting piece of ship equipment. Name: Barbarian Catapult. Type: Ship equipment. Quality: Good. Description: Can launch objects for long-range attacks. Effective range: 0 to 500 meters. If the object is too heavy, the range will be 0. Requires 1 square meter of space on the deck for installation. What the Nightmare Star was lacking most were long-range attack capabilities. The catapult could be bought as a temporary fix, provided it wasn't too expensive. When Yang Yi saw the prize 2,000 shell coins, he thought it was daylight robbery. Once the ship was upgraded, it could install cannons, which would be far more useful than hard-to-aim catapults. Cannons would also have greater firepower. The only advantage the catapult had was its slightly longer than the average cannon range, but the stone's speed was much slower and easily dodged. So, Yang Yi concluded it simply wasn't worth 2,000 shell coins at all. If it were 500, that would be acceptable. He sent a private message to the seller. 500 for one catapult. Interested? Message me. The other party didn't reply, probably asleep. He'd check again in the morning. Yang Yi then looked at the wanted section, where familiar organizations like New World, New Humans, and the Iron Brotherhood were buying up materials, equipment, and fire-making tools. The prices were generally slightly below market value, aiming for quick sales and fast cash. These groups are all buying fire-making tools. No wonder I couldn't get any. Yang Yi clicked his tongue. Personally, he couldn't financially compete with ship fleets. His warehouse was only so big. After reading, Yang Yi flipped the newspaper to the other side. The page was divided into two sections, maritime events and monster reports. The two sections didn't have much content. Even though the editor had enlarged the font, it didn't hide the fact that there was little substance. The newspaper provided some information and insights, including introductions to a few fleets, coordinates of several isolated islands, and speculation on the internal environment of the extreme winter sea. As for the accuracy of the information, it was up to each person to judge. What was certain was that the islands with discovered coordinates weren't valuable. Either the trees had already been cut down or venturing there would cost one's life. Yang Yi noticed an old acquaintance, Zhou Dai. She was recruiting teammates to raid a dangerous island. It had been confirmed that a powerful werewolf resided on the island. She was recruiting people to join her, and those who passed the test would get the island's exact coordinates. Werewolves. Yang Yi stroked his chin. In his memory, werewolves were terrifying creatures, fast, sharp senses, claws and fangs capable of easily tearing through human flesh. When facing such a creature, the more teammates, the better. That way, during the escape, you only needed to outrun the others. Yang Yi chuckled and quickly moved on. He didn't believe ordinary people could contend with werewolves unless they had a large-caliber machine gun and could shoot accurately. As he scrolled further, he saw another valuable tip from the captain of the fishermen, who went by anonymous. But Yang Yi knew him as his old friend, Chi, an experienced fishing enthusiast. On night fishing. First off, I don't recommend any player try night fishing. I'm writing this report to warn everyone. You will very likely catch strange creatures. I've caught a drowned revenant which almost killed me. There's a 30% chance the fish you catch will be an abyssal species, like a sardine with 4 legs, an eel with human lips, or even an octopus with a human-like head. To spare your sanity, I won't include pictures, they're incredibly disgusting. Catching these strange fish reduces your sanity, and eating them does too. I don't think they're worth much. If, after reading this, you still want to try night fishing, I recommend you prepare well beforehand. Danger and opportunity coexist. I once caught a rare fishing rod, but when I sobered up, I felt a deep sense of dread. At that moment, I might have gone mad from fishing. In short, night fishing is dangerous. Don't attempt it lightly. I probably won't try it again for a long time. Classic Chi, living up to his reputation as a fishing enthusiast and easily doing things I wouldn't dare to. Yang Yi mused. But the abyssal fish Chi mentioned were all familiar to Yang Yi. When Yang Yi ate them, exceptions aside, he didn't lose sanity anymore. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't attempt night fishing again, Yang Yi decided. The Nightmare Star was cursed by the angler's curse, and if he tried night fishing again, he might get drowned without warning. Yang Yi continued to scroll through the monster intel. It focused on common sea creatures, including their weaknesses, many of which Yang Yi had encountered before. The drowned revenant was fat, clumsy, yet self-destructive with a powerful explosion. Sirens were highly dangerous to men. Once you heard their song, you had to block your ears within 2 seconds, or you'd be charmed. They usually hunted at night, so wearing earplugs while sleeping was advised. But if you wear earplugs and the drowned revenant shows up, you're doomed. Yang Yi shook his head in disagreement. Skeleton monsters were fairly average across the board. Destroying the skull would kill them. Blunt weapons were recommended. Bobbit worms were massive, blind, and had sharp jaws. Cannons were the way to go about killing them. There were undoubtedly more monsters out there, especially the really dangerous ones. However, because few had survived, there was little information available. After finishing his reading, Yang Yi noticed there was nothing on the 2-headed demon shark, so he contacted the press fleet. I have monster intel to offer. How much do you usually pay? Press fleet, at least 200 shell coins. The more detailed, the higher the reward. No upper limit. You'll need to provide related spoils or proof of the corpse. That was no problem. The lab still had the skull of the 2-headed demon shark. The 2-headed demon shark can be caught. It's a social creature, and its 2 large eyes look like red lanterns underwater. They have 2 hind legs and are strong jumpers, but they can't climb. Their weak spot is their eyes. Yang Yi sent the information to the press fleet, and about half an hour later, he received 800 shell coins. Others had likely encountered these sharks, but not many survived to tell the tale. The next day, before dawn, Yang Yi suddenly woke up, feeling as if his body was being gnawed on by thousands of ants, the pain and itch unbearable. He knew what was happening and immediately ran to the helm, steering the Nightmare Star at full speed towards an island. After sailing more than 10 nautical miles, the excruciating pain began to subside. The urgency of the situation had woken up Sunna as well. She stepped out of her cabin to see Yang Yi gripping the helm, barely able to stand, veins bulging and his eyes bloodshot. "What's going on?" Sunna asked. Yang Yi started to speak but immediately coughed up a large mouthful of blood, with small spiders crawling in it. He then collapsed into the pool of blood and passed out. Yang Yi had a nightmare, dreaming he was lying on a metal table. Sunna, wearing a plague doctor's mask from the Middle Ages, approached with a surgical scalpel. What are you doing?" Yang Yi shouted in terror, trying to resist, but he was paralyzed, unable to move. "You're sick. I'm treating you," Sunna replied calmly. She used the scalpel to cut through Yang Yi's skin, slicing into veins and muscles, searching for spiders inside, and then pulling them out. The scene was drenched in blood. "You still have many left inside. I'll remove them one by one." Sunna continued her work. No, you'll kill me." Yang Yi screamed in terror. Sunna's red eyes were becoming more dangerous. Yang Yi suddenly woke up from the nightmare, opening his eyes to a scalpel hovering above him. He quickly pushed it away. "Awake?" Sunna asked. "What are you doing?" Yang Yi, still shaken from the nightmare, was emotionally unstable, his body curled up and on the verge of attacking. "Calm down. I'm saving you," Sunna replied calmly, pointing to a graduated cylinder on the metal table. It was filled with dead spiders, nearly full, with bloodstains still clinging to them. "If these parasites aren't removed, there will be serious trouble," Sunna continued. Recognizing the situation, Yang Yi gradually calmed down. He checked his condition. His vitality had dropped below 50, and his sanity was only at 37. His left eyelid seemed to be cut, with blood seeping into his eye that turned his vision crimson. As he touched it, 2 small spiders fell from his eyelid. "Sorry, I had a nightmare," Yang Yi apologized once fully awake. "Good, then don't sleep." Sunna smiled indifferently, not minding. But her left hand, hidden behind her back, tightly gripped a witch's dagger, her fingers slightly trembling with excitement. Yang Yi checked his body and found it covered in stitched-up scars, so numerous he didn't even want to count them. Night had already fallen, and the lab remained brightly lit. "How long was I unconscious for?" Yang Yi asked. 36 hours and 17 minutes. "It's already the 3rd day," Sunna replied. Yang Yi nodded solemnly and began reviewing the activity logs. While he was out, the captain's authority had been temporarily handed over to the first officer. With only 2 people aboard the Nightmare Star, the first officer was naturally Sunna, which gave her full authority to perform surgery on him. Yang Yi jumped off the metal table, put on the pirate suit that had been set aside, and retrieved a healing spray from the clothes. Hu Wei's legacy now finally came in handy. He sprayed the larger wounds with it, feeling a cool and refreshing sensation. The healing effect was good, but since there wasn't much of it, it was all used up after 3 sprays. After some thought, he pulled out a pink magic potion, gritted his teeth, and swallowed it. The taste was unbearably spicy, as if he had drunk a bottle of chili oil. "You have consumed an unknown magic potion. Health restored by 20. Wounds are healing rapidly. Health will continue to regenerate. Your wounds itch intensely. Sanity-20. Yang Yi's sanity plummeted to 17, and he began wiggling on the ground like a worm as his wounds quickly healed with each movement. Sunna watched him intently, taking detailed notes before asking, "How do you feel? Your wounds are already scabbing. The effect seems impressive, doesn't it? On a scale from 1 to 10, how would you rate this potion?" Sweating profusely, Yang Yi glared at her angrily. He wanted to curse, yet he couldn't open his mouth. If he did, he'd likely scream uncontrollably, which would be anything but dignified. He also didn't dare to scratch himself for fear of worsening his wounds. After about 10 minutes, Yang Yi finally stopped writhing and stood up as if nothing had happened. His health had recovered from just over 40 to nearly 70. In terms of effectiveness, the potion was even stronger than holy water. Name: Regeneration Potion. Type: Consumable/magic potion/unique. Quality: Excellent. Description: A potion created by Witch Sunna, spicy in taste, made with pearls soaked in healing water, powdered merman scales, and the secret essence of the eel. Upon consumption, health is restored by 20, sanity decreases by 20, health continues to regenerate, and wounds heal quickly. The wounds will itch intensely, but if you resist scratching, the healing effect will be even stronger. After reading the information, Yang Yi's face turned grim, and he emotionlessly responded, "I give it 0 points. 0 points? That's impossible." The effect was clearly great. "Your wounds have already scabbed over," Sunna protested, clearly displeased. "You can't just ignore the effectiveness because of the taste." Yang Yi had no retort. To be fair, the potion's effect was outstanding. Still, the side effects were truly unbearable. "I'll send you the details, you can see for yourself," Yang Yi said, forwarding the information on the regeneration potion to Sunna. "By the way, I'm planning to go ashore soon. Time is running out, and I can't afford to delay any longer," Yang Yi added. The latest flare-up served as a warning. The spider's kiss was urging Yang Yi to land on the island, shrinking the original 200-mile safety radius down to 100 miles. If he had another flare-up, it could mean immediate death. Actually, I've already developed a potion that can kill the spider inside you, Sunna said, pulling out a black vial. What's this? My specially made poison. The ingredients come from the cyst-spiked pufferfish and the coral-caged fish you recently caught. The toxins are very mild for humans but highly toxic to spiders, Sunna explained. Hearing this, Yang Yi immediately took the vial and examined it. Name, Spiderbane Potion. Type, consumable/magic potion/unique. Quality, good. Description. A potion created by Witch Sunna, designed specifically to be lethal to spiders. It is mildly toxic to humans and should not be consumed in large quantities. Will this potion cure me? Yang Yi asked excitedly. Unfortunately, no, Sunna shook her head. It will only kill the spiders inside you temporarily. Once the toxins are metabolized, new spiders will reappear. To completely solve the problem, you need to find the source of the spiders and eliminate it. That's the only way to cure your condition. Condition? Yes? Doesn't it feel like a disease? Sunna asked. Yang Yi thought about it and realized it did indeed resemble some kind of strange illness, albeit with a fantastical twist. He left the lab, grabbed some food, and ate while sipping from a vitality coconut to rehydrate. He hadn't eaten in nearly 2 days. After having his fill, he suddenly remembered something and rushed back to the lab. Sunna, you said the poison works well on spiders, right? Yang Yi asked urgently. Yes, that's correct. How much of it can you make? Would it be effective against a giant spider, like the ones in urban legends? It would. As long as the creature's biological structure is recognized as a spider, this potion will work. The main ingredients are the cyst-spiked pufferfish and the coral-caged fish. While the former is abundant, we only have one of the latter, so I can make at most 10 bottles, which would be about 1 liter in total. So, as long as we have more coral-caged fish, you can make more of this potion, right? Yang Yi had an idea. He planned to poison the spiders on the island before landing. Based on the information from the fire-spun wool garment, it was clear there were creatures on the island known as fire silk spiders. The following day, thanks to a good night's sleep, Yang Yi woke up fully refreshed, with his health back to 90. He checked the weather forecast. Today's weather, sunny with a gentle sea breeze, perfect for fishing. Location, Sea of Origins. Remaining sunlight, 9 hours. Temperature, 15 to 25 degrees Celsius. Wind speed, level 3. Without a second thought, he grabbed his fishing rod and headed out. He set up his fishing net and retrieved several eyeball fruits from the ship's hold, leftovers from a previous catch that he hadn't eaten. They tasted terrible and were only being used as bait for coral-caged fish. Using the deep-sea method, with eyeball fruit as bait, Yang Yi began fishing. You caught a red-lipped eel. You caught a human-headed octopus. You caught a long-legged sardine. Holy shit. How did I catch a long-legged sardine in the deep waters? Finally, on the 4th attempt, he hit the jackpot. You caught a coral-caged fish. Yang Yi's eyes lit up, and he immediately skewered the fresh coral-caged fish with a wooden spear and sent it to the lab. It wouldn't take long for him to catch enough coral-caged fish to make 100 bottles of Spiderbane potion. As he continued fishing, he suddenly received a private message from the catapult guy. The first line of the message read, "Are you still interested in buying?" Of course. Yang Yi responded quickly. I won't lie to you, I have the formula to make these catapults. Selling them at 500 shell coins each gives me no profit at all. 600 shell coins per catapult, and I'll buy 4 in one go? If you're up for it, let's deal. If not, there's no point in continuing this conversation. Yang Yi replied immediately. He had previously offered 500 shell coins per unit, and now the seller was responding. It meant 500 wasn't too far off the mark, likely just around the cost price. So, Yang Yi added another 100, which would leave enough of a profit margin. Besides, there likely weren't many players willing to buy catapults, as they weren't as effective as cannons. Soon, the seller messaged back. 700 shell coins per catapult. That's the lowest price I can offer, considering the time it takes to make them. 650 shell coins, not a penny more. You know very well that in 2 weeks, no one will want these things, even for 200. Yang Yi shot back. The seller hesitated for a few minutes before finally agreeing to the deal. The morning passed, and Yang Yi had already caught 4 coral cage fish. If he worked hard in the afternoon, he could get another 10, his goal for the day, as it would be enough to make 100 bottles of Spiderbane potion. Not long after, he received a private message. The 5th catapult had been completed and was ready for trade. The seller made and sold them one by one, messaging Yang Yi when each was ready. One cost 650 shell coins, and since there were 4, he had to fork out 2,600 shell coins in total. Yang Yi's previous large savings had dwindled to just 1,600, but luckily, he had plenty of food and water, so he had no worries about sustenance. In the afternoon, he successfully caught 5 more coral cagefish, and just as he thought he wouldn't be able to finish his task, he packed up his fishing net to find a bonus coral cagefish. Yang Yi handed all the fish to Sunna, then headed to the courtyard of the Nightmare Star, planning to find a spot to install the catapults. When not installed, they were like miniature figurines, only a few centimeters in size, making them easy to move around. After circling the area, Yang Yi installed the catapults symmetrically on both sides of the courtyard of the Nightmare Star, giving the ship long-range attack capabilities. However, Yang Yi had another clever use for the weapons. He opened the chat channel and sent out his usual message, buying fire-starting tools at a high price. Then he quickly followed up with, buying rotten fish, bad shrimp, decayed meat, rotten vegetables, spoiled water, and moldy bread. I don't want anything that's not rotten. Message me if interested. Whoa, do you want fish that's gone moldy? Of course, I need it. Dude, your taste is pretty extreme, huh? Are you composting? Planning to farm on your ship? Yang Yi couldn't be bothered to explain. He simply bought at shockingly low prices. People selling rotten food didn't care about the price anyway, as they were just going to throw it into the ocean. Even for a single shell coin, they'd make the trade. In the end, Yang Yi spent 100 shell coins to buy a few hundred pounds of rotten fish and shrimp, an uneaten, rotten sheep, and a pile of decayed vegetable leaves. Suddenly, a private message came in from Captain Yu Dai. Do you want some stinky whale meat? I'll deliver it directly to you. Sure, but not too much, my ship is small. These 3 chunks were about to be thrown out. I'll send them your way. In no time, 3 pieces of whale meat, each about a meter in size, were ejected from the vending machine. It was hard to imagine how its fist-sized tentacle mouth managed to spit out huge objects. It had its own strange logic, so there was no point in thinking about such details. Yang Yi looked at the deck, now piled high with stinky fish and shrimp, and laughed. That should be enough. He wanted to turn the spoiled food into delicious meals, then coat them with spiderbane potion and launch them into the island using the catapults. He called the trick delicious poison. Ew, what's that awful smell? What are you doing? Yang Yi dragged the stinky fish and rotten meat into the cabin, much to Sunna's displeasure as she pinched her nose and walked out. After all, her witch lab was connected to the cabin. Don't worry, soon you'll think it smells amazing. Don't sneak a bite, and don't blame me for not warning you. Yang Yi grinned mischievously. Sunna seemed to catch on to what Yang Yi was up to, wrinkling her nose and putting on the plague doctor mask she had bought from her lab. The two of them worked as a team. Sunna was in charge of making the poison, and Yang Yi was responsible for recooking the spoiled food, turning it into something tasty. He divided the food into 1-pound portions and wrapped them in cloth, turning them into ammunition. Altogether, the spoiled food weighed over 1,000 pounds, and once wrapped up, it made 1,100 portions. It was already late at night. The cabin was packed full, but there wasn't even a hint of the original stench. Instead, the air was filled with a tantalizing aroma that made one's mouth water. It was the effect of the chef's cauldron. The cauldron wasn't powerful on the surface, it seemed ordinary but was actually incredibly dangerous. Yang Yi even felt, the cauldron was more dangerous than all of his other relics combined. Even he, wielding the cauldron, had to stay highly alert, fearing that if he wasn't careful, he might end up eating the delicacy himself. The poison is ready. Sunna handed over 104 bottles of spiderbane potion. Great, you can go rest now. I'll work a bit longer, Yang Yi replied. Need me to help? Sunna offered. No, it's fine. I'm worried you might overeat. Yang Yi joked, declining her offer. He hadn't told Sunna the full truth, though. The strange, fragrant smell from the rotten food would lower one's sanity if inhaled for too long. Yang Yi was fine, as he had high mental resilience and sanity resistance. Even if his sanity dropped, he wouldn't go mad. But Sunna, with less than 50 sanity, if she went mad, she might really grab the pile and gorge herself on it. After Sunna left, Yang Yi spent 10 pieces of wood to make a simple wooden barrel and poured the spiderbane potion into it. The poison, totaling just over 10 liters, filled only half the barrel. Yang Yi then dunked the cloth-wrapped rotten meat and vegetable bundles into the poison and let them soak. After leaving them overnight, they would be well marinated. In total, he managed to make 462 rotten meat bombs using the 10 liters of spiderbane potion. The barrel was completely dry by the end, with even the last drop of poison soaked up. The remaining rotten meat could be saved for the next day. After all, he could still fish for more coral cage fish, and the poison could always be brewed again. Checking the weather forecast, he saw that there were only 2 hours left before dawn. Time had flown by. I'll have to remind Sunna to hurry up with making the stamina recovery potion. The side effects of the excitement potion are just too awful. He fell asleep and woke up at dawn. Despite only sleeping for 2 hours, Yang Yi had a vivid nightmare, yet while the dream left a deep impression, he couldn't quite remember what it was about, only that it had a strong presence. It seemed to involve a giant spider, so large it was impossible to measure. Every time he tried to recall the details, his head ached, and he felt nauseous. Is there really something that powerful on the island? A wave of fear washed over Yang Yi, reinforcing his resolve to poison these spiders. His energy was still below 70, but since he wasn't planning to go ashore that day, it would be enough. He was less than 50 nautical miles from the island. The Nightmare Star, towing the still intact large sailboat, sailed for less than 2 hours before nearing the island. Along the way, Yang Yi continued fishing. He took the 3 coral cage fish he had caught in the morning to the lab, and then, using a large cloth, began transporting the 462 rotten meat bombs to the courtyard in batches. Time to give you a little treat, Yang Yi chuckled mischievously as he catapulted a package of delicacies onto the forest. The catapult worked well, launching the 1-pound bundle of rotten meat about 40 meters. Though this was still the outer edge of the island, given the forest spanned 5 miles, Yang Yi was confident the spiders would follow the scent and go looking for it. The cloth wrapping the food wasn't very strong, so it would undoubtedly break open upon landing, spreading the rotten meat and vegetables for the spiders to feast on. After launching a dozen packages, Yang Yi noticed movement in the forest. Some large creatures were on the move. It's working. Yang Yi adjusted the nightmare star's position and continued firing from different angles. Before long, the 400+ bundles were almost gone, with not many left. By then, Yang Yi had reached the other side of the island. For some reason, the spiders had discovered the nightmare star and began pouring out of the forest. They varied in size, with the smallest being only the size of a palm, and the largest reaching a meter, with long, slender legs that made Yang Yi's skin crawl. Among them was a particularly large spider, around 3 meters in size, with a dried human torso, devoid of limbs and a head, resting on its back. Seeing an anomalous creature, your sanity decreases by 5. What's the deal with this spider? Before the spiders could get closer, Yang Yi had already rushed to the bow of the ship, preparing to control the nightmare star and make a quick escape. If all the spiders jumped onto the ship, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, they were afraid of water and stopped at the shoreline, making no further movements. What was even more astonishing was that the spiders could talk. Spider A, it smells so good. Spider B, special entity, there's something delicious here. Spider C, it smells amazing. Yang Yi froze for a few seconds, hardly able to believe his ears. Am I going crazy? Am I hearing things? He immediately notified Sunna. Sunna, come to the deck quickly. These spiders seem to be able to talk. Receiving the private message, Sunna rushed out in an instant. Her eyes were quickly drawn to the special entity with part of a human body on its head. Did you hear that? These spiders are speaking human language, and it's in perfect Mandarin. Yang Yi asked Sunna. Sunna frowned, looked at Yang Yi strangely, and said she didn't hear anything. Yang Yi was startled and quickly realized the problem was with him. His sanity level was still over 80, which meant he wasn't going insane. That could only mean the spider's kiss must have a hidden effect, allowing the player to understand the spider's speech, and possibly, even communicate with them. Yang Yi immediately tried, putting on a warm, friendly smile, and called out to the spiders. Come, come, I have plenty of food here. When you eat, don't forget to take some back to share with everyone. As he spoke, he tossed the last bit of spoiled food to the spiders. Spider A, great. Spider B, I'll bring some back for mom to try. Spider C, thank you. Yang Yi grinned and tossed several more packs of delicacies to Spider B. Even though he could communicate with the spiders, he didn't sympathize with them. After all, they were monsters who killed without blinking, especially the one with part of a human body attached to it. Before Yang Yi arrived, they had already killed several players. He threw all the remaining delicacies to the spiders, receiving many words of gratitude in return. Waving kindly, he watched the giant spider with a human body part on its head leave. As it departed, its tail dragged a large bundle of food wrapped in spider silk. Eat as much as you like, I'll be back tomorrow. Yang Yi shouted, not caring if the spiders understood him. After tossing this batch of rotten food, Yang Yi sailed the nightmare star away from the island. With some time to spare, he caught 3 coral cagefish and asked Sunna to make over 60 bottles of spiderbane potion. 1 dose of poison wouldn't be enough to kill all the spiders. Yang Yi planned to poison them a few more times before returning to the island, ensuring it would be much safer. For the next 3 days, Yang Yi repeated his actions. Due to his large purchases of spoiled food, he earned the nickname Garbage Collector in the chat channels. Fortunately, Yang Yi preferred to do business anonymously, and only a few friends knew his real identity. What exactly are you doing? The captain of the Radiant Goddess, Zhou Dai, sent him a private message. Since they were old friends, Yang Yi had no intention of hiding anything. I'm trying to poison the monsters and see if I can kill them with it, Yang Yi replied. So, you're pretty good at dealing with monsters. On the 4th day, Yang Yi continued with his plan, and no more spiders came asking for food. What it meant was most of the spiders on the island were likely dead, and he could go ashore the day after. That evening, Yang Yi was in the cabin packing his gear to make sure he had everything he needed in his stomach pouch. Sunna went over too. What? You want to come as well? Yang Yi frowned, looking at Sunna. Yes, I want to go too, but if you come, there'll be no one left to guard the nightmare star? What if we run into other players? Yang Yi was reluctant to bring Sunna along. Just take the crystal ball with you? The island is only so big, it won't be out of range. Sunna replied. Yang Yi thought it over and eventually agreed. Even if he refused, knowing Sunna, she would probably follow secretly anyway. It was better to let her come along. The two of them made all the preparations, including weapons, potions, rations, and freshwater. Yang Yi's weapons included a flintlock pistol, a spoiled sea serpent's fang, a spare chef's knife, 1 bottle of red unknown potion, 2 bottles of regeneration potion, 2 bottles of coconut juice refreshment, and 2 bottles of spiderbane potion. Yang Yi had also asked Sunna to make a few more regeneration potions. Sunna's weapons were a pirate longbow, over 40 poison-coated iron arrows, 2 bottles of regeneration potion, 2 bottles of coconut juice refreshment, 2 bottles of spiderbane potion, a witch's dagger, and a treasure bag containing 2 loaves of black bread and some sausages. As for water, they each carried 2 liters. Once everything was ready, they returned to their rooms to rest and recover their energy, ensuring they would be in good condition. Yang Yi was a light sleeper, troubled by nightmares, so he relied on coconut juice refreshment to restore his energy. However, he had only just fallen asleep when he was awakened by a sudden vibration and sat up. The crystal ball by the bed was shaking violently, indicating that a player had appeared nearby. Alert! Yang Yi immediately checked the sea chart. The name of the ship was also displayed on the sea chart. Good fortune? He quickly searched for the name and activated the scrying skill. Searching. Good fortune. There were more than a dozen results. The Good Fortune was an ordinary ship, and the name had been chosen by the player. Ordinary ships can be renamed once, as long as they don't share the same name as a special ship. Yang Yi randomly picked one, but it turned out to be the wrong target. He had no choice but to close the image and check the sea chart, speculating on the purpose of the Good Fortune. Speed, about 40 knots, though it might not be at full speed. This route, looks like they're heading straight for the island. The Good Fortune was 100 nautical miles from the island, but its course was dead on, heading directly toward the island. It was likely no coincidence. The player probably had the coordinates of the island? After some thought, Yang Yi decided to follow and observe. He had prepared extensively for this island, and with the spider's kiss status to deal with, he couldn't let someone beat him to it. 5 hours until dawn. I doubt they'd dare land on the island at night. Yang Yi controlled the Nightmare Star, approaching the Good Fortune from the side, keeping a safe distance. He decided to wait until dawn to assess the situation before taking further action. If the ship had cannons, Yang Yi could find a place to sneak ashore and have a little conversation with the player on land. If it didn't have cannons, it would be easy he'd just charge in. And don't forget, Yang Yi's ship had a catapult. Plus, the Nightmare Star had a rare ship attachment, the head of a giant bobbit worm. It could tear a huge hole in their ship with one bite. Other players. Sunna had woken up, noticing Yang Yi at the helm, his eyes fixed on the crystal ball. Yes, we'll follow them at dawn. I doubt they'd dare land on the island at night, so no rush. A few hours later, the sky quickly brightened. Yang Yi leaned against the ship's wheel, keeping an eye on the crystal ball all night. As the Good Fortune approached the island, it stopped moving, leaving Yang Yi waiting for nothing. He woke Sunna, telling her to take the helm and move closer to the Good Fortune. Meanwhile, he pulled out his telescope and climbed up the mast. Name, ordinary telescope. Type, treasure. Quality, common. Description, a simple, ordinary telescope. In good lighting conditions, it can clearly see ships up to 10 nautical miles away. As the distance closed, Yang Yi finally got a good look at the other ship. They don't even have cannons. And it's just a second-level ordinary ship. Yang Yi was stunned, realizing he had been overly cautious. The ship was similar to Huwei's large sailboat design but slightly smaller, clearly only a second-level ship. He told Sunna to go full speed ahead as they approached, preparing to see who was on board. Thank you for reading, I hope you're enjoying the story. We now have a feel free to check it out. You can read up to 12 chapters in advance. Laughing face. Please give the novel a rating and a review on. It will help the website and also help people find this novel. The Nightmare Star dragged the large sailboat closer and stopped about 300 meters away. At such distance, ordinary arrows wouldn't reach. Yang Yi jumped down from the mast, frowning. Strange, why is it so quiet? Did that person land on the island? Or, is he hiding, trying to ambush me? Yang Yi observed. It was a sailboat less than 20 meters long. At first glance, it looked ordinary, and upon closer inspection, it was even more so. Sunna, take the helm. Let me try a few shots at him. Yang Yi took some units of stone from the cabin, each unit about a cubic decimeter in volume and weighing around 6 kilograms, just right for use in the stone launcher. He was ready to fire a few shots at the sailboat to see if anyone was on board. After aiming, Yang Yi fired directly. He had been using the launcher for a few days now and had plenty of experience. The first shot landed accurately on the Good Fortune's deck, causing a loud noise, but it didn't break the deck. Pretty sturdy. Yang Yi fired 6 or 7 more shots. One shot directly made a hole in the deck, yet there was no response from the other side. Sunna, move closer and open a hole in the hull for me. I want to see if anyone is hiding in the cabin. Yang Yi ordered. He had ambushed others like this before, so he was being especially cautious, determined not to fall for a similar trick. However, he was overthinking it. The bobbit worm, with its 4 sharp mandibles, easily sliced off a section of the Good Fortune's stern, revealing the cabin inside. There was nothing in there. Yang Yi stood frozen in place, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. After all the fuss, it turned out he had been outwitting thin air. Without further hesitation, he instructed Sunna to move the ship closer, set up a plank bridge, and, holding his flintlock, prepared to board the Good Fortune. And then, he boarded the ship without any resistance. 10 minutes later, Yang Yi received a log notification allowing him to dismantle the Good Fortune. The ship's owner was completely done for. How did he manage it? How could he die so quickly? I came over just as dawn broke, and it's been less than an hour? Even if you left a pig on the island, it wouldn't die so fast. Carrot 1 I've already poisoned most of the spiders on the island. Yang Yi complained to Sunna. How should I know? Do you want to throw in some more poison? No, I don't think the spiders are the issue. Let's just stay cautious. In the end, Yang Yi dismantled the Good Fortune and decided to head to the island to avenge him. Carrot 2. he found the following supplies: black bread x2, freshwater x2L, wood x23, cloth x15, and a fishing rod. You dismantled the good fortune and received wood x143, cloth x95. It turned out damage to the ship reduced the loot from dismantling it. Rewind a few hours. It was still dark when good fortune had landed. Captain Li Rong tossed aside his fishing rod and waded ashore. Yang Yi couldn't have imagined that Li Rong would be so bold, daring to land on the island in the dead of night. Sneaking ashore in the dark totally unexpected? There won't be any ambush. Li Rong thought smugly, his eyes bloodshot. Had he checked his own status, he would have noticed. Li Rong. Spirit, 67/100. Sanity, 42/100. Madness, arrogance. Health, 100/100. After coming ashore, Li Rong pulled out his machete and confidently walked into the island. He planned to search for some firegrass in the dark. Maybe he'd even find a treasure chest. If he found the blueprint for a tinder coat, he'd be rich. But Li Rong had barely taken 2 steps when he suddenly stopped. He smelt something very fragrant, utterly irresistible. This smell. It's amazing. You smell a sweet aroma, sanity-10. Following the scent, Li Rong found a sticky puddle of chocolate on the ground. It was crawling with maggots, but Li Rong didn't care. Maybe it was because of the poor visibility at night, or for some other reason. Li Rong scooped up the chocolate with both hands and took a deep sniff. So fragrant. The fragrance overwhelms you, sanity-10. Sanity falls below 30, you are consumed by extreme hunger. Li Rong stuffed the chocolate into his mouth, showing a look of unprecedented satisfaction. 3. So delicious. In his ravenous state, he devoured all the chocolate on the ground, even scraping away a layer of dirt. His belly swelled, and his nails began to peel back. As for his machete, it had long since been thrown away. Thank you, Mother Nature, for your gift. Li Rong's face contorted with delight from the deliciousness. His nostrils flared. There's more. Li Rong quickly ran to the next spot, picking up some rotten leaves and eating them with a look of bliss. You have eaten an unprecedented delicacy. You feel deeply satisfied. Sanity-20. Sanity falls below 10. Before going ashore, Yang Yi checked his own status. Status, healthy, a human-shaped diagram, entirely green. Energy, 4, 97/100. Spirit, 7+1, 2388/8000, talent bonus. Agility, 5+1, 23/200, pirate outfit bonus. Constitution, 4, 99/100. Perception, 5, 172/200. Sanity, 72/100. Vitality, 100/100. Health, 100/100. Talent, Iron Will, defies death. Special condition, kiss of a spider. His agility had increased a bit, reaching the human average of 5 points. He was now faster and more nimble than before. Energy and constitution were also about to improve, with perception not far behind. Only his spirit was proving difficult to raise. High-level attributes were much harder to grow than lower ones. After getting ready, Yang Yi and Sunna exchanged glances and nodded at each other, signaling that they were prepared. They headed ashore and started walking into the woods. Yang Yi was constantly looking for signs of the good fortune's captain's tracks. It wasn't hard to spot. People coming ashore always waded through the water, leaving clear footprints in the mud. He landed on the island and died shortly after. Stay alert, Yang Yi said seriously to Sunna as he took the lead. He still didn't know that the other guy had lost his mind and chose to adventure into the island at night. Yang Yi followed the tracks closely and soon found a discarded machete nearby. Name, ordinary machete. Type, treasure. Quality, common. Description, an ordinary machete. The quality of the weapon was very low. Bringing such a basic weapon onto the island, either this person was extremely stupid, or he really had some skills. Soon, the two of them noticed unusual signs. A layer of dirt had been scraped off by someone, but it wasn't deep, and nothing seemed to be buried. Yang Yi was momentarily puzzled. Standing behind him, Sunna sniffed the air, her sense of smell sharper than his, and looked up. Is that? She noticed a piece of torn cloth hanging from a tree branch above the disturbed area and immediately understood. Yang Yi, I think that guy ate the rotting meat you launched over here. Huh. No way. That meat was crawling with maggots. No matter how good it smelt, no one would actually eat it, right? Following Sunna's pointing finger, Yang Yi saw the piece of cloth. He really ate it. Yang Yi felt a bit horrified. He didn't even check what it was before eating it. Well, that's not on me. Notes. 1. Now that's a harsh insult simply. 2. Ha 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 ha, avenge him simply. 3. I was having breakfast. Simply. Thank you for reading. I hope you're enjoying the story. We now have a feel free to check it out. You can read up to 12 chapters in advance. Laughing face. Please give the novel a rating and a review on. It will help the website and also help people find this novel. The two followed the tracks and gradually found more signs of the delicacies being eaten. However, there were no spiders or other large creatures in sight, only some spider shells that had been completely cleaned out. It was as if someone had eaten the spiders like crabs, with their bodies and innards hollowed out, leaving behind the light, empty shells, which still carried a foul, decaying smell. It suggested that the spiders had been dead for some time, and their bodies had been consumed by something. Yang Yi picked up a larger shell and received some information. Name, Tinder spider beast, fully grown. Description **A large carnivorous spider species that displays considerable social behavior, often hunting large prey in groups. Its fur has excellent thermal insulation properties. Can be inserted into the octopus vending machine. Note, monster corpses used as food or material by players cannot be used for pulls. On one piece of the abdomen's carapace, clusters of fur were still attached. Name, Tinder spider fur. Type, material. Quality, fine. Description, a material with better insulation properties than wool or down, useful for making fur coats. Yang Yi gathered the carapace and fur, placing them into his storage pouch. Whether he would exchange it or make a fur coat depended on the pull rate. Sunna didn't pay attention to the carapace but instead focused on a footprint, gesturing with her hand. What is it? Yang Yi walked over and asked. Don't you think this footprint looks bigger and deeper than the one before? And it seems like he wasn't wearing shoes, Sunna said as she placed her hand into it, carefully feeling it. Yang Yi observed it for a moment, furrowing his brows. It does seem like that. He looked back at the way they had come from. They had been following the same tracks the whole time, so it had to be the captain of the good fortune. But it seemed like something beyond the ordinary had happened to his body. Under normal circumstances, a human being wouldn't undergo such drastic changes in such a short period. Rapid transformations were usually reserved for insects with abnormal growth patterns, like caterpillars turning into butterflies. And even then, it wouldn't happen so fast. Could the owner of these footprints still be considered human? Yang Yi stared at the footprint in deep thought before finally speaking. Let's go, we need to see this for ourselves. He also wanted to figure out what had happened to the player. It would help him be prepared for the future. Besides, there was no turning back. The two of them pressed on, with Yang Yi leading the way and Sunna close behind. Her eyes remained fixed on the chef's knife hanging from Yang Yi's waist, as if lost in thought. As they ventured deeper, they approached the heart of the island. There, the density of spiders was much higher, with carapaces scattered everywhere, all picked clean. And the player's footprints had become utterly bizarre, swollen, misshapen, and almost circular, nearly as thick as an elephant's leg. His weight had clearly reached a staggering level, given how much he had eaten. Yet, there wasn't a single sign of excrement along the way. He's eating but not passing anything, and he's consumed so much. Is his digestive system some kind of superpower? Yang Yi marveled. After walking another few hundred meters, Yang Yi suddenly stopped in his tracks and raised a hand to stop Sunna from advancing. SHH. He motioned for silence. Soon, Sunna also heard the heavy panting and gulping sounds. Yang Yi made a hand gesture, a signal he and Sunna had previously agreed upon, indicating that he would go ahead and take a look. After advancing a few meters, Yang Yi climbed over a bush and finally saw the source of the noise. You have discovered a disgusting monster. Your sanity has decreased by 5. It was a grotesque, bloated giant, over 3 meters tall. Its body had swelled so much from rapid growth that its skin had burst open, making it look as if it had been flayed, with fresh blood dripping everywhere. The creature's belly was only covered by a thin, translucent membrane, filled with a yellowish fluid, which might have been fat or some other liquid. From 5 meters away, Yang Yi could smell the rancid odor coming off it, like spoiled grease. What was worse, the monster could speak. Meat. Where did you hide the delicious meat? As it spoke, the giant tore into a nearby tinder spider's body, gnawing at it. After some effort, the giant found the spider's intestines, squeezed out the food residue that hadn't been expelled yet, and then stuffed it into its mouth. The residue contained delicacies that were highly poisonous to spiders, yet the giant didn't care at all, devouring everything without hesitation. After finishing the leftovers, it seemed unsatisfied and quickly consumed the rest of the spider's body. This person has mutated. Sunna messaged privately. Seeing no movement from Yang Yi, she carefully crept up to him, crouching behind, half a body length away. How did he turn into this kind of monster? Yang Yi replied in the log. They both communicated silently through the log, making no noise. I'm not sure. We'll need to dissect him to find out, but it probably has to do with eating the rotten flesh you tossed in earlier. So, it's my fault then, Yang Yi smirked. At the same time, he realized something important. In that world, player deaths could occur in 2 ways. One was physical death, like being directly killed. The other was mental death. A player could mutate into a monster for some reason, and when they reached that point, the system would also recognize them as dead. This giant is huge. It's going to be tough to kill. Let me hit him with something big, that should blow him apart. Yang Yi was ready to act. Wait, try to keep him intact if you can. I want to understand why he mutated. Yang Yi thought for a moment and agreed to Sunna's request. He also wanted to know the cause of the mutation. Understanding would help him overcome the fear of the unknown. After finishing the spider, the giant suddenly lifted its head and began sniffing the air. Damn, he might have detected us. Sunna sent a private message. Without replying, Yang Yi acted swiftly, taking the initiative. At a distance of just over 5 meters, Yang Yi was confident he wouldn't miss such a large, pig-like head. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and flames burst forth. The bullet struck the giant in the cheek, blowing off half its face. However, the giant's pig-sized head had a thick skull. The shot didn't reach its brain, only disfiguring it. Its 2 eyeballs flew out, and its cheek ripped apart, exposing the gums. In standard mode, a single bullet wasn't enough to kill the monster. Moreover, Yang Yi and Sunna's position had been revealed. Fresh meat. The giant let out a howl through its torn mouth and began lumbering towards them. Losing its eyes didn't seem to hinder it much. Both of them immediately retreated, using the trees for cover and keeping their distance from the giant. 2 iron arrows coated in poison struck the giant's belly, but they had little effect. The giant, crazed and furious, crashed through the trees, breaking them as it charged forwards. If it hit a person, the result would be catastrophic. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and Yang Yi hit the giant's knee, causing it to collapse on the spot. The giant seemed enraged, spitting out a large glob of pus at Yang Yi, who quickly dodged it. The tree behind him wasn't so lucky, it sizzled as though it had been hit with acid, white smoke rising as the bark melted away. Watch out for the yellow liquid in his body, Sunna warned. It might be his digestive fluid. Even the arrows were dissolved. Yang Yi raised an eyebrow and noticed that the arrows previously lodged in the giant's belly were gone, the broken ends on the ground emitting smoke. The arrowheads had completely disappeared. Fresh meat, the giant bellowed, charging again. It seemed to have a healing ability, as the wounds on its face were slowly recovering. Yang Yi didn't dare waste any time, quickly running as he contemplated a strategy. But as he ran, the sounds behind him suddenly ceased. Looking back, Yang Yi saw the giant had bent down and started eating the dirt. It was the delicious poison Yang Yi had planted on the island earlier. The giant, driven mad by its craving for delicacies, was eating whatever it could, even dirt. Yang Yi's eyes lit up with an idea. He quickly pulled out the chef's knife and slashed at a tree beside him. The tree immediately began to emit a sweet aroma. As soon as the giant caught a whiff of the scent, it went berserk and rushed to the tree, gnawing at it frantically. Editor's note: no need to watch AOD, read this novel instead. Thank you for reading, I hope you're enjoying the story. We now have a feel free to check it out. You can read up to 12 chapters in advance. Laughing face. Please give the novel a rating and a review on. It will help the website and also help people find this novel. The giant seemed to accelerate its regeneration by devouring things. After consuming a tree, new flesh began to sprout on its face, seemingly restructuring its features, but the shape was already completely different from before. Yang Yi scratched the ground with a chef's knife. The giant immediately ran over to eat the dirt, digging a large hole. Can it eat anything? Unconvinced, Yang Yi scratched a large boulder protruding from the ground, applying some force, and leaving a white mark. The giant instantly lunged at the stone, hugging it and gnawing on it, not caring if he broke a few teeth in the process. Strangely enough, the hard rock began to soften under the influence of its saliva, and eventually, it could be chewed. Yang Yi frowned. Its digestive abilities were strong beyond belief. However, it didn't seem to have much discernment. As long as something emitted a sweet aroma, it would desperately try to eat and gnaw at it. So, if the giant discovered that it was the most delicious thing around, what would it do? Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, cold light flashing from them. The chef's knife in his hand flew out and plunged into the giant's flesh. Immediately, the giant stopped gnawing on the stone and began sniffing around like a dog, finally locking onto itself. It bit down on its left hand with such force that it severed it. Then it devoured its left arm, followed by its right hand. Scene is horrifying. Your sanity drops by 10. The giant consumed its own arms, then gnawed off its feet and half of its lower legs. Its neck began to stretch, and it attempted to bite into its own torso. Yang Yi couldn't bear to watch any longer. Standing several meters away, he fired a shot. After a misfire, his flintlock gun sparked again, hitting the giant right in the forehead. Every 10 seconds, he fired another shot. 8 shots later, with 3 or 4 misfires, the giant's brain was finally reduced to a pulp by Yang Yi, and it ceased all movement. Sunna, on the other hand, was recording the entire process. As soon as Yang Yi began using the chef's knife against the giant, she knew it was no longer a threat. She had initially wanted to stop Yang Yi from destroying the giant's brain. After all, an intact brain would be more beneficial for dissection and research. However, after the brain was shattered, she was curious about how Yang Yi had managed to kill the giant, so she remained silent, simply observing. Following the giant's death, a large amount of corrosive liquid flowed out of its body, causing the ground to smoke. Probably its stomach acid, Sunna speculated, collecting some of the liquid in a glass vial. But the stomach acid appeared to be digesting the glass. After wandering around nearby for a while, once most of the liquid had drained away, Yang Yi used a stick he found on the side of the road to pull out the chef's knife. After cleaning it with some fresh water, the attributes of the knife had changed. It seemed to be heavily corroded. Name: corroded delicious chef's knife. Type: relic. Quality: common. Description: soaked in acid for too long, this knife has been severely corroded and is no longer sharp. It has a certain probability of making anything it cuts taste delicious. The weapon is practically ruined. Yang Yi felt a little heartbroken. Although the knife was dangerous, it could be a very powerful piece of equipment if used correctly. It had withstood the blast from Yang Yi's flintlock gun, but it couldn't stand up to the acid. Of course, it could also be because in battles between players, weapons and equipment wouldn't get damaged. To transport the body, Yang Yi and Sunna began to shovel dirt and spread it over the giant's body to reduce the corrosive effects. They then tied it up with simple ropes, preparing to drag it back to the boat together. During the process, Yang Yi also gathered information about the giant. Name: gluttonous guest, Li Rong. Description: a human who has been profoundly corrupted by the abyss and has obtained unparalleled digestive abilities, but is also trapped in an insatiable hunger. Can be inserted into the octopus vending machine. Yang Yi noticed the key phrase sanity too low. It meant that when sanity dropped too much, the human body underwent distortion, turning into a non-human creature. How terrifying! Yang Yi often overlooked his sanity value, feeling that a low score didn't matter since he could still increase his attributes. But if it could lead to distortion, the situation would be vastly different. He certainly didn't want to give up being human. Fortunately, up to this point, Yang Yi's sanity had not fallen below 10. A sanity level of 10 seemed to be a boundary, a dividing line between humans and non-humans. A sanity level below 50 indicated madness, below 30 could lead to suicidal tendencies, and below 10 resulted in distortion. Those who had a sanity level below 30 and chose to commit suicide, perhaps weren't wrong. At least they would retain their humanity in death, rather than transforming into monsters. Yang Yi shared his thoughts with Sunna, and she acknowledged his concerns. They should never let their sanity drop below 10. After spending some time and losing 3 simple ropes, the two finally dragged the gluttonous guest's corpse to the shore. Once aboard the ship, a claw hook could grab it, allowing the corpse to be stowed in the cabin. Yang Yi glanced at the time. Only 5 hours of daylight remained. He decided to pause his exploration and not delve deeper into the island, turning instead to collect the corpses of the dead silk spiders on the island. Sunna went to the laboratory, eager to dissect the corpse. She would likely follow Yang Yi if he called her. Yang Yi could only return to the island alone, focusing on collecting the spider corpses. They could be classified into 3 categories: juvenile, adult, and giant. Juvenile spiders couldn't be used for vending, while adults could. Name: giant silk spider monster, in evolution. Description: a rare special individual of the silk spider monster with the potential for evolution. It can achieve a leap in life levels through human body transplantation. Yang Yi found 1 giant silk spider monster and 20 adult silk spider monsters. The rest were a large number of juvenile spider monsters, particularly abundant, and fortunately, they all had some silk on them, making them valuable for collecting to create sweaters. In total, he obtained 327 units of silk spider hair, including the adult spider monsters. Yang Yi returned to the Nightmare Star. He first tried to use the adult spider monster corpses to upgrade the Nightmare Star, but it indicated failure. This is a beast and cannot be used for upgrades. It seemed monsters had classification distinctions, only the more sinister ones were referred to as otherworldly demons. Monsters like the large spider were only classified as beasts. The giant silk spider monster, however, was classified as an otherworldly demon because it could graft onto human bodies. Yang Yi rubbed his hands together, preparing to use the 20 adult silk spider monster corpses for vending. At the same time, he sent a private message to Sunna. Sunna, are you sure you want to do it? Your luck seems better than mine. Don't bother me. Sunna was busy dissecting the gluttonous guest and didn't want to be disturbed. Yang Yi shrugged. Her loss? He wouldn't stockpile, he would open one as soon as it was drawn. You have obtained a spider shell heart mirror. You have obtained a silk sack. You have obtained wood 3. The subsequent items were mostly basic resources and a small amount of shell coins, only yielding 1 bronze resource chest. In total, he gathered wood x138, fabric x112, stone x10, steel x1, sulfur x21, crystal x1, and shell coins x100. If a treasure chest was drawn, then the following 10 draws would be quite a loss. Or he could turn the adult silk spiders into velvet sweaters instead. He thoroughly understood the rules of the vending machine. For a specific type of monster, the first 2 pulls were almost guaranteed to yield an item, but it became much harder afterwards. As for golden legends, it seemed that only the European king could obtain them, and it should have nothing to do with how many times one drew. Name: spider shell heart mirror. Type: treasure. Quality: exclusive. Description: a heart mirror made from the hardest head armor of the silk spider, which can provide excellent protective uses. Name: silk sack. Type: consumable. Quality: good. Description: a silk sack that can squeeze and spray spider silk. Its strength exceeds that of ordinary ropes, with a weight capacity of 500 kilograms. It's lightweight, has strong adhesion, and can bind enemies. Capacity: 100/100, but afraid of being wet. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. During the day, Yang Yi only explored about 1/3 of the island, harvesting 20 adult spider corpses and 327 units of spider silk. If he explored the whole thing, the numbers could have easily multiplied several times since there had to be a spider nest somewhere. If all the spider silk could be collected and made into sweaters to sell, he could make a fortune. When night began to fall, Yang Yi steered the ship away from the island because he planned to return the following day. It wasn't safe to stay too close at night, as there probably were some creatures lurking. He planned to wake up early and arrive before dawn to ensure there would be enough daylight. Sunna, go rest in your room, Yang Yi said as he walked into the cabin. The woman had no sense of moderation and would easily lose track of time when researching. He glanced at her, noting her sanity level had dropped to 53. After urging her several times, Sunna finally emerged from the lab, looking somewhat incredulous and muttering to herself. He only has a single organ in his abdomen, an enormous stomach. The other organs seem to have degenerated, and all his body fluids are stomach acid. Even the brain is directly connected to the stomach. If this continues, he might not even need a brain. Alright, enough. Check your sanity. Yang Yi pushed her out onto the deck. There are 2 more vending attempts left. Try it out. Sunna had no enthusiasm for the vending machine and half-heartedly gave it a few spins, not even bothering to pick up the capsules that dropped. Yang Yi reluctantly collected them himself. You have obtained Woods 5. You have obtained Crystalx 1. All basic materials. It suggested that the vending attempts on the same ship were shared among the crew. 2 spins and then the quality of the items continuously declined. There was one more task to complete, turning the 300+ units of spider silk into clothing. Even if Yang Yi didn't really know how to knit sweaters, the system would force him to understand. In only 15 minutes, he managed to handspin a pair of wool trousers. The entire process felt magical, and Yang Yi had no idea how he did it, he just somehow managed to make them. In 45 minutes, with a 9-point reduction in energy, he spun 2 pairs of trousers and 1 sweater. Yang Yi laid aside the 3 pieces of clothing with 2 sweaters left behind by Hu Wei to keep them for personal use. Afterwards, he returned to the captain's cabin and, routinely, opened the world chat channel. People asking for tools were still as numerous as ever. At that moment, no one had yet discovered a way to mass-produce them. Yang Yi left a message, willing to pay a high price for tools. It took less than a second for someone to behave like a parrot and repeat exactly what Yang Yi said. It looked like it would be hard to get his hands on any. Yang Yi wasn't in a rush, though. After all, there was still some time before the frozen sea zone would spread to them. He drank a bottle of coconut juice, locked the door, and lay down to sleep. Yang Yi woke up before dawn. He checked his status. Aside from his energy, which was only at 93, all other stats were full. A long breakfast after, he gathered the supplies he needed: 2 liters of fresh water, several long-legged sardines, used to activate the stomach pouch, 2 sausages, a crystal ball, a magic potion, a bottle of coconut juice, weapons, equipment, and a newly acquired shell heart mirror. A few backup supplies, such as silk sacks and spare regenerative potions, were stored in his stomach pouch. Once ready, Yang Yi checked his attributes again and found that both his strength and constitution had increased to 5, reaching the average level for an adult human. He steered the Nightmare Star towards the island. Sunna wasn't coming along, she was fully engrossed in her research on the corpse. 10 minutes before sunrise, Yang Yi arrived at the destination. His goal was to locate the spider nest, eliminate any potential threats on the island, and create a safer environment for future endeavors. Moreover, the answer to his spider's kiss status was likely hidden within it. As soon as the sun rose, Yang Yi set foot on the island and began heading to its center since he remembered there was a higher density of spider corpses near there, making it a likely location for the nest. Yang Yi picked up some silk spider corpses along the way. His greedy stomach pouch accepted them without hesitation, automatically opening up and swallowing the bodies, consuming all the flesh and leaving only the shells and silk. It would even eat rotting corpses? As he continued walking, Yang Yi started to feel puzzled. What exactly are these spiders eating to survive? I haven't seen a single small animal on the island, only spiders. And they can't exactly go fishing. Yang Yi found it rather strange. After circling around the island's center, Yang Yi finally found a cave entrance. It was a vertical opening in the ground, about 2 meters deep, with a passage slanting downwards into darkness. The entrance was wide, suggesting that whatever creatures came in and out were quite large, and the lack of any vegetation nearby indicated frequent activity. Yang Yi approached the entrance, noticing a few small dead spiders lying at his feet, about the size of a palm, their bodies already dry and hardened. He was at the right place. He sniffed the air from the cave, detecting a rotting stench. Many spiders had likely perished, perhaps all of them. Good news? Yang Yi picked up one of the spider corpses at his feet and fed it to his stomach pouch, then took out the crystal ball stored inside it. Apart from displaying sea charts, the crystal ball also emitted a faint glow. Though it was no brighter than a candle, it was better than nothing. Holding his gun in one hand and the crystal ball in the other, he jumped into the cave. There was no immediate danger, the ground was littered with spider corpses. As Yang Yi ventured deeper, the passage widened to about 6 meters across and over 3 meters high, allowing the large spiders to move freely without needing to squeeze against each other. He proceeded cautiously, staying alert, until he made a discovery. Clusters of mushrooms grew on the cave ceiling, glowing red and packed closely together, all about the same size. Name: luminous mushroom. Description: a special type of mushroom that emits red light in the dark and grows rapidly. Its juice is mildly toxic and not recommended for consumption. Some ants and spiders use this mushroom as a primary food source. After reading the information, Yang Yi immediately understood. The mushrooms were likely cultivated by the silk spiders they knew how to farm. With the red glow illuminating the cave, the light from the crystal ball became unnecessary. He stored the crystal ball back in his stomach pouch and switched to holding the sea serpent's fang, then continued forwards. The more he walked, the wider the cave became. Additionally, he noticed a faint breeze blowing through, its source a mystery. He didn't rush to collect the corpses, prioritizing safety for the moment. As he ventured deeper, the density of corpses increased. He came across 2 large silk spiders, each with human body parts grafted onto them. One even had a human arm attached, no longer just a bare, spider-like form. They were all dead, their bodies decomposing and posing no threat. Yang Yi collected samples from their bodies. Unlike regular adult silk spiders, they could be used to upgrade the nightmare star, so it was worth taking them along. Passing by another cave entrance, Yang Yi witnessed a horrific sight. Dissected human body parts were suspended from the cave ceiling, hanging like cured meats, drying in the air. Some of the bodies were relatively fresh, likely hung up only recently. Drying human bodies and then grafting them onto themselves. Yang Yi couldn't understand these spiders' behavior, nor how they managed to do it. If Sunna were here, she would probably be excited to investigate further, but Yang Yi, all he wanted was to kill these disgusting spiders. Editor's note, I couldn't even fathom witnessing what he just came across. Sort of reminds me of Rudy Cooper's whole affair in Dexter.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.